前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC as we continue here with this action towards TI and seeing more how this third tour is going to shake out and seeing how many of these teams in Division 2 can make a competitive claim to be promoted to Division 1, but especially to claim these all-important high seeds for the TI 11 qualifiers, or TI 12 actually qualifiers. Who cares? Whichever TI it's going to be. My name is Sneh. I'm joined here by Dragon Drop and Peacock. Gentlemen, we're back for some TI qualification donut because that's what this really is all about here, B-Cup. Who really cares about going to Division 1? Right now, all of these teams, if we're being really honest, there's a very low chance that they're actually going to look the same by the time the next season rolls around. So the qualifiers are much more important. So tell me how you're feeling and tell me how excited are you about these games and who you think is going to win today?
I'm kind of excited. It's always interesting to watch White Album and God King, although they're kind of not doing that great. 2 and 3 is not where I'd put them when the season began on Fusion. Saiyan, a little more what I thought, but at the same time, I don't know. I kind of wish Fusion was doing better. I had them potentially making Division 1, where they would inevitably get picked up by some other org or something like that. But it's good. Don't go to Division 1 and they get poached by another team. It works out. It's fine.
Yeah, we all did, right? So we all had Team Fusion as the one open qualifier team that is so strong, that has these players, these very talented players, really, that they would be able to make it to Division 1 in one go, essentially. We're kind of right in the sense that it was perhaps an open qualifier team, but right now it's looking like CDEC is having the better chances here, funny enough. So just shows what we know. But yeah, you saw Snare's reaction, of course. We did cast them in the open qualifiers a little bit. We're members of the Pondo/Team Fusion fan club, and we are heartbroken. Founding members, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say board members. We're not just regular members. We are founding members, shareholders, and right now current presidents. But
yes,
unfortunately,
but right now also very, very sad.
Are there any other shares out there?
No, we have consolidated all these shares, but regrettably, these shares are no longer for sale because CDC, like Dragon Drop was mentioning, has been beating everybody. They're 4-1 right now on this leaderboard. And Team Fusion, this game is kind of interesting, Dragon Drop, because Team Fusion, they are 2-3 right now. And if this game had happened yesterday or the day before yesterday, I would have said there's practically no chance that Team Saiyan can take them, right? They are 1-4 at the moment, very bottom of the table. However, YBB Gaming, which is also 1-4, that only one Dragon Drop comes from beating Team Fusion. So, yeah, who actually knows whether or not this team is going to do well today? And one of the other wins, or other losses rather, that they've accrued at this point in time also comes from Team Shenzhen, which was not looking so hot up until they beat Team Fusion. So, is it the case that this is the team that just makes everybody else look so much better? Because you beat them and you're like, oh, wow. Damn, actually, there's so much potential here.
Just goes to show that what I've been saying about predictions was right all along, that they don't matter and we shouldn't do them. So
who do you think's going to win? What's your prediction? We need them. They have to come all times, please.
I mean, I still have enough of a spark of hope left for Team Fusion. Like in game 2 yesterday, they were looking like we would expect them to. Like the only problem really is being able to consistently deliver on that level, right? Which is a hard problem to fix, but we do know that they do have the skills, that they have the ability to line things up properly. But yeah, I don't know. I still believe, because Saiyan has also been looking rather weak themselves. Not just in this tournament. Like I'm looking at their Dota buff, and they've been playing some other leagues, and they've also lost against teams that we've not really heard of, or at least I haven't. So make of that what you will.
Big Up, how are you feeling about this? As we do see Team Fusion on the screen right now, they've played quite a lot of Phoenix, quite a lot of Puck and this Dawnbreaker as well. Heroes that we've been seeing creeping up in the meta overall in China. So you've been around the block, my friend. You've seen a lot of these high quality stacks, which has really great players, but somehow it doesn't manage to click, right? The most recent iteration, of course, being Team Elephant, which we saw in the last seasons. What do you make of this Team Fusion team in this meta right now? And what do you want some of these shares, bro? Actually, depending on the outcome of this game, me and Dragon Drop might be in the mood to sell some off Big Up. Are you interested in some purchasing here?
No, but for Fusion to Elephant, that is a jump. This isn't some superstar squad coming together here on Fusion. It's a decent amount of good players. I mean, I thought they were potentially Division 1 ready, but this isn't an elephant situation. I don't think it's like biggest ego in the room is like controlling the conversation at the moment on Fusion. I would not like any shares. I like to keep my portfolio empty at all times, if I can. Thanks. But I have a feeling Fusion just should beat up on Saiyan, right? Like, theoretically, Saiyan's the old LBZS for the most part, or has pieces of that squad. And Fusion's just players that have been there before. Like, there's just so many veterans on that team. Like, they really should. I don't know. Everything so far in this Division 2 has been not what I thought. Because I also had Saiyan up a little higher. And my bottom two were Shenzhen and YBB. So what do I know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? About any of our predictions, right? You're not alone in that. That we look at this, we're like, this should be the way it goes, and there's really no argument against that at the time. And then the games start to shape up in a completely different way, in completely unexpected ways. Again, we see beating IG, Fusion just not showing up at all, and some other teams just going ham. Instead, it's the beauty of Dota, it's the beauty of this region in particular, I think.
I mean, looking at this, just some of the stats that we have on screen right now, when we began this particular division, 41 minutes and 59 seconds was not how quickly Team Fusion was wrapping up these games. They were, in fact, the fastest team at the very beginning of the division, but time has gone on, things have changed, and now they are definitely the slowest by far in average game duration. And it's gotten to the point where they are even being discounted by the majority of the region, where people are like, well, we believe Team Saiyan are actually stronger than Team Fusion, which, if you'd asked anybody at the beginning of this, that would not be the consideration here. However, as time has gone on, of course, things shape up in a very different direction. One thing that is very interesting to note about Team Saiyan is, B-Cup, you were mentioning it just now, that they have a lot of old school players from LBZS. Some might even call them their sort of reject team of some of these squads that filter in between Division 1 and Division 2. And overall, the course of all this time, when you see these names on the roster, you think, well, they should be doing a lot better. One win is not what we expect from them, but that's what they got. And as time goes on, the one thing that I have noticed is this team does look like they are starting to find their rhythm, starting to find a little bit of more gelling, and to see whether or not they will continue that rhythm. We're already into the draft, old boys. Dawnbreaker opening pick here for Team Saiyan. We've seen this hero being first picked by them at least 4 times in the past. B-Cup, do you like this Venge, considering that's going to be going into the off lane most likely? And if it does go into the off lane, make sure that they're going to be relegating this Dawnbreaker to a position of being a support. How do you feel about that overall, Dawnbreaker support? And do you just like Vengeful Spirit in the game overall?
Are we sure Dawnbreaker is going to be a support? I feel like 3 is like just a good spot for that Dawnbreaker. Anywhere else, it just, I don't know. It feels a lot weaker in my opinion. I want a lot more priority on my Dawnbreakers. I feel like Venge, in my eyes, maybe is the support, but we'll see. We haven't, at least I haven't seen a lot of off lane Venge come out this season. This may even be the first if it is an off lane Venge. I'm a little surprised that Fusion didn't take the Nyx Assassin in that first phase. Like, that has been proven to just be the proper pick against Dawnbreaker. How did this go? It went Dawnbreaker and then 2 picks. Like, I'm just surprised the Nyx Assassin's not picked up. But I guess Kaka's the only one who can play it in this region, because it feels like he's the only one who is playing it in this region.
Listen. You know what this is about, right? And I would See, here's the conundrum. They could pick Nyx Assassin to try and deal with this Dawnbreaker, right? That could be an option. But if they did that drag and drop, you would lose out on the ability to first phase Warlock, my friend. Gotta get this man out here. Gotta get that Shadow Word going for the laning phase. You've got Gwen experience here. The God King needs to be able to get off to a good start. Warlock guarantees that good start. The counter initiation later into the team fight. As good as Nyx is, can it even compete with the Warlock drag and drop?
You know, you're absolutely right. Warlock is the best hero in the game, hands down. It's the most exciting. Like, there's so many things you can do with that. You can press Q on the enemies, and then they take slightly more damage. You can press W on them, then they take a little bit of damage over time. It's absolutely amazing. And then the ultimate every 2 minutes, it can also like stun people up and whatnot. You're absolutely right. It's the best hero in the game. There's no doubt about it. So it makes sense that Fusion would pick it up. But yeah, Nyx Assassin, though, the point is well taken. It's one of these heroes that takes care of Dawnbreak. I believe Myanmar was also playing it the other couple of days ago on Magma to great effect. But yeah, I just chose to indulge there with the Warlock right there because I know that he was fishing for me bagging on the hero again, which I might if they end up losing this game, though.
Honestly, as much as I love Chinese Dota, the thing that might make me retire from this region is how many Warlock haters I have to work with consistently. So I will convert all of y'all if it is my dying duty on this earth. Of course, though, Team Fusion will still be sticking with this Death Prophet, a hero that we've seen annoying us for a long time.
Yeah.
Gladly, in this season, it has dropped BCOP from a 98% win rate, contest rate rather, that it was in the previous season, to only 80%, fam. It's only in every game, not all the games, you know? Things are a lot better. However, this is a hero that I'm very excited to see on the side of Team Fusion. This Earth Spirit coming out right now. As much as a Dragon Drop was memeing about the Fatal Bonds, it's not that strong unless you have some incredible follow-up with it. Earth Spirit certainly fits the bill for that. Now suddenly, BCOP, they have a really good team fight on the side of Team Fusion. But sadly, we've seen them have very good team fight in the past before. It's all going to be about which hero they get in the safe lane to kind of carry this team fight through. Wait, what? Is that a Clinks? BCOP, explain what's happening.
Well, hold on, man. I'm a play-by-play. Come on, chill out. But I'll give it my best shot. I mean, we saw how strong this Clinks can be in the past, right? Like, we've seen it kind of get off. I'm seeing not a lot of control for Fusion in the moment, right? Similar to when you see those Weavers come out, not a lot of control means, hey, I'm a Clinks. I can get away and do whatever I want. And you've got some pretty weak living supports. Clinks gets in there, throws a couple arrows that may or may not be on fire, and all of a sudden, Warlock and her Spirit get ripped to shreds, and now he's got a Tree Protector to back him up. I like, if it's Tree Protector, Venge, Azir supports, I'm so down for that. And I kind of like this Spectre, but Spectre needs a little bit of time, which means a slower pace for Fusion, which kind of worries me. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a slower pace considering Death Prophet Exorcism. You could go for objectives that way if you want, but you're still not going to have Spectre involved. That worries me quite a bit. And it looks like they're thinking that it's going to be White Album on the Death Prophet, so offlaner. We've been seeing a lot of Beastmaster. I'd be so down with that for Fusion. Let's get the push going. Let's get the ultimate push.
One thing that makes me very sad, though, is that every time I've seen this Treant Protector emerge, Treant has just generally been a very good hero in this region lately, but sadly, it's also one of the better heroes against Warlock, so I'm very unhappy about seeing this. Provides a similar kind of lane support, also a team fight breaker in his own right, but better than Warlock, he's able to give information in the team fight as well, which Warlock just simply cannot do. This is interesting, though, Dragon Drop. This is the first Clinks that's going to be emerging in the region here. So Team Saiyan certainly might have an interesting read on the hero. And they've got so much sustain. A lot of these games that we've seen go very, very well. In fact, some of the players we've spoken to as well have outlined that they feel the sustain meta is the way to go. And in this game, Team Saiyan have both Tree, the Dawnbreaker, additional save from the Vengeful Spirit. Does this Clinks ever actually die, considering that Team Fusion, at least at this point in time, doesn't actually have any burst damage?
Yeah, that's a real big concern here. And also, like the Puck ban would have floated that as an option here. Death Prophet in the for Fishman instead in the 3 and White Album Puck. They've played that combination before with the Earth Spirit, so you'd have a pretty solid gank combo. You'd have a little bit more lockdown for the Clings, which And right now it is really only just the Earth Spirit, right? Death Prophet Silence can't really rely on that whatsoever. So yeah, this is a big concern for sure, as they are the ones who pick up the Razor too now.
I still want Dawnbreaker 3.
Yeah.
Their lockdown's not exactly amazing on Team Saiyan either. Like
Yeah.
Overgrowth, Magic Missile, a Starbreaker if it lands. Like both these teams kind of lack that proper control.
Yeah,
I can't believe Puck was a last ban. How did the hero get that far? Like what?
Right?
Earth Spirit or Puck? Give me Puck. Holy hell!
I feel like Saiyan it could just straight up run a Team Fusion. There's very little they can do about it if they don't have like the Earth Spirit playing out of his mind or all their ultimates up and ready. Like there's going to be a lot of carrying that last pick is going to have to do until Spectre gets online.
Underworld.
Yo, you know, Brewmaster, boys. Brewmaster. Oh, it's bad. Damn it.
First
Never mind.
phase.
First phase. Oh, gosh. All right. So there can't be Brewmaster. There's not going to be a Dawnbreaker, of course, on the enemy team. You have to ban Enigma when playing against Team Fusion because Ponlo's on the team. So what is Fishman going to be playing here? He's played CK in the past. He has played Centaur in similar kind of games where they have had Spectre and like Death Prophet in the game. In this game, what do you all think about Mars, actually? We don't see this hero as much anymore, especially in the off lane in China, especially in Division 2 in particular, where most of the time that he's ran is in the mid lane. But it does feel like they need catch, they need team fight, they need lane presence, and they need a way to be able to scale throughout the game. And it feels like Mars fits that bill. Dragon Drop, what do you think here when we have 1 minute left to pick this hero?
Yeah, it might be the best choice that they have, but it's not ideal. Okay, Batrider. Oh, you can think about that for a moment, because like with the Master, like the Vengeful Spirit swap is a concern, but that's the same is true for the Batrider. And then the Dawnbreak in general just has the potential to create many issues. If you want to try and go aggressive on somebody, you just have the Dawnbreaker coming in with the extra heal to turn things around. So either way, there's going to be a lot of a lot of weight on this Batrider and Death Prophet to kind of play around the ultimates, come out swinging out of the lanes, I think. But I don't hate the Batrider. I think it's it's a good compromise, I guess. Like gives you that lockdown. If you can account for the Vengeful Spirit, you can have something to hold the Clinks in place for a little while to kill him off.
I actually like it a lane a bit. Like if MS isn't too careful, you just get a roll in, a kickback, a couple stacks of that napalm. All of a sudden, this Clinks doesn't have that great of a lane, and it opens up a lot more for Fusion. You need to be careful on saying, I'm a little hesitant on the 3 Venge. If that doesn't get off to a good start, we've seen how slow it is, especially when Venges used to be like, I'll get eggs and be like totally worth it. And then 30 minutes rolls around and you're still trying to build that eggs. And you're like, what do I do with the point booster of these 2 other objects? It's like nothing, because
juggling them,
hoping yeah, exactly. It's just like I'm not huge on that Venge. I'm not huge on the lack of lockdown. I think I'm going with Fusion, if you had to ask me.
Ooh, great with
predictions,
Fusion.
by the way, Dragon Drop.
I was about to ask you, right? Because I know that you're happy to give these, but to our intrepid predictor here, B-Cup, you know what really frustrates me about Dragon Drop is that he hates doing predictions, but he always gets them right. It's very annoying. But Dragon Drop, last pick of Batrider here. He hasn't played Batrider in the last 10 months, and he's only played 7 Batrider games in the past for Fishman. In my experience, in the past, I've seen that this hero not necessarily requires a specialist, but it does help if somebody's very experienced on the hero. I'm not in the game right now, so I can't see his donor level at the hero. Is he?
This used to be his go-to. Used to be his go-to.
Put me on, Dragon Drop. Where are we going with this game?
I don't know. I don't think you're right when you say that I'm always predicting correctly. Like most of the time, I just cast this curse, especially when B-Cup's already said Fusion. So I feel like I'm gonna have to say Saiyan just to balance it out, because I do want Fusion to win. Hashtag bias caster. So I have to predict Saiyan in order to make it happen. So let's just go with that.
No bias on this panel. Perfectly balanced. As all things should be. With that, though, we are going to be getting into the game and seeing whether or not it's going to be Team Fusion being able to overcome the Drag and Drop Caster's Curse, or if it's going to be Team Saiyan utilizing their Specialist Dawnbreaker from the first phase to win this game out. And to see whether or not it's going to be Fusion or Saiyan, we do have two stellar casters, Drag and Drop and B-Cop, in the game. Gentlemen, take it away. Good luck, have fun. I'll talk to you after the game, and please remember, buy these Fusion shares. They're selling on the cheap right now. Please get them off of us. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Pickup, this is your last chance to get in on the ground floor.
You sound like NFT investors right now. Please buy my Bored Ape. No one cares.
It's not the same thing. You're investing into the belief of.
Yeah, same. You were investing in the belief that that Bored Ape wasn't going to be so bored anymore. Well, newsflash, NFT collectors, he's still bored.
Very bored, indeed.
But I bought it for $3 million. Well, what's it worth now? $56,000. Oof.
Yep. Always read these stories about, oh yeah, I haven't told my wife that I spent all our wedding money on NFTs, and now it's gone. It's like, okay.
Should've
There's
sold
a bit of
when you
Schadenfreude, you know, that's the old beautiful German words.
So, back in the day, that was always a Wednesday, Flyby did feel like a baller with this Bat Rider. But I'm wondering if the power is still there. Back in his CDC days.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, it is a bit of a kill lane, like as you pointed out earlier. There's a potential once a couple of levels come online of MS kind of being caught out a little bit too far forward with a few too many stacks. It also probably needs some dust at that point to ensure these kills. If not on MS, then maybe on Train Protector as well. Spawn Law sees the courier, but it's the courier sees him too, so just doing the creep wave drag, an interesting position there with two range creeps in the middle of the jungle. But it is what it is.
End up moving that creep equilibrium, of course. Always fun.
Just looking at bottom lane here, God King has not been last hitting particularly well. He's kind of keeping up with Son Goku at least.
Yeah, I don't really see this lane being too tough for him. Unless the Dawnbreaker gets, like, overly aggressive. Because that early damage from Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer can feel pretty good. But if XCJ gets a couple levels in the Shadow Word, like, I don't really think they do much to Gwen, God King, Gwen experience.
Yep. It's this classic combo, right? I mean, back when Spectre was last popular, it's picked together with the Warlock often for this exact reason, because she's such a weak laner, and she doesn't have that sustain normally. Warlock fixes that, and later on, if you get a good Fatal Bonds, you also have the combo with the Horn, just doing a lot more work. So we'll see if this is still still powerful enough.
MS also having a lot of troubles in this lane. He's already running away from Flyby. Or Fishman. Gotta get used to saying that again. And just TP's back to the tier 1. Juked. Easy jukes. Easiest juke of his life.
Just walking in TP. Basic movement.
Can't do it again, though. That's a big issue. And if he dies, that is gonna really feel pretty bad for his lane.
Putting the Fear of God into Fusion now, like doing a lot of damage back. They do have some region ready to go, but that was the last of it here. Self and Ponlo, another tank on Bat Rider. So we'll see how that one develops. Let's talk about mid a little bit, because this is 18-4 and 18-2, so as even as it gets, I suppose. No big surprise. Both of these have kind of ways of making you not want to go on the other. You know, with Static Link, you don't really want to push into that. On the flip side, Spirit Siphon, very similar. You don't want to keep chasing White Album.
The only one who really has a ganking support is Fusion. Like, if I was expecting anybody to come mid, it's not the Dawnbreaker, it's not the Treant, but it is Ponlo on the Earth Spirit. Unfortunately, though, there's the Treant Protector. If he gets the Living Armor, then all of a sudden those ganks get harder. And even then, like, Unless you're level 6 for White Album, I don't really think he has an easy way of getting the kill on zone.
Yep.
It's just not an easy gankable mid.
Yeah, not by a long shot.
We'll say if White Album comes top after getting 6, they could really shut down MS. Like, it could get potentially scary for this Clinks. Like, the lane's not easy at all for him.
Yeah.
One roll in an exorcism, all of a sudden they've got the sticky napalm. I don't really see how you get out of that if you're MS. Unless they're just not carrying away to see you once you walk into the skeleton wall.
Yeah, yeah. There's a Dustin Tunnel also there, getting ready to take that opportunity if they find it.
Now Dawnbreaker over mid, just to refill the bottle. Whereas Black says, once you get that bottle refill from a support, you should not lose that lane. And right now,
Is that how it works?
he's winning the lane. If you get a free bottle refill like that, he said you shouldn't lose the lane.
All right, makes sense.
I feel like that's a fair assessment.
Yeah. I mean, it's resources from your support, especially if the support didn't even have to die for it, you know? That's
Yeah.
normally what happens, you know? The support dies on the side lane almost just so they can TP into mid afterwards.
Yeah, that's the real question. Where did Dawnbreaker go? He just walked all the way back.
A little bit too far out. 3 stacks of napalm, he's burning. Another roll to set up, and this should be the first blood. Fishman gets it. MS a little bit too late to help out, doing a lot of damage back at least.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good first blood. We'll get Fishman kind of rolling. See what he can accomplish. And White Album hasn't moved off the lane yet, but he does have a regen rune, so we'll see. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if they even waited until God King got 6 just to make that move. And I say get 6, but bottom lane getting chased, then well, forget about getting 6. White Album will come to you, and they've also got the Fatal Bonds. They're gonna get at least the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
But top lane, Fishman goes down to MS, so leaving Fishman alone.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he went down. No overgrowth, no real lockdown to get that kill, but he was kind of sitting low last we checked.
Yeah. Just taking advantage of the chaos here. This is going to be wind under the sails of Snare here when he sees the Warlock kind of being the difference maker. Just enough heals to make sure the Spectre survives this gank together with the stick charges, and then timely rotation there from White Album to not just ensure a kill, ensure the Spectre lives, but also get the tier 1 tower. I mean, granted it's in the offlane on the Dire, it's kind of worthless, but hey, that was a tower, extra money, and successful use of the first exorcism. Game is lagging completely right now, but thankfully we still have feed coming in properly here. We see Fishman covering up top.
He should be, yeah, he's level 6.
Yeah.
Waiting to see if he's, because if a gank's not coming, he may wait on, yeah, and he's taking that 3rd level in Firefly.
Yep.
Not too
Nice.
surprising.
He's the lowest network for all the cores right now, but he's also one of these heroes that can catch up quite quickly here if he gets time to farm up the jungle. And it's also one hero that doesn't necessarily need all that much. Like, he's already well on his way towards Boots of Travel. And that extra movement speed, that'll allow you to just go in, lasso somebody, drag them out of position quite far, and then set up for a kill.
MS still looking to go into that Maelstrom that we've seen with Clinks back in the past, and we've seen what Clinks can do with not even a lot of farm, like just the right amount of farm.
Yeah.
Pano making some massive stacks here.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh
under
man, yeah. Wow.
Well, I'm
lanes.
also really shocked that they're not warding this up. Like, yeah, they've got that ward on the high ground down by the river, which is near my van, but you also need a ward. Like, you should be protecting these. I think you should be always protect. If you're gonna make stacks like this, you should be protecting them at all costs.
Yeah.
It's always so devastating when you lose a stack that big.
scanning.
Yeah. I guess Fishman's going over there now and found the map. Spectre, of course, not really able to do that for quite a while. Speaking of Spectre, one experience being gone on again down bottom. Once again, it's just not enough firepower between these two offlaners here.
Level 3 in the Shadow Word, making it a lot more difficult. And this is also why Fishman, by the way, took that, has skipped Lasso. Because now he's got all these stacks of sticky napalm. He's going to clear up these stacks real easily. And you'll just watch him get top of the net worth. Look at that. He's caught up.
He was
just
lost
that simple.
Yeah, 3,000 gold a minute ago, and now he's 4.5k. It's just... Oh, it's Musa traveling halfway to a blink right there.
Yeah, that's disgustingly nuts. And that's all because of Ponlo. Like, he made those stacks. It's not like the flashiest way to get gold, but it is pretty awesome. I don't know. I'm still and will always be one of those guys who's very like, I love stacks. Supporting stuff is cool. And yeah, I'm gonna keep thinking that way because when you're able to get your offlaner to recover not only from last in the net worth of cores to top by a mile, it feels pretty good.
It is very satisfying just to stack, just the act of stacking, and then even though it's not a lot of gold, it's the sound of that extra gold coming in when you know, all right, my core is farming it up right now. He's gonna have a better time. It's a pretty good feeling, I think.
Somebody did their job right? Sounds like money to me.
You take what you can get when you play Dota. As White Album just takes some time to heal up with herself. But really using that exorcism on the tower super efficiently at the moment. Kind of walking back in. Of course, if you want to take down these towers, you have to do it in one go because of this living armor. 3 points up into it right now, but it's not that big of a commitment just yet. Maybe there it is. They're waiting on Fishman here. Now everything being chopped in. The last comes through. The Dawnbreaker heal though, enough to keep Zone alive for the moment. But now, right into White Album. The Exorcism's already gone. It's not healing up enough. The Overgrowth controls them up. Beautiful triple stun there from Dawnbreaker. And things are just going badly for both sides though, as Ponlo, XCJ somehow getting a double kill. All taken out to the Magnetize. What the hell was that?
They got a Fatal Bonds on 3. They dropped the Chaotic Offering. They ended up losing Death Prophet and the Bat Rider off an amazing Starbreaker on 3. But the one who really comes out ahead is God King. He's like, all right, I'll haunt. Thanks for all this, like, precious gold. Appreciate it. I'm top of the net worth. I've recovered. Good job, Flyby. Thank you.
Won't really be able to kill off this tower though between the two of them, but yeah, I mean
that's the worst part actually. Like saying give up all these bodies and then it's like, well, we saved the tower, and we're gonna heal it up, or at least try to.
Yeah, going in for round 2, and this is where you cannot fight if you're Saiyan. I mean, this was everything being committed, the big combos. Unbreak Gold looked like it might have been enough to turn the tide, but the wall sitting in the fire, the wall sitting in the Fatal Bonds was 2k damage done by Warlock and Batrider in that one.
Did Bat take this other stack, or did he leave it? Oh, I guess somebody took it. I think it was White Album who took some of it. That big camp stack.
In the triangle?
Yeah.
I think Batrider took both of those.
Because I know he started the big camp, but then his Firefly ran out, so he left it, and then he may have double back taken some of it and got White Album got the other bit. But this leaves MS, like, he's doing all right. He's got the Maelstrom. He's going into the Scotty next. Like, he's still in a decent spot.
Yep.
Not terrible. If he gets to Scotty, like, he might just start throwing some burning barrages out there and ripping up these heroes.
Oh, down bottom, there's Lasso here. Son Goku cannot TP out.
Yeah, that was... I don't know if he thought that TP was ever gonna work, but he was sitting under the Bat Rider while TPing and was just like, yeah, sure, I'll pull this off.
Magic Missile is only 1.7 seconds stun. The math just doesn't work out in this one. I'm sorry to say, but yeah, I guess it's another Lasso down, not the shortest cooldown these days.
Surely he won't have Lasso.
Yeah.
Although I don't even, was it used top? I don't even think so.
I used it on the Razor to start with, and the Dawnbreaker came out, and everything turned crazy. Must have just come off cooldown. So maybe understandable confusion.
Earth Spirit first item Wraith Pack, so he's got the Vlads already. He's got a lot of gold compared to the other supports. And is it just Ags for this Venge? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They're going to go for Fishman. They've got the Burning Barrage. 3 heroes down bottom with the help of the Solar Guardian. So they'll take the Bat Rider.
Can't be too unhappy with that. Could be pulling down bottom tower, but a mid. Ouch. Goodbye, Razor, I guess.
Potentially goodbye tier 1 mid.
Yeah, that too. Another X is being committed.
Radiant's bottom tower is
You
under
know, this tower will go down. Saiyan are not in position to defend this one. So they'll have to settle for a tier 1 trade, which is not really ideal because there's a tier 1 bottom for the mid. Oh god,
maybe
this
not
from
even
Bat Rider.
getting it
They're not even getting it, yeah.
Dire's middle tower has
Well, they have to take care of the
Not a great
catapults.
flame break.
LWW lasts on a couple of seconds, but not enough. Catch anyone here, so
Kind of botched.
just a bit, yeah.
I will say, Spectre, he's also going for Ags, which he's going to have it around the same timing as the Venge. So that is not going to make life easy, potentially, for some of these heroes on the side of Saiyan. The big thing that's actually, I think, a factor, Fishman switched and he's going for the BKB. Obviously, that top fight made him feel like he's not as survivable. But I wonder if, like, if you're going to be using that Ags ulti, the Shadow Step, why not also have the blink to blink lasso? Because I feel like you're trying to reveal, like, the clinks or something like that to make sure that you can stick on them.
And it's ultimately gonna have to be the play, right? But until then, before Clinks is really in a point where you can kind of solo you from the side of a team fight, the approach might well just be to go in, kind of grab whatever else you can get, like be it the Razor, maybe not the Venge with the Aghanim Scepter now online. But yeah, finish off the Razor, kind of get that numbers advantage going immediately, and then kill them off quickly enough before Clinks really feels comfortable engaging into the fight afterwards. So
Dire's middle tower is
that
under
way you
attack.
can also get off to a good start. I do really like this Excellent Spectre though. I mean, it changes the hero completely. You can always, all of a sudden, you're not a slave to your ultimate anymore. You can always join in. You can always be that +1. Might need that right now, but might not be enough. White Album swapped in the mid, but he already has his own BKB forced out as there's a jump in with the Golem. Okay, downbreak on forced out zone with his own BKB. Spectre controlled up in the front. He needs sleep here, a couple of heals, but there's the lasso controlling up a Razor, isolating him further. So zone will fall on low, just keeping everyone else busy in the back with the magnetize. Bodies and the ultimates being exchanged, but ultimately the better trade for Fusion.
Yeah, they ended up getting the Razor. They almost lost the Spectre. Spectre used the Shadow Step and the Haunt in quick succession, and then, like, God King almost died for that. He jumped pretty much in the center of these fights. Very risky. I guess, thankfully, if you're a Fusion fan, you have those shareholders. You didn't die. But that could have been, like, game-altering. I think Spectre dies once or twice, and Clink stays alive the way he has so far, and has this Scott E, by the way. Things are going to get very difficult for
guess
him.
what? Another Shadow Step on Son Goku rolls in. He's quite tanky, actually, he is. He's going to die once, going to have another round of spells. And, well, even find some... Yeah, alright, stun over on Death Prophet, getting a few heals in, but okay, that's a little bit too much. 5 against 1. All said and done right there.
Radiant structures are falling.
They need to find a way to kill the Clinks. I don't think Venge should be the one you're going after. It just doesn't make much sense to me.
Tower has fallen.
Because he's got that second life, he's got that Ags, he's just going to be adding more to the team fight, even if he does die.
Yep.
Whereas MS is pretty much all the damage right now for Team Saiyan.
Yeah, once that Aghanim Scepter comes out, as much as it changes the game for Spectre, it does as well for the Vengeful Spirit of the core position. It's basically having ages all the time, right? Because you return immediately. Most of the point, you get your cooldowns reset too, so you can immediately cast another round of spells. That
Like
does
the
not make
outlook
sense.
of this game feels more towards Team Saiyan, in my opinion. I think MS has just had way too free of a game. They haven't even killed him once.
That is a concern. So this is probably going to be a time window coming in up for Saiyan, where Fusion don't quite have the itemization to get on top of him and control the map. But I think eventually they will. Like, God King's gonna go for the Manta style, presumably, just to have something against the Overgrowth and whatnot. But eventually that'll maybe also be an Abyssal Blade, so you can just kind of haunt in on right on top of the Klings and try and battle him, make sure that he has to spend the time in a teamfight running away rather than actually doing damage.
Problem is that time to get Manta Abyssal is just so far away.
It takes a while, yeah.
And I don't know if you're gonna really get a lot of that time. Like the output of MS right now is already very high.
On the flip side though, they haven't really been... I guess they might be grouping up slowly for this top tier 1. But they've yet to really leverage that power to take down objectives and try and restrict the map for Team Fusion. That's gonna be have to be happening in the next 4 or 5 minutes or so. It's not just spectacle farming though. Death Prophet just finished up the Lotus Orb, so White Album, very utility focused. Lotus, of course, also very useful against a number of things here. Great against the swap, great against the static link, the overgrowth, just to dispel, you know. A lot of good arguments for that item in this game, actually. So having that online, always nice.
Tower is under attack.
Is that just the recipe? Yeah. Okay, it's getting the recipe sent out. He doesn't have the old
Is under attack.
ultimate orb yet for God King.
Yep. Alright, quick jump in, Lotus Orb to cancel out that swap. The stun's coming through as, yeah, forced out that Dawnbreaker ult. Son Goku already with his first life down. Apollo right in the middle of it as he gets cut down by MS. Could go for more here as White Album finds the extra kill. Son Goku will lose his second life as well.
I will say one of the things I notice is that the Burning Barrage is being spent on killing the Earth Spirit, and at the moment, just killing the Earth Spirit's not good enough.
It's a Golem being dropped right on Klinks' face, but they've no way to control him up further, so it just runs away. When now? Gonna have a bit of a harder time doing the same thing, so should be able to cut him down eventually. A lot of supports being killed off. Their Prophet now taking a lot of damage here. BKB and Lotus Orb. Just enough to make him run away. And he even finds Ace Rune, so there you go. Yeah.
Klinks has the damage, they just don't totally have the control. And it's pretty evident in these last few fights. Like, there will become a crucial breaking point where I think Klinks' damage is just going to outweigh that negative of no control. But it's tough. Like, they're relying on Overgrowth. You said they're building the Manta for that. You've got Magic Missile, but other than that, your lockdown's pretty low. If you can't keep these heroes in the Burning Barrage, well, that damage isn't going to be consistent.
Yeah. Good break. Oof, quick blink away from Vishman. Away blink completed now as well, so you have it. Now the counter smoke, Team Fusion. Need to try and get on top of somebody here. I mean, they have similar issues with control, but now with the blink lasso, doesn't quite have it. But they do have the slows, dragging him back out of that Dawnbreak ult. No, never mind, the Overgrowth holds him in place, but Blink still taking too much damage. Ooh. They're all linked together and they're all just straight up dead. That did not take long at all. Another roll forward here, catches on Son Goku. Oh, they even start the train. Didn't even get out. Son Goku taking damage over time. Up on Tiger until he heals his first life. Probably not the second, but oh, swap in, not gonna happen. White Album just on point again. With these Lotus Orbs to cancel that one out.
No, I'm talking all this positivity about this Clinks, and they were able to shut him out real fast once they got the lasso on him.
It looks like he might have been able to walk away, but then Fishman found a real great flame break there. With the extra slows from the Spectre Shadow Step, because it also applies the Spectral Dagger. No, let's not forget about that.
That's what you desperately need, though, like, is to find Clinks in a position where he can't get out like that. And that's the first time they've been able to kill him.
How much money did they get for that? Oh, they got 322 gold for Son Goku. There you go.
Funny number.
Memes.
Insert now.
Yes, 433. So +1 on each for MS. It's gonna be concerning a bit, right? Because once again, Spectre involved, almost level 18. Has that Mantis style completed now? Okay, not sure about what he has queued up right now. Good old Moonshot.
Okay.
Look, there's better items before
I agree.
He's just trolling us, you know. Some players do that.
God King, usually not. When he's got something weird queued up, you're like, ha, oh, God King.
Yeah. I mean, that's the ultimate troll, right? Some people are trolling by just putting that on and then buying something else. But then the ultimate troll is to actually buy that weird item.
Sticking his 5 up top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They very much have the advantage right now. Aegis in hand. Got the Blink Lasso. They've got an Exorcism if they want to use it. They've also got the Warlock Shot. Heal up everything. Catapult still goes down though, so that's a bit awkward. They're not even committing the Exorcism right now. They're just slowly bullying it down.
Yeah, they've got the Aegis to work with. I feel like there's a lot of potential to going up onto the high ground. They might want to get back and defend their tier 2 bot, or have one person get back. Most likely, I would have said the Bat Rider, but Spectre, of course, does have Shadow Step and the Haunt to get back into the fight if need be.
The way it goes. Problem is, if Spectre's the one being gone on, responding to it might be a little bit tougher, but Saiyan, I don't really feel comfortable making any of these kind of moves. They kind of, yeah. Well, split up together themselves, and of course, that's an easy pickings for Fusion.
40-second cooldown on Shadow Step, so not easy for the Dawnbreaker to get away, and then you're right in on the tower.
And just everything coming together, like Spectre getting a lot of farm, getting that Aegis, so even if she is alone,
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
kind of disincentivizes Saiyan to try and make a play for her, as the X isn't finally committed for the high ground push. And the swap comes through. Nice dodge there on some little damage here as the golem comes through. They got the lasso over and Clink, so the DD, but can't
Great
use
overgrowth.
the overgrowth though. Setting up. Batrada, he's dead first when experienced though. He's clicking away. Zone. Oh, barely gets the last right click there for White Album to finish the job. Now pops a BKB, just right there with the heel. That's die. Oh, this clings with a DD, just a little bit too strong. Triple kill for MS when all is said and done. Oh,
That was too far. Behind the tier 4 is very much too far.
Just
Not
a little
where you
bit.
want to be.
Way back in for them now. I mean, it was a 1k gold swing or so. Is it the buyback also having to be committed on bench? MS is back on the top of the charts right now.
And he almost dies there. I thought to myself, if you're gonna commit that far, Spectre's got the Aegis. You might have wanted to commit to the Clinks, even though Spectre was low. I think that little extra right-click damage would have been enough.
Yeah.
But that could have been a little bit of miscommunication, of course.
Yep. It's kind of hard to do that math after the fact. It's even harder to do it right there on the spot. Yeah, I feel like if he didn't have the DD, White Album would have lived there and he would have been able to finish the job himself. So that was probably enough to throw off any sort of math that Fusion might have made ahead of time. So, gotta be careful a little bit now going forward. Still have that Aegis, but only for another 40 seconds, so can't really substantially use it.
Pretty decent time, though, using it to farm and get what they have at the moment. BKB is going to be massive for MS.
Yeah, for sure.
They're going to smoke. Again, they can get a pick-off with the way Shadow Step is available to them every 40 seconds. They've also got Haunt. If they find Clinks, they get the lasso before this BKB or even just get zoned.
Yep. Oh, defensive swap coming through though. Zone looking to TP out, and looks like that might be successful here. Son Goku will lose his life and his illusion, presumably.
LWW getting run down by Ponlo on the side.
Damn, Dawnbreaker ult coming, also being committed to me to get Ponlo. Was it really worth it? I'm not sure. LWW might still even try. There's a bit of damage coming in. That's Crypto not connecting, and you have plenty of stick charges, so never mind, but oof. I feel like in a lot of these games, Ponlo just... I mean, it's not his playstyle, but it does feel like they all hate him, you know? Just overcommitting all the time just to punish him when he's going too far forward.
If they're to do something right now while the Sword Guardian's down, then I feel like you're at a disadvantage. You don't have that heal. It's pretty massive to what they want to accomplish.
That's the trouble here. Losop doesn't do enough here with the extra heals coming through. The golem being dropped. And yeah, White Album is still alive. It's fine. Taking so much damage. White Album gets to live. Zone
chasing into the exorcism?
Oh, they did indeed. And it was a mistake. MS, the only one left standing. But for how much longer? Fishman, he has something to say about that, but the rest of the team can't quite follow. Instead, they focus the rest of the power of this exorcism on this tower.
What was that from Razor?
Such a bold move. It almost worked out. White Album got so freaking low, but not low enough. There's another jump forward just to keep MS away from them.
The Razor went back like he was going to leave and then went back in for the Death Prophet. White Album had backed himself up, but he was still inside the Exorcism and ended up dying on the Razor. Like, it felt very odd. White Album doesn't have the BKB, but he's certainly still tanky.
The lasso overgrowth ultimate plays. Once again, another Dawnbreaker ultimate. MS just enough to keep him safe. No! Ponlo snipes him with the stone to the back. Son Goku ends up dropping the magnetize on top. Like, there's no even way to even go back into the fountain. When now, barely dies on the doorsteps. And this is very much it, I believe. Like, this, it just has to be over. As long as the tree it is, I don't think he can hold this by himself.
It's a support stream to do so.
He would need a meteor hammer for it, you know? Oh. Don't quite have the fountain. I appreciate that. Just almost dying to illusions. Push him out. Alright, alright. With the Ghost Scepter, that's a thing. Okay.
Not gonna call it. They're just gonna let the throne die.
I have to mute or something, but no, they're not actually calling it. There we go.
There it is. A little late, but eventually they do call it. Fusion taking game one, and it looked okay. I don't want to say it looked great, but it did look okay. I think there were a couple things that looked sketchy, but you know, at the end of the day, they did what was needed to get the win, and they didn't really struggle much overall. I thought they did fine.
There were a number of pretty good plays from, again, White Album surviving a couple of times, just being just as aggressive as you want to be with that exorcism. Fishman, a couple of good flame breaks into lassos and whatnot. Spectre always just taking advantage, so... But yeah, I know Snare is just itching to sing the praises of Warlock here, aren't you?
My man understands. Dragon Drop has had to do this duty before. He understands where I'm going to go with this. And I'm going to say a few positive things about our Warlock here. You know, as much as I would like to praise Ponlo, this is Ponlo Earth Spirit, so we know that he's going to be doing good stuff. He did manage to get the second fastest Wraith Pact on this hero of all time, beating his own record that was at second before this. You know, I would love at this point in time to praise our Spectre player who got the fastest moonshot of all time, but it's got to be about that Warlock. Boys, the team fight break, the fatal bonds. No, I'm kidding. Although there is one bright spot, right? It did seem apparent at several points that it didn't feel like Team Saiyan knew how to play around the Warlock here, B-Cop, because if I'm honest, as much as I love this hero, it should not be allowed to get several 3 or 4 hero fatal bonds subsequently. One fight, it happens, it is what it is, but that cannot keep happening over and over and over again. And when that happens, you can't keep allowing this Earth Spirit to roll in, get off a big magnetize over and over and over again. You know, on the Razor, for example, we saw the second fastest BKB timing of all time. He understood that, I need to survive this fight at all means, at any time, but the rest of the team not necessarily understanding the assignment. What happened here, fam? Because it did feel like just fight after fight, Team Saiyan weren't necessarily able to acclimate to the environment of this game. What do you think happened in the team there?
I think a lot of their fight is like, that's the nature of their fight, right? Like, it's easy to get 5 4-man fatal bonds because that's just the nature of where this team is fighting, right? Like, Magic Missile isn't exactly the furthest cast range, and like Razor wants to be in your face, Clinks kind of wants to be in your face, but maybe a little bit off to the side. Dawnbreaker goes right into the fight when you're using Solar Guardian, and like LWW bought a Blink to blink Overgrowth. So if the timings are there, you're going to get hit with a fatal bonds on 4 or 5 heroes every time. And Paolo is not scared to follow that up. I will say XCJ died 0 times. That's the most impressive part.
Yeah.
0 times on a Warlock, a hero against the Clinks. He should have died 12 times. Like, MS didn't take advantage of the fact that Warlock is not that survivable. Like, just kill him. It's really not that hard. But again, that we talked about it. You don't have a lot of lockdown. Yes, you have Magic Missile. Sure, you have Overgrowth, but you needed like one more thing. You needed something else. Like, Ponlo did a lot. He had more damage than the Bat Rider, more damage than the Warlock. But God King and White Album, they kind of went to town. Like, this game for them seemed like pretty simple. And God King and XCJ, deathless. Like, that's really impressive. And once they found MS once or twice, it felt like his game was much harder, especially the team around him didn't feel like it farmed nearly as well. And it's very evident if you look at the net worth. Like, Razor had 12K. Compare that to White Album at 19. Compare that to even Fishman at 16,000. And the only one farming was MS. And you can see the damage he was doing. He just didn't have a way to make sure that it got onto Fusion.
Yeah. I mean, we saw, I think it was last season, Dragon Drop. We were in that game together where MS was almost single-handedly carrying his team on a Clinks, in fact. I think it was like an hour, 20-minute game. I don't know. It was a lot. You know, my memory's a bit hazy on that one. But in this particular situation, yes, they try to set him up for success. But like B-Cup was mentioning, this lack of lockdown, it became very apparent that every single fight that LWW would die, suddenly they were just like, we actually have to run away because we have no reliable way to keep these heroes in position to dish out the damage. And more than that, because we had this double BKB timing on this Fishman Bat Rider as well as on the Death Prophet, suddenly it's very easy to just run you down and there's nothing else you can do on the side of Team Saiyan. What could they have done differently? Was itemization really the issue here, or was it necessarily the playstyle that they adopted in this particular game?
Yeah, I think some of it was that Fusion was pretty good about committing as much as they needed to, but not overcommitting all that much. I mean, some of these fights, arguably, I think this might have been the one where they, MS in the back. That was one counter example. But beyond that, Saiyan, they had other issues. Like, they didn't really have the choice on MS to go for the backlines to kill off the Warlock because he had too many problems in front of his face that he had to deal with. So it's this kind of juggling and kind of having to play Fusion's game. So if they find a way to not do that and play the way they want to play the heroes instead, I think that would be ideal. But yeah, in order to do that, of course, that gets much easier with that lockdown that we've been harping on for a while, or the lack of it, I suppose. So yeah, just get some proper initiation rather than counter initiation. That allows you to play your game rather than play the enemy's game. It's as simple as that, I think.
It's something that we yesterday heard as well, that, being able to play your game in particular, it helps a lot. Because one of the things that we did see here as well from Team Saiyan, the fact that they played this Dawnbreaker in the support position, as we are now looking at our White Album's MVP on this Death Prophet. Phenomenal game on him. Somewhat easy game though, considering the circumstances, and I very much like the early pickup of that Aghanim shot. That fear mechanic on this hero, in tandem with heroes like Warlock and Earth Spirit, super strong. But given that we saw this support Dawnbreaker yet again, fam, me and Neff were arguing about this the other day, about whether or not this hero is actually good in the support role, and I don't think it is. I think it's acceptable, but not necessarily nearly as strong as it should be. Will Team Saiyan now shy away from grabbing that hero as a support? Usually they have played it in the off lane. I think they were trying to experiment in this particular series, or in this game 1 rather. Game 2, are we looking back to seeing Son Goku instead on the Dawnbreaker rather than having it as support?
If it's available, maybe. I think it's not terrible. I like it personally more in the offlane. I don't think it's terrible as a support, but I don't think that lane was set up for success. I don't think that lane with Venge was really like set up to snowball out of control. There's been a couple different Dawnbreaker builds that we've seen, and like the offlane one where you do have that Ags at a decent timing feels kind of strong, and I almost would have appreciated it more, especially with the way where they were fighting, right? Like, if you're going to be fighting this close quarters, if you're going to be fighting this grouped up, having a 3-position Dawnbreaker that can get in and maybe have that Ags upgraded Solar Guardian to not only heal you up, but give you that disgustingly broken evasion might have been enough to turn around some of these fights despite the lack of lockdown. Like, I don't know. I said it before. I think Dawnbreaker is a better 3 than 4, but also I don't think it was there, again, in a lane to succeed, and maybe we see it a little bit differently. Maybe they just avoid the Dawnbreaker altogether on Saiyan, and it goes to Fusion. I wouldn't be too surprised. Sometimes when you get beat pretty badly with these heroes, you tend to avoid them in the next series, or the next game.
Yeah, it certainly has been a thing that we've seen in the past before happening. So Team Saiyan, it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt their draft in the second game to try and make it a third and deciding game here in this opening series of the day. As it stands right now, Team Fusion have gotten themselves back to their winning ways. Unfortunately, Dragon Drop, as shareholding members of Team Fusion, we also are aware that a game 1 victory means nothing, because every single series that they've lost, they have won game 1 and gone on to lose the series. Are we expecting the same kind of game style from them in game number 2 with more aggression? What do you think is going to happen in that, in draft-wise in particular?
Well, I have to contradict you there, because in the series yesterday they won game number 2 and lost the other 2. But you're right in the sense that whenever they lost a series, they lost 2 out of the 3 games, and we have potentially 2 games left to be played. So, yeah, but I think they're going to be good here. Sometimes they have this issue of just not gelling whatsoever, but if they are in the right mindset, like they have been in this game, and there's not much that would indicate to me that they wouldn't be today, then they should be good to continue in that same vein. They might have issues, but only if Saiyan makes them have issues,
Shout out Dragon Drop for making sure that our shares are secure in the Ponlo/Team Fusion fan club. The board of directors here are making sure that we're going to have a good series going forward. But with that, we're going to be allowing both of these teams to get set up and prepared for the next game in the series. Given how important it is for Team Saiyan, they need this to be able to solidify their place within the Division 2 of the DPC. For Team Fusion, although it's mostly out of contention for them to get promoted, a lot can still happen down the line. We don't know what's going to happen with Team Magma. We don't know what's going to happen with IG or CDC. So it's still possible to potentially be in tiebreakers for a promotion slot. So this series is very, very important. Both teams need it, and both teams will be bringing their best foot forward to try and attain it. And we're going to take a short break now to allow these teams the preparation space they need to bring their best foot forward and make sure that they are as prepared as humanly possible. This is Snare, Dragon Drop, and B Cup here in Division 2 of the DPC. And we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back again here to Division 2 of the Chinese DPC. We're continuing this third and final tour of the 2021-2022 season, seeing who's going to get promoted out of this division, who gets relegated, and who gets that all-important high seed for the TI qualifiers. My name's Slam, joined by B-Cop and Dragon Drop. B-Cop, good sir, what are we expecting to see? No spoilers, no spoilers. I can't see the draft just yet. Give me some surprise heroes that you want to see in the series.
Maybe a Viper? Oh, well, I would just a hunch. I mean, I'm in green. There's green behind me. I have a green screen back there. I'm gonna go with Viper. Feels like the right maybe different hero if I have.
I don't know, man. I can't see it. This is such a bad hero now.
I'm guessing.
It's
I'm guessing.
impossible to be picked up, even especially the first
B-Cup
phase.
failing the assignment here because he's just spoiling us.
I was
Dragon Drop,
never-
what the hell
I was
is
never a
happening?
good
All right.
student.
I tried to cover for him, but
All right, production, get us into this draft. Let us just see these heroes for real and for proper, because we were expecting B-Cup to tell us some surprises, but he just gave us the spoilers. But as he's spoiling this, he's also spoiling the fact that we are in this Game 2 draft. Number 2 for Team Fusion and Team Saiyan. Winner of this will continue their path towards staying here in Division 2 of the DPC. Very unlikely that either of these teams, at this point at the very least, will find themselves in the promotion battle. But if you win here, you can at the very least try to avoid the relegation battle. Sadly, Team Saiyan, having lost Game 1, looks like they are squared up for that. So they have to do something somewhat spectacular in the upcoming draft to just try and make sure that they can recover, make sure that they're not being completely run out of the running of staying in the division. Dragon Drop, let's talk. Let's talk. Is there a Warlock? That's all I want to know.
I'd rather not say, but the answer is yes. First pick, even all around first pick, then the Tiny Viper, and then the Death Prophet. I mean, yeah, it worked well for XCJ in game number 1, so they're going back to that sustain thing. DP also, here the Fusion like to pick up. And yeah, Saiyan, they're kind of focusing more on Pondor. Of course, they're always banning out the Enigma like every team does. So
Yep. You have
not
no option.
not giving him that, and then also first phase picking the Tiny, which is also one that Pondor's grabbed up a couple of times. But it still leaves that Earth Spirit in, and that might be the discussion right now. Do we think the Earth Spirit really was a problem, especially in conjunction with the Warlock, with the Magnetize Fatal Bonds combo? Or do we ban out something else here?
Especially considering that they have banned out Tree and Protect on the side of Team Fusion. As much as I love Warlock, in my mind, I'm actually kind of surprised that the game went as well for him as it did, because I sort of theory crafted that this Tree and Protect is a very good response to the Warlock. Not necessarily a direct counter, but one of these things that's quite useful. So now that it is removed, it automatically makes the game easier for XCJ, makes the game easier as well if Ponlo does play this Earth Spirit. So magic damage might be a problem here. And especially considering BCOP, that this Viper hero, yes, it can build an early BKB, but the priority item is actually the Aghanim shot nowadays to make this hero actually viable and playable in these games. If you go for this early BKB, you don't always have the latitude to get the super early shot. What do you make of this opening Viper hero? Lizard loves this hero. Yeah, he does. And
I'm
if
disappointed.
But to disappoint you further, fam, right? Lizard loves this hero, and behind Bristleback, this is my second most played hero of all time on the Viper. So, what do you make of it coming into this game?
So wait.
You can't just say that.
You're
can't just
telling
say
me
that
the person who gave me so much flack for wanting Tinker and or techies in a game is a Viper spammer.
That same guy, yep.
I've got a lot of words, but I don't have the time. I will say that. I don't know. I kind of like the Viper. It's okay. In that YBB Fusion series, it was played mid and off lane, right? So I guess we'll see where it's played here. They got the puck on Fusion. There's more control this time. Viper doesn't do great when it's controlled up. Although Abaddon, Tiny, a little bit of sustain, a little bit of lockdown, avalanche toss into the Viper, who's just going to be spitting that toxicity. He's a toxic hero, played by toxic people.
I'm feeling some resentment here, some anti-Viper bias.
I actually like Viper. There was a time where I was spamming that hero as well, truthfully.
Oh, God.
Hey, my man.
I was losing a bit, but it was all right.
What's interesting to me about this game is that they picked this Viper, obviously, to, like, in those first phase. It's interesting to me that Team Fusion still went in for this puck in the mid lane, given the fact that you're going to end up having this is one of the few heroes on the Viper, if it does go mid, that can actually provide a tough time to the puck. So very peculiar that they went for that, especially considering Drag and Drop, that this now will shift the Death Prophet down in priority into the off lane. A hero that Fishman has played quite a lot in the past. It's one of his better win rate heroes. What do you make of offlane Viper, though? Offlane Death Prophet, rather, in consideration with this Tusk lane? Feels decent, right? Up against this Faceless Void of battle lane.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I know White Album loves playing the puck, but I'm not sure if it's the best thing in this game. Like, might be good against the Void. Viper would still win the lane if they end up facing up against each other. But it's kind of what Viper does, right? I mean, winning the lane doesn't necessarily mean winning the game for that hero, because it's just what his kit is built to do primarily. So, yeah, I think they're just going back to the comfort zone with all of these heroes, honestly, and not really too worried about the matchups. What I'm more interested in is some of these heroes that haven't been picked. I mean, Marcy, for example, not picked up and right now.
Yeah, actually.
Razor would also come to mind. Yeah.
I feel like Marcy's kind of been figured out. It's can be strong-ish. It's okay in the 5, but I don't know. There are still a couple of better options.
For Team Fusion, let's see. What do they need here? Probably going to be the Gwen Experience hero into the safe lane. It's going to be the Chaos Knight that emerges at the end of the draft. A great hero in just being able to survive the lane. Presumably, I'm expecting this Viper to go mid, unless Team Saiyan go for a last pick hero to be occupied by Zone here. Not necessarily certain just yet. CK, something that Gwen Experience has played in the past. The God King knows what he's doing. Although for Team Saiyan, I will admit that MS is, as time has gone on these last couple of seasons, I have become much more favorable towards him, in my opinion, as a carry player. And his Clinks was obviously not successful in game number 1, but his Clinks is generally okay. His Faceless Void, though, actually pretty good. So I'm quite excited to see what they can do with this hero, but does require some kind of backup because at present here, practically 0 damage that goes into the bubble outside of like what, Nether Toxin. So we need something that's going to actually help the out. But Void Spirit, what? This is not what I was expecting here, B-Cup. Void Spirit in
No.
this mid lane. It also means that we're going to be having a support Viper. Oh,
No,
off-lane
it's
Viper.
3
Okay,
Viper.
off-lane Viper, thank God. All right, Sun Goku Viper.
Yeah.
I
Do you know what's
All right,
worse?
Jacob.
I like Void
Do-
Spirit.
Okay, yeah.
What were you gonna say? Were you about to say you hate Void Spirit?
No, I was
That
going to say
too,
that.
yeah. I also...
That I can tell, Dragon Drop. I can tell that both of us are occupying this 6/7 a.m. time slot because neither of us
Yes.
are being very optimistic about this draft. Peacock, you're late enough into the day on your side to still have the energy to look favorably. So tell us the hype. Tell us good news about this Team Saiyan draft right here with the last pick Void Spirit.
It brings more control than what they've got right now. They're really kind of lacking that control. It's very dead set on, hey, I've got Chronosphere, or hey, I've got Avalanche. So it gives them a little bit of mobility, gives them potentially an Aether Remnant to get some lockdown. I think it's okay. I don't think it does terribly against the puck. Like I've seen decent matchups there if Zone can kind of keep up. I don't know. It looks okay. I think it was like the best pick, but I don't think it's like this terrible, awful last pick. It brought them what they needed. That's the little bit of positivity. I still think Fusion's winning this game.
Fellow shareholder in the Ponlo and Fusion
No.
fan club, Dragon Drop, what do you think
Yeah.
about this last pick CK? It gives them a lot of burst damage to be able to like blow up some of these heroes like the Void Spirit, like the Faceless Void at some points in the game. Is it going to be enough here from Team Fusion to carry them to victory and allow them a clean 2-0 in the series?
Yeah, I think it should be if they can play around the Viper, right? Because that's the only real, I guess that and the Avalanche, but that's the only real AoE that they have to deal with the illusions. And it's just not going to be enough once God King gets farmed up. So, yeah, I think Saiyan has a window, but it's kind of small and kind of depends on them being very active with this Void Spirit because that's here that normally tends to fall off. That's very underwhelming in my eyes. And it doesn't really offer the damage inside the Chronosphere. So if Viper isn't doing it, if Void isn't doing it himself, it's not going to be enough to win them team fights. So, yeah, I'm also with Fusion here.
I would love to be with Fusion and create a 3-person panel curse, but fortunately, I've also seen, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to phrase it, I've seen Team Fusion lose to a Faceless Void by giving him too much space and allowing him to just get way out of control. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but let's see if it's going to be the situation in this particular game. And to find out what this game is going to bring to us, we have Dragon Drop, fellow shareholder in the Ponlo Fusion fan club, and we have B-Cup, and of course, we have an opening team fight because my preamble is always too long. Take it away, boys. Enjoy the game.
The battle begins.
Yeah, very straightforward fight here. Fusion were able to sneak their way up on the high grounds, walk back, and then not have the distance to create a gap. So first blood advantage, 2-for-2 rune exchange. The one thing I'm most worried about though, B-Cup, is that there's a Faceless Void and a Void Spirit on the team, so we can't just say Void to refer to any one hero.
You could. I think you can. I'm always a fan of doing that.
But it's confusing to the viewer.
Well, I mean, they're all 12K. They'll know which Void we're talking about.
I don't know about that, but sure, let's just hope for the best, I suppose.
Don't be mad, Chad. I just praised you all. Relax.
They're not used to that at all, I'm sure.
Just said you're all 12K, which means I'm 13K, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's fine.
First I thought they were all 12, but then you added the K, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, age symbolizes the MMR.
Is that how it works? All right.
I guess.
All right, let's
Which
take a look
makes
at some of
me
these lanes.
Young.
Is under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, my brain's broken a little bit. I'm trying to think about that. But let's take a look at these lanes. XCJ up top, once again, able to help out. Playing the sustain game. God King has no region items whatsoever. I think there might be... No, none on the courier either. So it's really just gonna be like, hey, yeah, XCJ, you get Shadow Word, right? Yeah, you keep that for me, it's fine. That's all I need.
XCJ also buying, I believe, another stack of Tangos and 2 Clarities, so he's ready to just be like, all right, I've got enough mana here for Shadow Word. You don't need to buy any regen. Be greedy, it's fine, and then when you die, it's my fault, of course.
Yeah. If carries can get away with not buying any regen, then they will. It's actually disgusting. Is when Hal once again taking a bit of a punishment here, but he should be fine.
Yeah, he's not having fun, and this is not a lane that's exactly looking like it's going to get much easier, especially if they've got like the 1/1/1 for God King.
Yeah, it's still a viable lane up against a melee strength hero, so it's gonna be annoying, even with the heals, I would imagine. We'll see if that actually leads to kills sooner or later. Mid lane so far so even. White Album versus Zone, Puck versus Void Spirit. Bit of a skill-based thing, isn't it?
Yeah, mid, it should stay pretty even. There's probably a point where this gets a little bit more difficult, but that being said, bottom lane, Fishman getting that kill in LWW, they used the tag team. I mean, this was, for the longest time in Div 1, this was a very common combo, the Death Prophet Tusk. We saw it a lot in Division 1, I believe, last year, where it was just like run you down with Spirit Siphon, have Shards, tag team, as well as maybe a Snowball with a Spirit Siphon and a couple of Crypt Swarms, and all of a sudden you're pretty dead.
Yep. MS shouldn't really be caught up by that as long as he holds on to the Time Walk. LWW, though, a bit of a different story. So good on him to find a kill up top, though. Okay, when how? A little bit too low. Early Fatal Bonds also helping out somewhat. I mean, as much real potential as the Viper has when he gets to chip away at people. There's no slouch either, certainly if he can stack up on strength early on, too.
Yeah, it feels really like God King could find a lot of openings in this lane if they're not too careful. That early Reality Rift didn't have the mana for the Chaos Bolt to follow it up, otherwise they might have gotten that kill. But like XCJ is there for the sustain. God King really doesn't need to be too scared in this lane. Like, he'll take a couple of right clicks, but how much can Son Goku really sustain that?
Yep.
Not much.
Certainly also with the Reality Rift, it's a 4 armor reduction. So if Son Goku is not under the tower, it's gonna put him at 2 right now. With the Wraith Pans and Iron Branches that he has. So it's not a ton. Not a ton of armor indeed. You add a crit or 2, that's gonna start stacking up.
MS really just trying to hold on to the Time Walk over bottom, which he can do. LWW is constantly giving him miscoils, but the lower and lower LWW gets, the more and more I think Fishman and Panglo are going to try and go for him again. Yeah. If he continues to just miscoil MS, and he finds himself hit with some shards as well as, again, the Crypt Swarms and the tag team, he could just die once more.
Yep. Should be very careful about going too far away from his tower, I suppose. Okay, Punlo kind of acting like even the tower is not going to be safe enough. Walking straight past it here. Shouldn't really lead to too much, you would think.
Doing a good job of controlling the aggro on the tower.
Gwen experience being healed up, but there's a lot of poison on him, and they were committed. But this time they did not quite have enough resources.
And did he get caught out throwing a stun and a Reality Rift that he just didn't get the damage out?
I'm not sure.
Because it's not like Son Goku was exactly sitting in that lane with 100% health, so it's a little surprising that he lets himself die there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's already too much poison on God King, like he wasn't gonna be able to run away, even with the heals. So they're trying to still play for the kill. But yeah, one of these things you would imagine still happens from that happens again, right? And we're now kind of sitting off to the side, so could potentially set up something here. Certainly with another TP rotation in zone showing up as well. The toss back, and God King in a lot of trouble all alone. And now his TP's on cooldown even, so beautiful timing there from Saiyan to punish him a second time in a row.
Yeah, and if they're going to do that, White Album's got to make a move with this Dream Coil available. The fact that he's stationary on this mid lane is a little bit discouraging. Maybe he'll go towards top the second God King gets back there to get him back into this game, because 2 deaths like that is really going to slow down his progression.
Yep.
He's really got to find the proper opening.
They can play bottom, and as he uses Timehawk, so they pounce on him immediately.
That's a big kill to get, and they might just get a second. They've got Exorcism. There's no way for LWW to get away on this one, and White Album actually showed up when it was needed.
Should have just come into high five, you know. Didn't click that button, unfortunately. But yeah, Exorcism used not just for the kill, but also to put on some early pressure on this tower. Sitting right next to it, so Ghost can be effective. There's a couple of TPs in here. Don't want to let this one go just yet. Son Goku showing up, starts applying the poison. The mess is there. Doesn't have the grunts just yet, but he has to bash this. The heal's coming through with the snowball save. The Ghost coming back. Fishman back up to full health. More poison not gonna be doing the trick. Son Goku kind of low. Spawn low. Oh, left for the fishes.
Yeah, not enough mana there to throw a Dream Coil down to potentially fight more on this. If God King dies, there's no reason for him to be here and dying. Oh dear.
Oh my god, it was not on target. I don't know what you're talking about. I was never worried for his life. It's absolutely fine. I am worried that he has the Midas queued up. I'm not sure what that means though.
Oh, it's the God King Classic.
Yeah.
God King, when he was trialing for newbie, when he was playing Terrorblade every game and going first item Midas. And I'm pretty sure he lost like 13 games in a row.
Somehow this does not surprise me.
He tried so hard to make it work. All the while, XCJ just was top, and he's level 6 already, so he's happy with that.
Man, yeah. Space created. Who's the real carry in this lane?
XCJ.
Yeah. Going right back there. They really want to bully God King as much as they possibly can. But yeah, with that level 6 or the Warlock, that all of a sudden is not perhaps as easy. Certainly, if White Album can also rotate in on a tier 1. Gotta be a bit more careful.
Are you gonna smoke? All right, cool. I was gonna say, jeez.
Yeah.
Like White Album, I hate to be rude, but like White Album really hasn't done much.
I tried to help the bottom, but now he's setting up for the kill on the Void Spirit. Need a little bit more, I think, with Golem just to ensure the kill, and also set up for the follow-up in LWW, question mark, another orb forward.
It can also help push the tower if need be.
Yeah. Oh, what? No. Oh, God. Fishman dies down bottom now. That's the Chronosphere use with Son Goku providing supplemental damage. There's movement in from Wen Hao. I mean, with Coil being used, with Golem being used, they're not too worried about kind of approaching them right now. The tower almost dead, but not quite. Zone rejoining as the tower does fall to the Dire. White Album finds a jaunt away. So to get away
That's not
with
bad
it
for fusion.
Nope.
That Golem was pretty much used to its max potential.
Yep.
And it opened up a lot of space for God King, who's getting closer to this Midas. We'll see if that really is the proper item for him. Means they're maybe playing this a little bit longer.
Yeah, they very well might. Let's make their way down bottom, but the tower was denied. There's a lot of vision from the Radiant around this mid lane, and there's also some vision from the Dire, though, seeing LWW. Still easy picking is here pre-level 6.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And pre-level 6 for him, but both supports here on the side of Team Fusion are level 7.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. Who do you think is getting the better end of these trades? Because MS not doing too badly, but it's not really top of the charts, as it were.
Yeah, you went Mask Commandus first, and even though God King had a bad start, dying twice, like, he's close to this Midas, as well as the fact that he's also kind of kept up with this Faceless Void. So you've got the bump up that let Fishman get pretty farmed here on the Death Prophet. You've also got White Album now, like, getting close to that Witchblade. I think Fusion at the moment, they're in a better spot. It's just about how they use it.
Ooh,
God King.
Good thing he got the crits there, because if he spent a little bit extra time, they still find the initiation with a toss forward, follow-up control. Gwen experience. Experiencing life at the moment.
Ends up pretty dead. And they know he's there. Like, he's forced to be in this spot in the jungle where, like, top was already ruined. Although, he could have gone back top. He's playing in an aggressive spot to be farming. And once Saiyan got the idea of that, they smoked up and went for him, which was genius, honestly.
Yeah. Really getting the most out of this Void Spirit on his own at the moment. He's going straight for the Aghanim Scepter.
Sounds this could be huge.
Yeah. Doesn't go away, and yeah, it is going to be huge. Certainly against heroes like Puck and Tusk, so no snowball saves, no Puck shenanigans. Also good against the Warlock, just perhaps trying to burst him down before he can start healing and to drop in the Golem. Xon has the potential to just carry the game on his back with this kind of pace. It's only less than 1,000 gold away from finishing that axe at the moment.
I think it's a lot tougher to do so. Like, yeah, that silence is going to be great. I think as long as Fusion's positioning is okay, then ultimately they should be fine.
Yep.
It's a 2-second silence if Tusk can get in there with a snowball save, or if Puck can be over to the side and not getting too far caught. I think they're all right.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under
LWW. Coil being used here after the ultimate just to ensure this kill. Not the longest of cooldowns.
Yeah, for both ults.
Yeah.
Maelstrom next too, so Mask Madness Maelstrom for the Void, and he's almost done with the Maelstrom.
Pretty classic builds. Might be able to find XCJ here when how someone made his way all the way into the back here, tossing him into the Void. There's a Golem available, so if they wanted to fight this one, they potentially could, but that single TP there from God King is enough to make them back off. That's how he did. Yeah, he just hopped over the tree line with Dumbledore's toy, I guess. No, he hopped right back. Quick little attempt.
We haven't really talked about Son Goku, but he's fallen behind pretty drastically after not the easiest lane because they got pressured, but it's not like he died or anything. He just has not found as much farm as everybody else.
Do you think it's going to be a problem, or can he still do what they need him to do?
He just needs to be a right clicker with a chrono,
I guess.
at least at the moment.
Has a Dragonlance to help him out with that. Going straight into our Hurricane Pikes, a bit of extra utility here, certainly useful against the Tusk shots in particular. Speaking of Tusk, looks like they straight up walking, not smoking for the moment. And they do find a Tiny. Coil comes through. Follow up Snowball. Okay, can they fight this one? They do not want to. Like, Solo's kind of looking at it, being like, no, you're on your own, pal.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah, I don't think wanting to fight that is the best idea.
top
Yep.
tower is under
But now you've got BKB available and the Death Prophet. Like, Fishman's just been given a lot of space. And God King's keeping up. Like, he's in a good spot. He has the armlet flying out. He's going to the Scotty. He's okay. Zone ends up dying. Like, then they're losing numbers on Saiyan. They can't do this.
I mean, losing Tiny is one thing, but then losing Zone afterwards, in front of the tier 2, that is devastating, to say the least. And in combination with what you just said, Fishman with the BKB can feel much safer just straight up going for whatever objective he wants if he has Exorcism too. MS can't really fight that right now. Sure, he has Maelstrom, he has Chronosphere, but you can't Chrono Death Prophet and expect to live through it. Okay. Well, so far he's living, but so is Fishman. He's healing up with his Spirit Siphon as the nuke damage comes through. MS, he does get the last hit. And does he even die? Yes, he does. Alright, that would have been it. But now Zone comes in with the extra couple of nukes. Here, controller, but fuck, he's still alive. John's away from the explosion. And now Void Spirit silence up. Brought down. Yikes. God damn it, he can't just Chrono Death Prophet the Nexus going, then he goes in and does exactly that.
Oh, this is gonna be a full team wipe. If they maybe not. Never mind.
Yeah, I just TP out a little.
Didn't have the mana for the stun anyway.
Still, Fusion can't be too unhappy with that, right?
No, it went very much their way. Like, they lost the Death Prophet, but the Death Prophet survived so long that, like, he did so much damage to not only the Void, but to really everybody who kind of stepped up to follow up that Chrono.
Yeah. It's kind of the problematic part, you know, and even God King, he has a Midas and an Armlet, but he's still able to do most of the damage in that fight on the side of Fusion, I believe. So it just goes to show the kind of strength that hero can have if he's left to his own devices, if he's not being threatened. Because they had so much emphasis on just trying to kill off this Death Prophet. But yeah, Fishman with the BKB just in time, just preventing. I mean, all the time look damage is magical, right? So, plus the Maelstrom, of course, too. Is alright, that's a good kill though. Finding him inside the jungle. Bit of recovery, but overall Fusion with the 7k gold advantage.
Yeah, they gained a lot of gold from that last fight.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
From bottom, there's another exorcism available if they want to use that one.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Could also use it for fight in mid if Saiyan wants to make a play for this tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Help, says Podno.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Right,
fortified.
Glyph's forced out on both sides. Enough of a commitment there on mid to keep it safe for the time being. Fishman's still staying down bottom. XJ there to back him up. Not using the exorcism as the fight in mid, as the call's been committed. No follow-up though. As XJ I think cancel his teleport? I don't know what's happening. A little bit of poking back and forth, but now the 4-man smoke. Broken
This
by
seems
White
pretty
Album.
desperate.
Yeah.
And they're not even going to get White Album, so like that all has to go away. They can't go towards bot.
Well, Fusion in control right now. I can't really count out a Void lineup completely, at least, but it is looking a bit rough for Saiyan for the moment.
Yeah, you can't put like the full out there, but if they get this kill on White Album, it certainly helps them out. That's the second time they've been caught in the same spot in a row. Like, God King was just caught there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kind of surprising.
Well, now figure out that there might be vision there, so it's, yeah. There's certainly a bit of a mispositioning there. It cost White Album his life, also cost a tier 1 tower, but Fishman able to just click away at the one in bottom in exchange, and that's also opening up the outpost, so strategically on the map, still alright for Fusion. Once White Album is back, wouldn't be too surprised to see them trolling for a fight, perhaps around another tier 2 or around Roche. You know, push out bottom, kind of make someone respond there. Smoke into the triangle, try and find someone, or just go straight into Roche with Exorcism. It's Fishman. Oh god, he's no fear.
No reason to be too fearful, especially after that last fight showing that he can survive as long as he gets the BKB off.
Speaking of BKB, faces Void as one of those of his own at the moment.
White Album going A on disc.
That makes sense.
That's survivability, but I almost would have liked him to get something to hit a little bit harder.
Wow. Saiyan actually going into Roche first. I don't know that Fusion know about this. Ooh, this could be a good coup there.
They're sending the illusion, now they should know.
Yeah.
But it's
Not too late, unless Pondo kind of wants to go in crazy right now. Okay, he's gonna go! They're coming in. Pondo goes in, he sets the agents, he got it! Now the Soul keep him safe. Fishman now ready for the follow-up. Viper is stuck in the pit, but he gets a 4-star out. Pondo dies, loses the Aegis immediately, but the fight's not done just yet. Chrome Spear on the couple here. Good BKB has ended, so Fishman, he is dead. Pondo dies a second time.
what a chaotic offering.
Gwen experience ready to clean up, gets one. If they can control up zones would be big. The toss, not quite breaking the coil, holding them all in place, breaks it himself, but dispelled by LWW. They need some damage and they get it onto Wenhouse zone. Another punch up into the, oh god, what's the damage? It's coming out of nowhere. They're looking for even more. MS though, too far inside his base. He'll get to live, but damn, Fusion, I thought they were gonna be too late. But Ponlo, with that Blink Dagger, just absolute monster.
Another big fight. Another big win there for Fusion.
Don't get to use the Aegis themselves, but denying that and getting a couple of clutch kills certainly works in their favor, maintaining their gold advantage. There's also DD down bottom. And it's ready to be assembled as up top.
Chrono here. I don't know if you really want to go.
Well, dragged back, no stun because time delay for another couple of seconds. Yeah, avalanche cost. A lot of damage. He just burst him down. Puck too late to change this. But what the hell is the damage? Oof. Alright, not over yet. Fishman going in, has a BKB, has Bird Siphons, forced off to buy some distance zone. Is he going to tick out to the... Oh yeah, oh my god.
They were searching for him. Wow.
Oh. That's the other thing, these links, they kind of show the position of the vector at least. So, they do find zone on top of everything.
Man, they had a lot of damage come out pretty quickly on God King.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised at that.
Still overall, 1,000 gold for Saiyan and only 500 for Fusion, so on paper Saiyan walk away with victory there. And this is where God King says, yeah, okay, I need a BKB. It's getting too ridiculous. Son Goku, all alone down here. What is he thinking? Slowed, coiled. And this is the slowest kill in the game so far, I'm sure, but they're gonna give it to God King. Gonna take back the outpost right away.
is under attack.
What do you do now for Saiyan? Do you think that Aegis was integral to the game plan, or?
It definitely gives you a way to like kind of turtle up and farm a bit more, right?
Yeah.
Now you don't really have that.
Tower is under attack.
Puts Battle Spring in the step of fusion to kind of keep the pressure up, trying to make sure that MS isn't getting out of control. Did finish up the Mjolnir though, like he's still the highest farmed hero on his team, not too far away from Chaos Knight, and it's with the Midas.
This BKB's not too far out. Oh boy.
Yeah. Once he has that though, like if he gets the BKB off, I don't really see him dying all that easily. A lot of the damage that Saiyan have is magical in nature.
Thing is, this Void's now got the Mjolnir. Hey, he has to have a pretty decent chrono, which we saw in the last fight.
Yep. A lot of ifs and buts, and the later the game goes, the more that'll be true, right? It's always a threat of a chronosphere in the right time. Maybe a puck being caught out again. He's yet to assemble his air on this, didn't have to just yet. And he scouts them out and he just plays his way around them, as he does.
Is Tiny really looking at getting Ags? Not that I think he's ever going to get the gold for that, but...
Fusion walking in here, and I might find MS. He gets the BKB out though, so he should be fine. Meanwhile, in the back though, Son Goku being gone on by God King. Exus isn't being used. Control up his own, like with the Chronosphere. What's that on? It's on nobody's point instead. Double kill for the Quentin experience. LWW will be the third one on the list in a moment. Just down to 0, back up to 100, back down to 0. When Hao found out by White Album off to the side, he's gonna be intercepted too. Disaster! What happened there?
Yeah, Chaotic Offering made it a little bit tough for him to move around that fight. He popped the BKB early once he was spotted out on the Void, and then it felt like maybe he got pressured enough that he forced himself to throw a chrono, and ultimately it was not well placed.
That's a euphemism if I've ever heard one. Straight up a Lotus Sphere. And yeah, we've been talking about the potential of a good chrono to turn the fight around for them, but just as much if he does not get that at this point, things like this happen. Fusion win a huge team fight, pretty much double their lead. And now looking to get the first set of racks in this game. Maybe a second, like what? Yeah, what?
There's no chrono. Not really, and that's what I was thinking. Like, there's not exactly a chrono to be too scared about, but if they want to play it safe, especially after losing the last series, they can just back up and wait for Roche and secure the game a little bit more.
Because they don't have too many of their own ults either. I mean, these Illusion's about to time out now from the Chaos Knight. No Exorcism, no Golem. It is an Arcane Rune though, so that'll be helpful going forward. Window is closing if they wanted to... Oh, okay. Apollo hanging around. But yeah, 25 seconds or so until another chrono. Let's say initiate right now, but BKB comes up for Fishman. You better leave, you better run fast. God King walking in, dragging back Son Goku, pops his own BKB. God King now does the same. MS, back, forth. Just trying to bait out whatever they can. Oh, not really committing to coil, catches 3, but Puck being gone on air and is assembled finally, so he's absolutely fine. But they have to leave now. This is a very awkward angle for them to take now.
They had a 5-man Fatal Bonds for a second.
Fusion respecting the bubble still. Oh, 5-man smoke.
They want to catch them with their BKBs down.
Ponlo! Oh my god, the avalanche miss! Are you okay? He says.
He broke all.
I
the
don't think
smoke.
they're okay. Oh no.
That feels terrible.
Alright, another avalanche. Wenhao, no real support here, gets a force back. There's Scroll Sphere, catches 3. Warlock, not actually going for him here. Airless as well. Death Prophet, Warlock finally dies. As Ponlo next on the list. Warlock buying back immediately though. They've already lost the Viper. Abba still has the ultimate to the latest. Wenhao still hanging around, but not for too much. Okay, that goal is a little bit too much perhaps.
Oh my god, Ponlo!
Also off to the side. Zone, no way out. Snowball's chasing and finishing him off. Fishman finds LWW, and this one, Roshan is back up. Thank you, Lord Gaben.
He survived the entire thing, Ponlo. That was amazing. Played them like an absolute fiddle, and then the snowball kill to finish it off on zone is just insult to injury.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but the writing's on the wall on this one, I believe.
Yeah, no Chrono, new Aegis. Not sure what you'd really be scared of at this point.
Oh, I missed the Lone Guardian. For that much longer, perhaps, if they can get the control up on him. He does not have that BKB. It is done to follow him for 3 seconds. And the big crit to finish the job. Ouch. Run experience, right back at it again. He has the safety of that Aegis, Son Goku. Not nearly tanky enough. Well, maybe he is for the extra bit of disruption, but nah, there's no escaping from Chaos Knight. Wenhao next on the list, make it a double kill. And that should be that. They did not GG out until the Ancient was literally about to fall, so they might not do the same thing. Well, might not do that here either, but there's no way Fusion loses now. Surely.
Feels pretty impossible.
Surely. I'm trying my best to just extend the game, but no. Two sets of Rex down, they can go for the tier 4s, they can go for more kills if they want to. Drag back on LWW, focusing out that ultimate. And Ponlo setting up for the body blocks. Nice backups.
There
we go. Oh man. Oh, quite the game.
Again, not like super clean, but Fusion did enough to get it done.
Yep.
Especially the laning phase from God King. A little bit rough.
Yeah. Yeah. Surprised they got a kill at all in that lane. But then Viper kind of showed up, did what Viper's supposed to do, but ultimately never transitioned that into anything. Like you said it yourself, I believe. What did Son Goku do that laning phase? Nothing.
And then he fell
You know
too
what he
far
did,
behind.
Dragon Drop? You know what happened? This happens as a Viper spammer, right? I can give some insight into this. You know what
Okay.
happens here? Win the lane and lose the game. Taylor's oldest time. It happens here, unfortunately, for the side here of Team Saiyan. And regrettably, they will be going down 2-0 against Team Fusion. That Viper lane was one of the only bright sparks of hope. Yes, they did manage to get a couple of kills on the God King in the early portion of the game. But B-Cop, overall, it just felt like Team Fusion were just way ahead of Team Saiyan here. Their map movements were way better. Their team fighting just seemed so much more coherent. And also, they had the Ponlo Tusk, who it's his third most played hero. Hasn't played it in about a year, but my God, what are you supposed to do against his performance? Stealing Aegises, kicking heroes out of fights when it's very inconvenient for you, and just making life impossible in general for any of the opponent cores. What could they have done differently, do you believe, on the side of Team Saiyan here?
Their laning definitely had to go better. I don't even think they won that Viper lane, truthfully. They lost the support in that lane like once or twice. Like, yeah, God King goes down, but at the end of the day, like, I'm pretty sure God King came out of that lane with more gold than the Viper. The Viper didn't really have that much to show for it and never really did anything in this game. He had some damage output at times, like There was the fight up towards the top lane where they do end up getting the kill on a couple. They take out God King. But like Puck's there to clean up, and then they do this, and they've got the silence on zone, and White Album doesn't even die. Like their laning was just so poor. I would say the only lane that really went okay was mid, and then zone went top and helped top. Whereas it felt like White Album was a little bit more stationary and didn't do as much in the immediate parts at like level 6. So it felt like a lot of things were kind of out of sync, and their lanes really never got off the ground enough.
Synchronization is actually a very big talking point here, Dragon Drop, because one of the things we kept seeing throughout this game, especially as the game started to get later and later, was the fact that Chronosphere started to become a bit of a liability for the side of Team Saiyan. Given the lack of an actual express damage into the bubble, they needed to reserve the bubble for very particular situations, but those situations never really came about given what the rest of the team looked like. I think it's a very telling sign here, Dragon Drop, that the only team fights that Team Saiyan won decisively were fights that they didn't take around the actual Chronosphere itself. Under those conditions, was it a good idea to have gone for the Faceless Void pick at all in this game?
Well, yeah, it's always an issue. Like we identified that in the draft as well. The lack of damage inside the Chronosphere means that the game has to go well for MS himself, and it wasn't all that bad, but it's not enough. you can't solo carry a game necessarily unless the enemy team kind of helps you out by grouping all together and obediently walking into the bubble. So we saw in that fight here, he just completely whiffed on it with all the chaos that Fusion was able to create. And it's not a problem with the hero itself. I mean, he's found a couple of good ones here, right here as well. Not even bring down XCJ because he knew Zone was going to be able to do that. But then the buybacks come through, and it was too little too late when all is said and done, because at the end of the day it was the only support that they got. Fishman had enough farm to get the Neon Disco Zone, and that's a pretty good counter. Yeah, it's just that Void alone was not doing the trick, and as I predicted, Void Spirit not able to carry it in at the end. Like, he was doing very well in the mid game, but no one else was able to take advantage of that enough to jumpstart their own game, I guess.
MS did okay. I don't think he had anything too special in that series. Like, he was probably the brightest point for Saiyan, but at this point, I mean, that's a light bulb that's starting to go out. It's not really shining too bright. Like, it is the bright point, but there isn't really much to say about Saiyan in that series. Like, MS has looked good before. Like, this isn't the first time he's looked like the best player on a team. He used to do this with like King Gaming Luminous, and he's had his opportunities. I don't know. It felt like there was a lot missing there from the entire team. So it's not just on him, but it wasn't a winning performance, obviously.
Absolutely not. We do not have a winning draft or winning game, or rather, coming out of Team Saiyan here. And, MS, like you were saying, B-Cop, did do decently, and he's had a record of doing this for a very long time, being the bright spark in a otherwise somewhat torrid team. And there were moments in this game where it did feel like, like maybe there's some potential for this Void to carry us through the game, but it never really panned out. Unfortunately, right now, where the meta is, Dragon Drop, is that you require your mid laner to also help you set the tempo across the map. You can't just rely purely on one hyper carry to just incredibly get to massive items, massive damage, and solo carry the game at that point. And in this particular situation, B-Cop mentioned it earlier, Zone got off to a decent start in the mid lane, but these rotations, it's always so painful when you're playing Void Spirit. You rotate and you don't get these kills, or worse yet, you even end up dying. The game's actually impossible at that point, right? And I know you hate the hero, so that's why I'm teeing you up to talk trash about the Spirit. But before you do, Dragon Drop, we do have an interview prepared with one of the players here from Team Fusion. Fishman is going to be joining us in a moment. So let us welcome him to this panel. Fishman, thank you for joining us. And of course, Marshall is yet again on the translation. Congratulations on your victory here. Tell us, when you were looking at these drafts, Fishman, coming at you from the side of Team Saiyan, what did you make of the strategy from their team? And what do you think about Faceless Void as a hero right now? It's very popular in China. Do you think it deserves its popularity? Or do you think there's other carry heroes that should be picked more often to make up for that?
想问一下你，先恭喜你取得那个今天取得比赛的胜利，然后想问一下你看到对面赛亚人整体的一个选人风格，你是怎么想的？尤其是虚空假面这样的英雄，感觉最近，就中国赛区玩的比较多，你觉得他的强度的话，值得优先级这么高吗？
感觉他们理解也跟我们之前一样不太行吧，游戏理解太差了，这种选人选的很差，我觉得。
虚空。
感觉他们不知道术士是很牛逼的英雄，因为我被打过，我现在我懂了。
虚空假面这个点。
虚空假面就很正常的合吧，也不是说很厉害吧，他只是后期无敌啊。
Yeah, I feel like they dropped like the previous us, right? We didn't quite figure out the patch yet before, and they're dropped right now is in the same position, which is bad. And I think current patch, Facelift Floyd is just a normal carry, but he's good at dragging the game late. He's really strong in late game. That's all he does. We yeah, but like us, we figure out the draft a little bit more. Like hero like Warlock, we got destroyed by the hero before, and now we adapted.
Yes. I'm just always happy to hear about Warlock. But another hero that we did see, right, and in a position that you play, we saw this Viper emerging in the off lane on the enemy team, and we also saw a Viper yesterday, but we didn't necessarily see a rush on the Aghanim shot. When we spoke to Chalice yesterday, he was saying that he believes that Warlock or Viper rather is only playable when you rush that shot. What do you think about this hero in the off lane, and do you think it's actually a good hero in this meta as well?
今天跟昨天都看到了那个冥界亚龙的登场嘛，然后昨天查理斯在采访的时候也说，就是亚龙感觉要早出魔晶，不然打不了。那你觉得今天对手的这个亚龙，包括你觉得这个亚龙这个英雄在这个版本是像查理斯说的这样吗？包括像他到底值不值得，就是这2天队伍一直盯着选？
很强啊，亚龙之前我们也玩啊，出到那个什么魔龙枪冰眼，但是魔晶就赢了呀，随便拆高地啊，那魔晶。
Yeah, I think Viper is very strong in a right build. We played the hero before as well. I think you go the Dragon Lance, you go for Scatty, and with the shard, it can take any racks down, any building down very fast.
Absolutely. Peacock, you've been a long-time fan of the boy Fishman, aka Flyby from back in the day. Holla at him while we still have him on the line here for a couple minutes.
Yeah, you guys are looking like you're playing at the RNG boot camp right now. Are you guys scrimming with RNG? Are you guys having like group meetings together, kind of breaking down your gameplay this season?
看起来你们好像现在还在 RNG 的基地，你们有跟 RNG 一起训练，或者有的时候跟他们一起去开会讨论一下战术吗？
不太会，我们只是占用那个训练的房间而已。
Not
不是
really.
不太会吧。
We just borrow their bootcamp. That's all.
Okay. What has been the biggest difference from this iteration of Team Fusion to previous iterations of teams you've been on, specifically like the SAG teams that you've been a part of?
现在在 Fusion 的话，跟你之前在 SAG，你觉得最大的变化是什么？
最大的变化是没什么变化，差不多吧。
I feel like the difference is there's not so much differences. It's kind of similar.
Right. And since your time with CDC Avenger at the beginning of your career, what has been the biggest improvements that you've made overall, in your opinion?
你觉得从你在 CDCA 开始打比赛到现在，你个人最大的进步是什么？
个人最大的进步，我不知道怎么说哎，这个个人最大的进步，感觉你 DOTA 这游戏，你每天都得进步啊，你不进步就会被别人超过啊，然后就会输嘛。我们之前一直输，就是因为大家没有实力没有进步啊，理解没有提升，然后就会输。其实之前状态还可以的话，没想到会输2比3的其实。
I don't know how to put this, but I think in game of Dota 2, you have to improve every day. Otherwise, you got to pass by other players, other teams. And the reason we dropped to BO3 was that we kind of stay in the same ground. Our understanding of the new patch, our mechanic skill was just not improving. That's why we dropped to BO3. I felt we were in a good position, but we lost those games. So we have to keep moving on.
Right. And the last question from me is just I've been hearing that the food of victory is hot pot. Is that your go-to meal after a victory?
我听说国内战队赢了之后都喜欢一起吃火锅，你们也是这样的吗？
比较少吧，偶尔吧，一般都点外卖。
Yeah, rarely. We usually order some Uber Eats.
Oh, Lord. Uber Eats is very much helpful for gamers. Drag and drop, holla at the boy. I'm sure you've got some Uber Eats in you, but what do you want to say to the man while we have him on the line?
Yeah, once again for me as well, congratulations. And I've been looking a little bit at the stats, and apparently you guys have 100% win rate if you get to play Dev Prophet in this season. So are you happy that they other teams keep letting it through, or would you like to play other heroes as well?
看了一下你们队最近的战绩，就是你玩死亡先知的时候胜率是100%嘛？你会好奇，就是有的队为什么放你们死亡先知吗？还是你有自己想要去其他尝试的一些3号位英雄？
跟真英雄打 A 级联赛就是这么变态吧？我们也输，死亡先知在我们对面也是100%胜率，说实话，真英雄选了就赢了。
I feel like this hero is really broken in Division 2. Not only me, but I feel like if the opponent team pick Death Prophet, they always win against us as well. So it's a hero. Hero is too OP.
Yeah.
Oh,
Too OP. There you go.
Too OP of the hero.
Yeah.
One final question, Fishman, before we let you go. Just want to ask, right? You mentioned it earlier today that, or just now actually, that the fact that you've lost some series here on Team Fusion. When we spoke to your team a couple of weeks ago, the expectation was to try and challenge for Division 1. Now that it seems like Division 1 challenge is not really going to be possible anymore, what is the team environment like psychologically, and what is the new aim of the team? Is it going to be the TI qualifiers, or is it going to be staying together to get strong for the next season as well?
之前采访的时候一直说想要去晋级一下 S 级联赛嘛，但是目前来看的话，这个积分情况可能已经比较悬了。想问一下，现在队伍的心态有没有发生变化？然后你们目前的目标，是目前的目标是定在这个 TI 预选，还是说就是想下个赛季继续去努力的提升一下？
这就只能备战 TI 预选了。本来这个队就是为了打 TI 预选组织的，也没说一定要进 S 级的，这进不了 S 级就没办法了呀。肯定备战 TI 预选现在。
So our initial goal is aiming for the TI qualifier. So if we can manage to get into Division 1, it's best. But right now, currently, we're only gonna focus on TI qualifiers.
TI qualifiers are very, very important, so we can understand why that is going to be the team focus for a moment. But to that point, Fishman, we're going to let you go so you can prepare more for the future games and for those TI qualifiers. Congratulations yet again on the victory, and thank you so much for giving us your time.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你在 TI 预选也能得到自己满意的发挥。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. That is Fishman, helped out by Marshall doing the translation for us. And we heard it there mentioned that the TI qualifiers are going to be their focus now. Of course, there are still a lot of other strong squads in Division 2, but Team Fusion, with this win, they get themselves a little bit higher in the leaderboard here, Drag and Drop, but not necessarily high enough to still go to Division 1. Where do you think they stack up in the TI qualifiers, considering that they're not only playing up against Division 2 squads in those qualifiers, but they still have to play Div 1 squads as well? How do you think their fortunes are going to fare, fellow member of the Team Fusion fan club?
Yeah. My heart says they're gonna win it all. They're gonna go in the winning TI, but no. Like for real, they've been a little bit too inconsistent in the season for me to be super confident. But yeah, they know about that. They're working on that. So I think that's we're gonna have to end up taking a long view, as it were. Just take this as a learning opportunity. Try and consolidate better as a team and do as best you can going into the qualifiers. But I would not have too many big expectations from them, just considering the competition as well in the rest of this Chinese scene right now.
Bcop, as a long-standing fan of the Chinese region, you've seen the ups and downs of not only a lot of these teams, but a lot of these players as well. How do you feel about the team as a whole in regards to where these players have ended up? You've been a big fan of the God King. You've been a fan of Flyby. Is this a home that you see them being able to occupy for a long degree of time, even if they don't get results going down the line?
I don't know if they stay together as Fusion. I think White Album, obviously, we've seen him in the past have like the ability to play in Division One. With his time with Aster, I think God King, of course, he's there too. I think at the end of the day, nobody's team is truly safe after TI. The Chinese shuffle is usually pretty massive, and when there's rumors out there that players like Ame are going to take retirement, I think everything is ready for a landslide. God King could go to LGD, or maybe they want a different carry. Maybe we see Shiro go to LGD if that were to happen, if Ame were to retire. Maybe we see another Team Elephant form again. Maybe we see another Dandelion situation come through. Like, I think that I think the right focus, and I actually was really happy that he said this, is TI qualifiers. Because looking past anything other than that is really just not realistic. Like the way the Chinese shuffle has happened in the past, when you've got now guys like Ori who spent so much time with the VG organization playing for Aster, like guys just don't, there are opportunities for big switches. And I think that you have to look to the now, you have to look to just this season. And I think Fusion will stay together. Maybe they make a switch before TI quals if that's allowed. I don't really know, but I'm not big on the rules. I didn't get the email. But I think that there's definitely an opportunity to see Fusion potentially give everybody a run for their money in TI quals. It's all about how that Division 1 ends up. Like, I don't really see them beating, say, like an Aster if they have to go through TI quals, or an RNG through TI quals. Like, it's going to be tough.
Certainly going to be a difficult endeavor, but something that we've seen a lot of underdog teams pull off in the past. And speaking of underdog teams, the next series that we're going to be having today are two teams that were decided underdogs in that Division 1 that B-Cup was talking about now. Team Magma taking on the side of LBZS. Team Magma, because they have suffered some losses, are also kind of out of contention for promotion back into Division 1, and they'll be making their home once more in Division 2. LBZS just trying to stay in the league right now. Dragon Drop, what do you make of this upcoming series that we're going to have here? I know you hate this, but I'm not going to ask you for predictions, right?
Thank
I'm
God.
going to ask you, based on what you've seen these teams play like, right? How do you think the matchup is actually going to be? What the game is going to look like, given the state of play of these two teams?
That's an even harder question to answer. Like, come on, man.
Hey, I said no prediction. I didn't say I'm going to give you an easier question.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have been kind of all over the place. Magma was looking hot in some series, and then they didn't. LBZS, similar situation. So it kind of depends on what kind of squads show up today. Overall, I would give Magma the slight edge. I think they've been a little bit more consistent, and they've had a little bit of a better handle on the games that they did end up doing well in. They kind of had a good plan going in, and then if you add strong lanes to that, then they can kind of push it through more often than not. So yeah, it's contingent on how well they're feeling today. I feel like it's a non-answer, but it's the best I can give you right now.
Listen, the best part about being paid to cast Dota is being paid to also give non-answers. We love it. It's the best thing ever. So hopefully, when we get into the game itself, Team Magma versus LBZS, these teams do not show up half-cocked. They come in with their full strength. Hopefully, we're getting a 3-game series, because with Team Fusion stomping all over Team Saiyan, we want some more Dota. We want a bit more of a competitive environment. With that, though, we are going to be taking somewhat of an extended break. This series did conclude faster than expected, so we have about an hour before the next one. With that, we are going to be going off air for a while. Dragon Drop, thank you so much for your efforts. B-Cop, you're going to be back again just now. Before we go on a break, give your thoughts quickly on what you think this next series is going to look like.
I think Magma wins. I have a lot more faith in what they've been bringing to the table recently. I think it's tough for them to make it to Division 1. It's still theoretically possible, because CDC could drop a series, but we'll see.
The theories will come to fruition, maybe, we don't know, but we have to have the Dota itself play out before we have some of these answers. So let us take a break. Drag and drop, BCOP, thank you so much for your efforts. Everybody at home, please make sure that you go online, give them your love at BCOP92, at Drag and Drop Dota, on the socials. Say what's up, holla at them, and let them know how much you enjoyed this casting, and be back here, hydrated, ready, and rested for the upcoming games of Dota. This is the Chinese DPC, the third tour up into TI. This is going to be the Division 2 games. We've done with Team Fusion versus Team Saiyan. Now we go into Magma versus LBZS. We'll see you in a bit to continue those games.
曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome, one and all, back here to the Chinese DPC. We continue with the tour action, the final tour before the Arlington Major and before TI. But of course, we are still here in Division 2, witnessing some of these games, witnessing the hopes and dreams of these teams trying to get into Division 1 and trying to attain the highest possible seed for the TI qualifiers. My name's Snare. I'm joined yet again by B-Cop with the fresh-ass hat, my man. And this time around, though, we have swapped out a drag and drop for our resident weeb in the Chinese talent crew, Neff Sensei, my man. I like that shirt, dog. Yo, hold up. Please get a bit higher there. That's a drip check right there. Hey, how you doing, OG? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I came in here with too much energy, according to you two. B-Cop was upset. You were upset. You guys are both feeling tired, but I'm bringing the energy levels back to 11 despite being called by a weeb.
Hey.
Shut down by Snare. B-Cop, I like your hat. Do you need UV protection while you're indoors? Are you balding? What's the reason for it?
I'm definitely not balding. I just liked the look. That was about as far as I got. I looked in the mirror. I was like, my hair looks pretty messy today, so I guess I'll throw a hat over it. I'm not balding. Although as much as this company that advertises in my country that helps stop balding keeps messaging me preemptively, I'm not balding. But I have one question for you, Neff. Can you make the sound that the Dragonite made in the anime? In that,
I don't even remember what that is. It's been ages since I watched it.
That first, like, wasn't the sound just?
I'm not making that noise, dude. People will clip that and they will hold that against me forever if I make that noise. I cannot.
Please, I need it.
Consider your career, Neff. Think about this very carefully.
I'm considering my career here, B-Cop. I'm sorry.
You never work in this town ever again.
Oh no. Well, we do have Neff here. Good sir. Obviously we were doing Division 2 earlier in the day, and now the previous series, let us be honest, it wasn't that much of a top billing. You know, Team Saiyan versus Team Fusion. Team Saiyan not looking so hot, Team Fusion looking wishy-washy, but when they look good, they look Division 1 material. Now, though, it's a bit of a closer series, Neff. These are two teams that we used to see in Division 1 and have always been in that Div 1, Div 2 mix. Magma and LBZS are the teams coming up today. I got some of B-Cup's thoughts earlier on about what this matchup might look like. What do you think we're going to be having here today, and which team do you favor going the distance in this series?
You know, based on where we are in the standings, I would say that both teams are relatively close. LBZS, 2-3, Magma 3-2 at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Magma is 3-2 and LBZS 2-3.
I'm glad I'm not mistaken.
Have confidence.
Yes, Magma. I feel like we talked about this a lot. They hop between Division 1 and 2 quite often. The expectation is for them to come out ahead here, but LBZS, they've been in Division 1 before themselves. They're no slouches. Kagome is an incredibly dynamic Position 1 player. There's tons of different heroes. I think they could throw Magma in for a loop here, but Magma's definitely my preference. But some days they look just awful. I feel bad saying that. Some days they do not look like the superstars that we sometimes see. B-Cop, I remember I flamed them way too hard ages back on your stream. I was talking like mad shit about Magma. I remember doing that. And they ended up...
when was that? Was that LAN event that was happening like in the middle of like 2020 that you were doing that?
Yeah, you remember that, right?
event?
I was talking mad shit. And then I looked really foolish because they ended up winning one of the Perfect World Leagues, didn't they? I think Season 2?
Maybe. I forget what they did really well at. I don't know if they won Perfect World League, but they definitely did. Yeah, they won that second season against FTD. But we were... I'm pretty sure we were talking about it earlier. What event was it that we were talking about them? Was it CDA that we were? I don't know. Either way, I remember. You got to respect our boys on Magma.
I learned my lesson. It was season 2. I just looked it up. They ended up coming in second last. They were in 4th after the round robin, and then they went in through the playoff, which was like formatted in everyone is at a different step. So round 1, Magma beat Phoenix, then they beat Inkais, then they beat Galaxy Racer, then they beat For the Dream and won the entire thing. So I looked very dumb, incredibly dumb, after they eliminated every other team here.
That was with Shylock and ZC though back then.
Yeah, and I was like, and
duo.
they have they're on Dandelion, at least ZC is now, right?
Both of them, because now it's Dust, who's the former IGV mid, and then it's Bai who was on the new top, or the new top, I think.
Yeah.
You know, you were actually bringing this up earlier, Neff. I was just get your thoughts on this particular hero that we see on the screen right now. We're introducing the teams, of course, Team Magma and LBZS. This Morphling hero, Team Magma, one of the reasons that they lost their series really badly against Shenzhen is that they went last pick Morphling 2 games in a row, which accounts for the majority of these 3 Morphling picks. Why would they do that? And what do you think we're going to get like wonky drafting again from Team Magma coming into this series?
I think we're now getting to the point where people are starting to accept that Morphling is not a good hero. Excuse me. It took a lot of people a little while to come around. It's got like a 50% win rate in a lot of these regions, but it was Black. Was it Black who said that? Who was it that said that? It's a hero that, when you're winning, you're just going to win harder when you have the Morphling. And if you're losing, you're going to wish that you had something else. And at that point, why not pick something else? Why not pick a Clinks who has the same sort of effect that Morphling has, where that ultra late game carry that's able to burst entire teams down with, like, the double waveform versus the burning barrage. And you have the 25 talent on that thing. It is absolutely insane how much damage it does. So I don't really see much of a point for picking Morphling, despite the fact that he's a little bit better in the lane than the Clinks because he's harder to kill. But yeah, Morphling, I hope that we don't see from Magma here. Otherwise, the moment that hero comes out, I am predicting LBZS, and everyone is going to talk about how smart I am again.
We said you were smart.
So I'm on the same page, Another hero, though, that we should be seeing in this particular series, well, several of these heroes that we see being contested between the 2 squads. Magma is obviously going to be very highly prioritizing the Smalls hero because they played on multiple roles. For LBZS, it is LG's one of his best heroes performatively, so certainly that's going to be highly contested. But the 2 heroes I want to talk about here, B-Cup, Dawnbreaker and Nyx Assassin. We've obviously seen just how much work Nyx can do up against the Dawnbreaker. Both teams have played it in the past. However, Nyx does not look nearly as strong when he's not played into the Dawnbreaker or into some kind of spirit hero. So do you think you will still see the same degree of contestation between the 2 teams over this hero? Or is it going to be a thing of it depends on who has Dawnbreaker and then the other team is then going to slightly prioritize Nyx in that instance?
I don't know. I think Nyx is a good support. Maybe I'm just like, I've got the caca wool pulled over my eyes, and I just believe that Nyx Assassin is this amazing hero because I have literally watched him play that hero.
Dude, caca Nyx, come on, that's not fair. That's not.
But
fair.
I think the hero's good. Like I don't know. I like Nyx Assassin. I think in the right hands, Nyx Assassin is still one of the most deadly supports in the 4 position. Like especially, I don't know. He gets blink, and it's just like, all of a sudden, he's landing every stun. His spike carapace is out of control, and it's nuts. I'd love to see the Nyx Assassin, truthfully. But Dawnbreaker, if we're gonna see it, just make it a 3. I don't know if I can handle it being in a 4 position, not doing much of anything anymore.
I agree. I think that 4 position Dawnbreaker is way better. Otherwise, you aren't able to find the farm on the map. You're not using your abilities optimally. I feel like Starbreaker, because that's because the physical damage is very big. Same with Luminosity. It's got to be a core.
Now, Neff, do you think that teams that are still picking Mars are kind of behind on the draft?
That's an excellent question.
Mars, I feel like, has just been completely phased out in Division 1 in terms of offlaners.
I don't think they're behind in the draft. I mean, we've seen 7E have massive success with the Mars. But
it used to be like every team was picking Mars all the time. Like it's starting to get like pushed out by other offlaners, right?
Mm-hmm. I would say that just because of how versatile the opening offlanes of what is it, Tiny and Dawnbreaker, people are picking up more than anything else. which actually made both these heroes made it through the draft, which is incredibly surprising to me. Tiny has just been like first pick, first ban almost every game. But yeah, it's an excellent point you make, B-Cop. The fact that Mars is picked up here despite both those heroes have made it through. People don't give you enough credit, B-Cop. You've done your research. You're asking the hard-hitting questions here.
I don't do
To
research.
buttress Beatcop's point here, we can definitely conclude that with Mars being played in the mid lane, he has a 50% win rate in the region right now. In the off lane, only enjoying a 37% win rate. So people have certainly figured out how to play the hero. I remember
so
we had a
smart.
discussion. I remember one of you were on that discussion with Ricky as well. I just remember there were several Americans involved. We were talking about this Mars hero and how
Just
the
called you an
nerfs would be
American,
affecting
Neff.
him.
Mhm.
I keep telling him he is American, whether he likes it or not. Well, one thing that we do like though, Neff, even though you don't enjoy being called American, you enjoy Dota. So you enjoy some drafting heroes. And with Team Magma opening with this Death Prophet, we saw earlier today the combination of Death Prophet in the same team as Warlock. Very, very good. I know that's your favorite hero in the game right now overall. But I want to probe your brain about the second pick, Pangolier. Where is it going, do you think, for Team Magma? And also, why is LBZS going for the first overall pick Shadow Demon in this game?
The Shadow Demon pick is much more surprising to me than anything else. I think maybe they were super afraid of Team Megan picking up a Monkey King because it happens to be a very good counter, but they end up banning that one out anyways. I don't think this is first pick support material. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like not amazing against the Death Prophet either. You can kind of save people, sure to go in on them, but maybe B-Cop would be able to answer that one better. I want to go back to the point that B-Cop was asking me about earlier about Mars being picked up a little bit less and what's the deal with it being picked up here. I do agree with the fact that it's picked up less. It's not as good as an offlaner, but you're always able to set up plays with this hero, which is why it's kind of popular to a lot of captains. You have that ability to defend high ground, spear people back into your base / your buildings. Arena is able to accomplish a lot against range carries, and you'll do relatively okay no matter what lane you're in, which makes it always a safe opening pick, and that's why it's kind of popular despite it's fallen off a little bit in the pause 3.
Well, just to expand on that, because we were talking about it, it's been picked in Division 2 20 times, where in Division 1 it's only been picked up 7 times. And like it's just a complete difference. Like Division 1 just doesn't like it at all.
They don't respect him.
Well, I think that Mars, like, there's been other offlaners that offer more. I think Enigma has certainly found itself in a more solidified position in the offlane, especially with the like Faith Beyond and Old 11. They're two good microers in the Division 1. Like that's definitely more of a priority pick. We've seen Brewmaster kind of get a resurgence.
Love Brewmaster. That hero is so good.
That hero is busted, honestly. And
Or
we've seen in Division
Underlord.
2 itself how crazy it can look from CDC. But there is still Brewmaster possibility coming out in this game. But, if we're talking about heroes that don't necessarily get picked all that often, B-Cop, in Division 1 or in Div 2, this Shadow Demon, this is only the second game in China overall that we're going to be seeing the Shadow Demon hero. The last time that it was played was by Team Magma. So do you think that potentially LBZS were trying to deny pick the Shadow Demon away from them?
No, with anecdotal evidence where it's just one pick, I don't think you can really definitively say, hey, like we're picking it so you don't. I think maybe they see it as a potential here to work with this Mars if they want to put it in the 4, or if they want to pick something that it's going to work well with the illusions of itself in the 5 position, where like it's working with a 1 that works well with illusions, is what I mean. Like I think it sets up a Mars spear if you go to the disruption. Grimstroke in the 4 is fine as well. It's a little bit more surprising, though, because we've been seeing a lot more prioritization on healing supports. And the fact that Grimstroke and Shadow Demon aren't either of those, or either of them aren't that, is a little bit concerning, but not the biggest deal overall. Like, I don't know. I still think there's so many possibilities with Grimstroke and Shadow Demon. That being said, I like Warlock and Earth Spirit more.
How can they do this to me, B-Cop? How can they pick one of my least favorite
Beth, I
heroes and one
told
of my
you, bro.
favorite heroes at the same time? This is unfair.
Listen, When the draft started, I literally told you we saw a Death Prophet Warlock. It's so strong, fam. And especially, we saw it earlier today from Team Fusion, Death Prophet Warlock and the Earth Spirit. Fatal Bonds with Exorcism plus this Magnetize. Come on, Neff. You are the mechanic sensei. You cannot tell me that this doesn't tickle your brain just to see the possibility what the Warlock enables in this game.
It tickles my brain, but unfortunately, they're playing against counters to it. They've got Shadow Demon on one side, who is the demonic cleanse when he picks up his Aghanim Shard. Once you have the Aghanim Shard on the Grimstroke as well, it's another dispel there. If you have an Aghanim Scepter, you get 3 charges of the demonic cleanse on top of your extra 3 charges of demonic purge. Next, they pick up Faceless Void, who's going to be building Mantis styles and BKBs against all these things that are just completely owned by having any form of dispel. I don't like the position Magma's put themselves in here. Go ahead.
I was just going to say about the Void, maybe he'll pick up the Manta. The last Void we saw went Mask of Madness, Mjolnir.
Red Mom Mjolnir, yeah.
Just saying.
It wasn't
Okay. Hey, I don't think he'll do that this game. If he does, that would be like, in the words of Black, a Giga Chad move.
And
but not a smart move.
Just like we saw, what was it, Punlo, who was playing the Earth Spirit, right? And he's really well acquainted with that hero. Mercy, aka Mian Mian, this is a signature hero for him. Like, this is like, I don't know. When I first caught wind of Mian Mian back on the We Are Young days and the Serenity IGV days, Earth Spirit's the go-to. It's his signature. I'm excited for it. I think he makes a lot of plays with this. And even in Division 1, when Magma were playing up there and last year as well, like, he's made some great plays with this Earth Spirit. You may be countering the Earth Spirit, but still tough to play if you're up against a really good Earth Spirit player and he makes the moves early and gets his team an advantage.
Yes.
Yet again, B-Cop demonstrating his Chinese knowledge because Mercy indeed has played 209 games on Earth Spirit. This will be his 210th, enjoying a 52% win rate.
Jesus.
And to give some
That's a
context,
lot.
the next played hero is his Rubik, which is
60.
only on 99 games.
Oh,
So
man.
more than double the games on this Earth Spirit. Certainly knows what he's doing. And as mentioned, he's going to have some additional damage thanks to those beautiful fatal bonds. We love to see it. Yes, LBZS might have several ways to dispel it, but it's on them to play in that direction. I'm interested, though, about where this last pick is going to go for them because they still need a Baiyi hero here. Does feel like Dust is going to be playing this Pangolier, and then we're going to have this off-lane Death Prophet. I prefer it that way instead of opposite ways around. I hope this is going to be TZY Death Prophet because he's pretty good at the hero. Neff, what do you want to see for the safe lane here from Team Magma for Baiyi? And on the other side for LB, we'll talk about LBZS in a second. But yeah, what do you want to see for the safe lane here on Magma? Well, question answered. Best counter into the Faceless Void. Suddenly, Chronosphere not nearly as strong into this major hero. And you're going to have this issue where you can chrono 2 of these cores on the side of Team Magma. Either don't care about the chrono or can deal damage throughout it. What do we have here from LBZS Neff to try and counter out this last pick Wraith King?
All right, that's a good question. I'm thinking the number one thing they may try to do against the Wraith King is just play faster. Okay, that is a hero that's going to allow you to play faster. You don't have a ton of damage coming up from anyone, at least not burst damage. It comes up very slowly. The Wraith King will remedy that problem eventually in the late game, but usually he's going to need several items to get to that point. He's going to need a Blink Dagger to gap close when his team initiates, and if he goes for that, then it slows him down from going for things like an early Armlet Desolator that was very popular for a while when Wraith King was played more. So the solution is to simply run them over, take as many towers as possible. Hopefully they have enough save for this Leshrac, though. I feel like, if he gets caught out of position and Salad either gets jumped on or silenced by the Earth Spirit at the same time they end up going on the Leshrac, then the Leshrac just going to get blown up in these team fights. I'm not sure that Shadow Demon by himself is going to be enough of a saving mechanism, although he does play fairly well alongside Demonic Cleanse. So at 50-minute mark, LBZS better start running over Team Magma with the Aghanim Shards. Otherwise, this goes much later. The 25-30-minute mark, Magma is going to start dominating. We'll have to see, though.
I'm fully on board with this on the side of Neff because B-Cup, one of the things that we see, in my opinion, the team that was best using Leshrac, a couple seasons ago, we saw Team Aster when White Album was still on the team. Whenever they would pick the Leshrac hero, they'd either have a Baden behind him. It was, what is the order? It was a Baden Oracle, and then Treant Protector. And if they didn't have either of those 3 heroes, it was 100% loss rate on this Leshrac. What do you make of this last pick, Lesh? Is it going to play fast enough, like Neff was mentioning? And do you think that Shadow Demon is going to be able to help him enough to enable him in this game?
He may be able to. I don't know if he gets the shard exactly at 15 minutes, but we'll see what PP can do. I think it might be a little bit tough. It really depends. We'll see what the itemization also draws from him. I think Magma, their level 6 looks pretty good, and I think the 4 heroes can keep the map open for the Wraith King, truthfully.
That would be very interesting to watch. Personally, for me, the one thing I do not like about the Magma draft is that they are putting this Pangolier into the offlane. Not my favorite position for the hero, but without much preamble, we're already into the game. We have a fight. We have Neff and B-Cop. Their loss of Americanos cast. Get into it, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
Baked down a little bit there by the potential of First Blood.
Yeah, he ended up going Split Earth there, which you'd go a lot of time in lane anyways. You might not go for it against a Death Prophet, but that Split Earth ended up being off the mark. Unfortunate there. Unfortunate.
Don't people use Split Earth to like secure the range creep while also getting a stun?
Yes, but again, it's not as effective against ranged heroes.
Yeah,
but they do go for the Split Earth. You're absolutely correct about that because it does significantly more damage at level 1 than the Lightning Storm does. 120 versus, what is it now? 70. So, obviously at 120 damage, you're more than likely to be able to secure yourself that ranged creep.
You know what I'd give
to
just be able to put my knowledge into, like, actual play? Like, if I can convert that.
If only you didn't have these damn 2K hands.
If I didn't have these
6K brains.
Stupid, big, meaty claws.
Yeah, I mean, Dota's a game of emotion as well. If you lose your cool during the game, it's all over for you, B-Cup.
Yeah, and it's rough, I die a couple times, and then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, brother, this guy stinks! And I'm like, all right, thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
It could be worse. At least you don't lose your cool, start dropping... what I see sometimes dropping all chat. We're not going to get into that, though, as we are casting a professional game. We need to keep it professional here, as we always do. All right.
We'll say...
Let's talk... Go ahead.
No. We were probably going to say the same thing, so you go for it.
Hashtag PMA. Yeah, thank you. All right, I want to talk about this top lane matchup. This is something
that I wanted to talk about. I swear to God.
Like twinsies. Look at us.
We're using our 2 brain cells and putting them together. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this lane matchup used to be a lot more popular. Like a year back, the Wraith King up against the Mars. Both these heroes were a little bit more powerful at the time. They ended up like nerfing Reincarnation and a couple other things about Wraith King. Ended up nerfing like the damage and whatnot on Mars, as well as the God's Rebuke mana cost. So. With this said, this is a hero that happens to be very good against Wraith King. You do a great job at clearing out his skeletons. Wraith King is one of the lowest base armor melee heroes in the game, so God's Rebuke does a ton of damage to him. I wouldn't be surprised if he just builds multiple bracers in his lane against Wraith King. And after the armlet build has kind of fallen off, I'm not sure if that's what Wraith King is going to go in order to contest against the Mars spamming God to beak onto him. Although, given the fact that he saved up almost 600 gold already, he's probably just going to go for the Helmet of Iron Will that used to be like picked up very consistently against the Mars in lane, so it doesn't get completely owned by these God's Rebukes. Put the second point into God's Rebuke here. Come on, do it.
That free, Helm of the Iron Will. Not free, but like that disgustingly strong, casual 6 armor, 5 health regen for just under 1,000 gold.
Yep.
Very balanced, non-changed item in the few last moments of these patches.
Okay, look at what he's doing on LG. I actually don't like this. He's going to spear the Wraith King back in the... Oh, they don't spear him back in the tree. I guess they were concerned about how much HP Salad had as he walked forward. And he's worried about Wraith King going onto him, so he doesn't try to sit up on that one.
Yeah, if he gets stunned, that's a bit of a problem. I like TZY, by the way, on this Pangolier more so than I would have liked Dust on it. TZY, again, a very aggressive playmaking kind of guy, especially in the off lane. Given the right opportunities, I think he can really play well on this Pangolier. And Dust, we'll see. I don't know. I've always been very reserved about my judgment on Dust.
I find that
yeah, go ahead.
I find that sometimes he's been kind of a letdown with his time with IGV, but I've actually liked him with this Magma lineup. I'm more disappointed with Magma overall. If we could just get back to that conversation of like getting to tier 1 and all that, like I really have a lot of faith in this Magma lineup. I thought for the longest time that I thought they were gonna stay like middle of the pack Div 1 and
Yeah, sorry. They're doing funny things with the rage creep. I thought they'd be middle of the pack Div 1 as well. Actually, after they ended up winning, what was it? The OGA Dota Pit, they won that, right?
did they win that?
Yeah. They won. I'm pretty sure that's the one
didn't they like knock out LGD and then
in the grand finals?
And then they got eliminated. I was there. Yeah, they took second. They eliminated a bunch of teams and then they lost to Extreme.
Oh, okay, my bad. They ended up doing incredibly well.
Yeah, they 2-0'd Aster, 2-0'd LGD, and then they lost to Extreme, beat Aster again, and then got 3-0'd.
Yeah, their highs are so high and their lows just seem to be pretty low, which I'm not crazy about from any team, unless Eternal Envy is playing on it. If that's the case, it is incredibly entertaining to watch.
That was also in between patches, if I recall. There was like
yes,
the first round of playoffs was on one patch and the second round was not, and that was my excuse when LGD got lit up.
Hey, we had to cope with that one. You were very depressed that week, I remember.
Yeah, I went from normal depressed to very depressed. It was just, you could tell.
Yeah. Not a biased caster, though.
No, yeah. Actually, you want to know what? If I really do recall correctly, I was actually really excited for Magma. Like, I thought this was like their turning point, and then.
Oh yeah, I remember we were doing predictions. Snare was messaging everybody, and you had like Magma, what, like 4th or something, or 3rd?
No, I think I had. I want to say it was IG Fusion. I did not have CDC as high as they are now. That's for sure.
I'm at season 2.
Oh, I don't remember. I know I had Dandelion coming into Div 1 for sure.
Yep. Yeah. Magma, who have not managed to do so hot. Back on the topic of this game, though, I was just about to say what I really didn't like about what Mars was doing. He ended up buying his first real item was his Ring of Health. This is what he decided to do up against the Wraith King lane. So he's not going to try to contest his CS super hard because that Wraith King is actually at 31 CS. Doesn't have to spend that much money on regen. I mean, maybe you feel like none of your harass is going to stick when you're playing against a Warlock, and that's the logic he's going for here. But I would have liked to see him try to put more pressure onto those Wraith King. Start with the early Bracer, and then go multiple points of God's Rebuke. But he is just focusing on CS and being able to sit inside this lane here on the Mars. Do you like this? I mean, he is at the top of the CS chart. He is 3rd on the net worth right now. What do you want to see him get more, or do you like it?
The Ring of Health, I don't know. I don't know if I particularly like that. Like, what's that gonna help him do come middle game, and like where we were expecting these like where were we expecting LBZS to be at 15 minutes, like we were talking about during the draft. Like, I don't know if that Ring of Health is really gonna boost him into something more than what they need, but we'll see. He's coming bottom. He does have Arena. Oh no, he's stopped. He got his TP stopped.
Yep. Brave 5 Blast came out onto him. Now they're gonna dive the tower.
Yeah, bottom lane. PP's in trouble. You don't have the Mars. It looks like you're not gonna have your Leshrac. He's quickly killed, and that's first blood almost 7 minutes into the game. Like, if they have 5, that would have been 5 heroes down bottom. Wow, they would have drawn the entire team. And instead, he stops the TP of the Mars, and Bai gets to come bottom instead.
Yeah.
Which means this tower is gone.
Yep. Skeletons are going to finish this one off. They make quick work of it, and they've rotated, almost everyone on the side of LBZS to the bottom lane, lose their mid laner anyways, and they still lose the tower. And next, I imagine, next time Exorcism's up, they're going to make that same play over to the mid lane. I really like the speed that Magma's playing here. Bit of a mistake, TPing right in front of the Wraith King. You're just asking you to get Wraith Fire blasted there.
Yeah. That was ambitious.
Yeah. And now these heroes are rotating up into the top lane. TZY comes up here. Doesn't have his ultimate available yet. He will after this creep wave is cleared out from the tower here. Kazi's caught out by LG though.
Yeah, caught up by LG. He's got the Shadow Word at level 2, so it's going to heal him up a little bit. Salad's there, though, with the disruption, and they should be able to still get
10 stick
this
charges.
kill. It would require a spear again. Ooh. That's exactly what it requires. A spear.
Just enough damage to be able to finish him off. Very nice. Wraith King's already got his armlet completed, by the way.
Yeah, that's big. He had a very quiet top lane by E, and I think that's okay. I think, too, like, he's ahead of Kagome, which is the biggest part. Even if Kagome was at the same net worth as this Wraith King, I still think LBZS are in trouble.
Yeah, it definitely favors the Wraith King. I mean, you mentioned this one at the start. Just the perfect counter to the hero. Chronosphere comes up. You just get back up with Reincarnation. Very easy.
Disruption.
Mid lane, you see that acting.
And the stun with the Split Earth. Easy kill on Mercy. No follow-up from Dust. I think they're really waiting to put the pressure on until they get themselves that Exorcism.
Which is now up. It was on cooldown for another like 10 seconds when they first committed onto him. Yeah. So this is what they were waiting for. So they overstepped themselves a little bit going for that.
I loved LG and TZY just kind of looking at each other. Yeah, they smoke. Okay. Then they're gonna go top. So we were thinking they were gonna go mid with that Exorcism. If they get the kill on the Mars who was farming the best on Radiant, I don't find this to be that bad of a usage of Exorcism if this is the way it goes. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, he's got Phase Boots, but he's in trouble. Geomagnetic Grip, that's the silence. They've got the Arena, they're all in it though, and now Arena's down and they got the kill. It feels really good for Magma.
Yeah, it looks like a lot to commit at a glance for the Mars, but you have to keep in mind, Mars is at the top of the net worth. It is definitely worth making this rotation for him. Sure, you commit the Rolling Thunder, the Exorcism and whatnot, but you are looking to get a little bit of damage onto this tier 1 tower as you move up here. Mid would have been better, but it's so hard to deal with when you're just sitting this Leshrac and Grimstroke. We're able to spam out the creep wave. You're not sure if you're actually going to be able to sit up on these, though. I do like the rotation that Magma made here.
The thing, too, is, like, Rolling Thunder is not that long of a cooldown. 80 seconds even at level 1, like, you could wait, have that back up, or even the 20-second split between that and Exorcism. You're setting your objectives, and getting that kill not only means that LG is falling behind, but he wants to farm more. That keeps the map open for Wraith King, right? Like, he's literally just farming at the moment. That's all he wants to do. Phase Boots, Armlet, he'll stay patient, and he's getting a lot of farm right now. I'm actually really worried for LBZS.
Yeah. I like that he's getting away with this. I was a little bit concerned about him, potentially. Oh, Chronosphere comes out.
He should have the damage to get the kill on the TZY. But again, now that's Chrono. That's an even longer cooldown. They're going to get this tier 1 tower. I think this is really good for LBZS.
Look at mid.
But mid's going. Like, they can't defend that now.
Yeah.
And now Magma are free to move around the map, right? Like, there's no Chrono. There's no way they're going to get stopped. Arena is... You're able to mitigate that. Chrono, obviously not as much, but you don't have to be as scared on Magma.
Yep, absolutely. The Chronosphere is not that big of a deal at this point, but it is one of their biggest team fight abilities that punishes them for grouping up at the moment. So when they don't have that to fall back on, it's exactly like you say. Your mid tower is gone. It opens so much the map for Magma to just make these crazy plays and dive. And already... Look, Wraith King making himself at home in the enemy team's jungle. He's super confident. Death Prophet farming your own jungle. I mean, there's so much of the map now controlled on the side of Magma. Net worth is going to start to swing their way pretty quickly here.
Looks like Shadow Demon's going to be saving up for Blink Dagger. He's actually got queued up, so he's not going into the Shard, at least at the moment. He's still not even level 6, which is the craziest thing. And now finally gets that little bit of experience to... float on over, but detachment too, like he's far from 6.
Yep.
Not far from 6. I think that's an exaggeration, but to not be at 6 or higher at this point in the game is like concerning. Like I would say that the experience difference has to be a couple thousand at this point.
I'm actually so dumb. It's all coming back to me now. Shadow Demon's actually like a decent counter to the Death Prophet. And the reason you go for the Blink Dagger is you want to drop either like the Disruption or the Demonic Purge on her the moment she like pops her ultimate and tries to run people down. We're actually talking about that pretty often in the studio about how good of a counter the Shadow Demon was and how good he was at the first season here, the DPC, because how often Razor and Death Prophet were getting picked up. How did I forget that, B-Cup?
Because it's so long since we were together.
Yeah, it's true.
It took
Things
us
just haven't
years
been
to
the
meet,
same.
and now it'll take us years to be back together again. All by myself. Bai might get caught.
He might. He's got
He's got
ultimate
the
to
second
work with
life,
here.
and he's by the tier 1 tower. Going for this is so risky.
Yeah, and in fact, they think better of it. They look at him. He has an armlet, 20 stick charges, his ultimate available. And sure, it's only level 1 ult, but they just walk away. They're not. I think they're fairly sure they're not going to be able to get 2 kills off onto him.
Oh, Kaz, you sweet summer child. Like, I was watching that develop for a while. Like, Kaz was sitting at the bottom of the steps on his side of the river for a while, thinking, I could definitely get up there, right? Right, guys?
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
Kira team's
and then-
playing, and then eventually, it drops.
Like, we knew what was up there. And then
Yeah.
eventually he just walked up and immediately died.
Yeah. All right, now looks like he's respawned. You've got exorcism available going. It's still only a level 1 exorcism. I think Death Prophet probably wants to get. Okay, never mind. I take that back. You want to take advantage of this BKB, despite the fact that you only have 8 spooky ghosts to work with. You're gonna run through the enemy team's jungle, and God willing, they'll find Leshrac here. He's in a very good position right now, though. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
but not good enough. The roll means that they're going to get right on top of him with the roll as well as the geomagnetic grip, double silence, and an easy kill on PP. The silence is the biggest killer here because they've got the geomagnetic grip, which is like an automatic follow-up to the roll. And then if you land that roll, you're landing the silence that comes in for the Death Prophet, right?
Yeah. And of course, that ward that was placed there earlier sets that one up for them.
Swashbuckle landed. LG's in trouble. TZY, he has that defusal, so they slowed up LG. And he should fall. Wraith Fire Blast. There's the kill. And Kaz gets credit. Mars had seen the Wraith King, and then he blinked on to the other side of the river, which was the dire side, and he just got chased down after that.
Yeah. Desolator now completed on the Wraith King. Now he's going for the Blink Taker.
Ooh.
So I prefer this build.
They want to go for the Leshrac. PP was going after TZY, but he got played a little bit. The stun comes in from Bai, and they get the kill again on PP. Wow. So TZY kind of drew him in. Roll came out from Yan Yan, and then Bai TP'd in after they kicked him under the tower, and he just was ready to go with the damage.
Yep, and just like that, they managed to find like 2 kills on this Leshrac in a row. His game is slowed down significantly after that one. And we talked about this. They want to be able to play fast against this Wraith King. I don't think at this point LBZS are going to meet their timings. In fact, I'd say the timings are pretty close to being thrown out the window here.
Which means now they've got to play the longer game. And we were talking to Fishman, aka Flyby, in the interview in the last series, and they played against the Faceless Void. And he basically just said Void is not that great. He's just an extension to the game time. Like,
I get it.
he just extends games.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
I
you,
don't know
Fishman.
if he may not have been memeing.
Oh. That's true, especially given that it had to go through a barrier of translation to get there. It might not have. I'm trying to meme on you guys. Okay, we're almost 17 minutes in. Tier 2 neutral items are about to drop. Wraith King is 650 gold away from his Blink Dagger. This is the next major timing they're working on. They also have level 2 Exorcism to work with here on Dust. I'm pretty sure the moment this Wraith King finishes his Blink Dagger, that's when Magma's going to be picking up the pace. That's when they're going to be looking for things like Roche kills. But they're going to smoke up for now. I guess not waiting for this Blink Dagger. You're huddled pretty close together on a lot of these heroes on LBZS. And you're going pretty close to the tier 2 tower. I think that, they try to take control of the triangle, but they don't want to go into this tier 2 tower and dive into these heroes. In fact, you're going for a counter smoke right now.
I don't really think...
Roshan. This could go... Can they fight this?
They can. They can blink in arena. That's exactly how they'll start.
Stun comes out on a Kaz. That will be with the spear. He wants to drop the Chaotic Offering, gets it off, and then they've got the Fatal Bonds. The Chrono, it hits the Death Prophet on the edge, so it's not all that terrible, but it didn't hit by E, and he gets the stun out on an LG. They're looking for the kill on a TZY, but the damage comes out and gets the kill to this Mars to start. DP's got a lot of health to work with. Dust with the BKB. He's on the run, but that's going to run out eventually, and he'll need to get away from this Leshrac. But Yi, on the other hand, he's not running. He's throwing out some heavy right clicks, and he should strike down this Leshrac with ease. Chrono was well placed. It just wasn't good enough. They needed the damage. A 700 crit rips Salad into salad, basically. He was ahead of Lettuce. Now he's just Salad.
Bravo, B-Cup.
I thought I had more on that, honestly. I was like, what do you rip Salad into? I don't know. You grind it with your teeth.
Maybe you can add a little bit more dressing to your next one.
Oh, hey.
That fight was like best case scenario for the side of LBZS as well. They managed to land the Chrono they managed to land the Chrono with such an angle where they caught most of them. Maybe one thing that could have gone different is they get the kill off on a Warlock before he drops his Chaotic Offering, his Fatal Bonds. He ended up surviving at like 200 HP and then getting both those spells off. But at the edge of the Chrono, on the edge of the Chrono, the Death Prophet was like getting hit by the Roshan and took like 800 damage inside the Chronosphere, just getting like continuously bashed there and not being able to gap the distance, but managed to survive, pop the BKB, 20 charges on the wand, and then ran into these heroes. So despite that was almost best case scenario for the side of LBZS, they weren't able to win. So like we were talking about, they kind of missed their timings here. Now they're fighting the Wraith King with this Blink Dagger completed. He's gotten Aegis for 3 lives in this next fight. I think this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it seemed like this game is really being held in the balance, and there's not much really saving LBZS at the moment. Now you've got an Aegis, you'll have the Reincarnation back up in just a second for the Wraith King. You do push pretty quickly. He's got 2,200 gold, and he just bought that Blink. Like, honestly, Wraith King's rolling. It's crazy.
Yeah. You think he just goes for BKB as his next item here? Be able to continuously stay on top of these people, not worry as much about this Leshrac damage.
I don't know, maybe. They did a good job mitigating his BKB timing, or while kiting it. Because Death Prophet survived, ran, and he is going to go BKB, or at least that's what he's got queued. But ran, and then the second that BKB was off, he turned around, stun, 3 right clicks.
Yeah. It's really all it took. The Aghanim Shard has been worked on the Shadow Demon. Oh, at least it was. It has been changed to a Force Staff. This was this Blink Dagger. Wait, was it him that I was looking at? No, it was the Grimstroke I was looking at. Detachment was going for the Aghanim Shard, which is pretty significant. Oh, they managed to find the Shadow Demon inside the trees! That war that they play, scouting him out.
Yeah, I think they knew he was there before after he threw a couple Shadow Poisons over at Bai, and then he hid in the trees. It was just a matter of finding him. Yeah. Once they had the ward, it was pretty easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they get the top tier 2, Outpost is open. Your place to farm on the map for LBs, yes, just so small.
What do they do? They're flying the courier over like the safe route right now to the secret shop, but it is underneath a ward. It's getting out the Shadow Demon. They're not going to go for it though. Instead, they're going to try to find Leshrac. They get on top of PP, and he doesn't have a BKB available. TZY is going to roll.
Yeah, this should be some more follow-up. They've got Vai coming in. Detachment, almost one-shot. Chrono with a Chaotic Offering with the Fatal Bonds and the Exorcism coming out. I don't think this is going to go that well for LBZS. They already lost the Grimstroke. They're going to lose TZY, though, as well as Mercy. Maybe you look for Kagome, but Kagome, he time walks forward, trying to get a kill here on the Kaz. They'll take out PP. They'll miss the spear, the stun, the silence, all in with a disruption. Time walk over, time walk back, doing the hokey pokey, but it's not looking like that's going to be too great for his life. Kagome time walks away. Bai still has Reincarnation as well as the Aegis. And, well, actually, Kagome didn't really take much damage in that fight.
Oh. Managed to step away. I mean, they couldn't finish off the Mars despite the Blink forward not being that effective. Salad was there with the Blink of his own and the disruption, so they've got decent save. If only he could save himself, though.
Oh, gosh. Salad.
A true tragedy.
They want
Gonna try to, this isn't
I
going to go
don't
well
really-
for them.
I don't think this is entirely worth it. Like,
No.
he's got the reincarnation. He has an Aegis. Now you just lose Kagome. You lose Pee-Pee. So you lose a Warlock. Who cares? Like, I don't think Bai should care. He's again now he's got the Aegis. Now things maybe get a little bit scary. But the roll's in. They have the control. They'll clean up these heroes. It's an ultra kill for Bai. Like, that was forcing it so much from LBZS.
Yeah, I think they feel as if it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation where we need to be able to stop them before they force us onto our high ground and trap us here and build themselves a net worth advantage. But there was like 40 seconds left on that Aegis when they chose to take that fight. If you could have waited a little while longer, wait for them to try to push high ground, then spear like the Wraith King further back into your base. It felt like they were forcing that one too hard. Now, it looks like they're going to get a Rax off of this one. No Fortify available for another 60 seconds here. And this Desolator will make quick work of the buildings. Ambitious.
Very
He's got
ambitious.
BKB up in 9 seconds here.
He's got
going to go down the first time.
And then he'll be back. Arena. It lands on a Mercy, but that's not who you're entirely looking for.
Chrono is
They
up
still
in
wanna
another 5
go.
seconds.
Yeah, if they can catch Bai, this is worth it. I do in the next 40 seconds, though, and he does have BKB. Ooh, on the edge.
They're going to continue to run forward here. You're smoked up right now on the Mars. I mean,
they might
if he
feel like
blinks
they
over to the
have to.
left, they will connect with these heroes, but he's behind the tower here on TZY, so we won't reveal him with the smoke.
Also, he's got 20 charges on this Desolator. I almost feel like this. I never see this Deso get maxed out.
Really?
Yeah, there was a long time where I was seeing it get like 12, like in that vicinity.
I see it maxed out pretty consistently, but this Wraith King has been playing a lot with his team.
Yeah, he's
He
got
gets maxed out
9
on
kills.
TA pretty often.
Yeah, but how often do you see TA these days?
We used to see it a lot more, but these days a little bit less, unfortunately. I still think the hero's very good. Actually, we see it a reasonable amount. I can test what you say. I'm, starting Discord between the casters.
If we were in studio, we'd be fighting.
Yeah.
To the death.
Yeah. There's a couple of times where, Wait, who do you say the most violent out of all of us were? / was? Black?
I'm not answering that question. You're looking to pit us against each other, and
Absolutely. We are way too friendly with each other. Dotacast needs to start flaming each other more. Players flame each other all the time. We need to be more like that. Okay. Top lane, you're not going to connect with anything here on TZY. He's going to just clear the creep wave out. Probably try to shove the base in. Roshan, we're going to figure out when it responds in the next 30 seconds. You think this is the next thing that Team Magma is waiting for?
Yeah, why not, right? Why not just wait for Roche? I feel like you have confidence in taking it. Yeah. I will say going up against the Chrono makes it a little bit more difficult, so you might need like one pick off or so. But I don't think that's really hard to come by if you're Magma at the moment.
Yeah. By the way, we haven't talked about Mercy's build, have we? What do you think of the items on Earth Spirit?
Just the pipe?
Just the pipe. He's got one as well, but Drink Boots pipe. I feel like
happens
this is
sometimes
insane.
with Magma that like Kaz gets more priority over Mian Mian, even though Mian Mian I believe is the 4.
He's going to find quite a bit more farm, and he's working on Refresher Orb as his like first real item, but he's got a Ghost Scepter and whatnot first, so he's concerned about like the Faceless Void or the Mars getting on top of him and trying to blow him up in these team fights before we get like a good chaotic offering off. Which I kind of like, but I am not crazy about Warlock to begin with. It's like you pressure your Fatal Bonds and your Chaotic Offering buttons, and then you're good to go. Yes, you're very useful with Shadow Word, being able to spam that out, especially with the Aghanim Shard, but you get your 2 spells off, you've done good enough. Alright, so another minute and 10 seconds until Roshan is going to be back up. So I imagine at this point, LBZS are going to start to move around the pit, try to get in position to be able to contest this next Roshan.
It'd be tough
You
for
can't
him,
just
though.
give this up for free. Like, this is where you have real problems because it makes your Chronospheres even less effective against Magma. And that's how they defend their base right now.
Yeah, it's really tough, but it's also like another damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, it's really tough for them to get in the right position to close in on this.
The Illusion Rune's going to make it a little bit easier for Magma. They'll shove at the bottom lane with that one. But yeah, both these teams getting in a position smoked up on both sides.
They'll look to connect. Roll misses. Arena's down, but doesn't land on anybody. Detachment just gets one shot, basically. Gome takes out Mercy. It's a 1-for-1. But who's more hurt by that? With no Grimstroke, they don't have a Soulbind or anything. Not that I think we've seen a Soulbind in this entire game. They'll run down Salad. They've got the stun. It's on a Bai. They've got multiple stuns rolling around. Time walk in, time walk out. BKB, maybe looking for the chrono. But now it's just a BKB to run. And LBZS with that might just concede or be forced to concede Roche.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly Dusty's able to take this. He gets into the pit relatively quickly, but the Ghosts take a little while to follow him in. Now Wraith King's there as both South buys back in the game. I'm not sure they'll be able to get here in time.
No.
The Ghosts are gone, but this Wraith King does a lot of damage on his own.
And he's got the Deso, like... Just no chance. Who picked up the Shard? Was it the Death Prophet? Yeah.
Yep,
I like
Death
that
Prophet
Shard.
took it. Yep, it's one of the best in the game.
Blink, stun, chrono. But the Chaotic Offering is there, so a lot of that timing is kind of wasted. They'll still get the kill into TZY, but they end up losing Kagome. He does have buyback. However, how much is that really going to be worth it, right? Roll in, hits PP. PP gets ripped apart. Triple kill there for Bai. They'll look over Detachment. He's on the run. Inkswell pops. Doesn't land on anybody, but here comes the Wraith King with a one-tap. This ain't a zombie movie because he doesn't even give him the double tap.
I don't think they can defend here, man.
Doesn't matter.
They can't do anything to stop them now. You can't buy back on the face of the void here. I mean, you could, but you've got no Chronos to work with. 5 seconds left on your BKB. You certainly don't want to fight until you have that done, but what can you even do here?
Nothing. You gotta concede at least 2 sets.
I mean, they'll get this one.
So now do you concede top?
They might be pushing their luck a little bit if they try to go for this next Rax. I've seen teams...
They've got Aegis.
They do have Aegis available, and Chronosphere isn't back up for another 60 seconds here. But he'll be fighting against the full force of LBZS in just a moment.
Looking for the Ink Swell, but there's the stun, and now they can turn. They've got the lockdown. They'll get the kill. Mercy grabs it. There's a stun from PP on Bai, but they've caught up to PP. They'll look for the time walk in, time walk out. They've got the disruption to save the Leshrac. The Rolling Thunder is coming through. They take out the Leshrac, and now they're without 2 of these heroes without buyback. Make it a 3rd with Detachment falling to TZY. Time walk away. Rod of Atos is there with the BKBB pop by Kagome. But nothing he can do but watch, and GG will be called. Magma will take game 1.
One of the games where Magma looking like they're in good form. I would say that they had to have the superior draft here. I'm not crazy about how LBZS started this game, though. I mean, they were a little bit too slow on a couple of these rotations. Mars, I feel like, didn't punish this Wraith King enough. He basically had a free game. 14-0-6 on this Wraith King. I feel like I got to be a little bit more focused on shutting his game down.
Yeah, the laning didn't really catch up to the Wraith King at all. Like, it wasn't like LG did much of anything. And the one rotation that I think was very important to make something happen to kind of sustain the laning was that bottom rotation, and it got stopped via the Wraith King. And then not only that, the Wraith King showed up bottom himself. So it was just honestly really good play there from Magma in the early goings of that game that really led to them snowballing out of control. There was no way for LBZS to get back into that one unless they had taken like 2 perfect fights, and that just wasn't happening. Like, Chrono doesn't do enough with the Wraith King on the other side and with what they were doing in the Chronos. Like, it just would never happen.
You know, B-Cup, we were talking about it in the previous series about this Viper hero, which is often a situation where you win the game, or win the lane rather, and find yourself just losing the game. Fortunately, though, in this situation, there's no Viper. So once you win these lanes with the heroes that Team Magma had, very easy to snowball off to victory. The Wraith King had a phenomenal game. Way better than I'm pretty sure he was anticipating having. But Nev, it's one thing not to be able to rotate into the lane, or one thing not to counter the laning phase, one thing not to rotate the Leshrac to that side of the map to deal with it. It's quite another when you have Leshrac, you have Faceless Void, you have these kind of heroes that are supposed to be able to dominate fights, but you're always getting out team for it, and even with Leshrac, you're getting out pushed. How does that happen here, and what could they have done differently on the side of LBZS?
I think it all comes down to shutting down this Wraith King harder in the lane. I really didn't like that first ring of health that LG ended up buying. You kind of conceded into playing against the Warlock and the Wraith King. You figure, okay, they're going to have too much stain either through lifestealing back up, the early arm or Helm of Iron Will he's building, and the heal from Warlock for you to contest him. I don't think you have any heroes that are amazing at pushing lanes, unfortunately, outside of the Leshrac. Maybe if Detachment has a better lane himself, like he's able to get more points into Stroke of Fate earlier on and keep lane shoved in. But you got played around the map. You didn't do a good enough job at shutting down this Wraith King because you kind of conceded in that situation. You weren't able to burst heroes down fast enough with your lineup either. I really didn't like what they picked up here on the side of LBZS, and I was even less impressed by the movements around the map and their itemization that allowed Magma to snowball out of control so fast. So I'd say they need to rebuild what they did as far as draft goes and their strategy for this game from the bottom. Do something completely different because this was not working.
It definitely didn't work out. Because one of the things that we also saw in this game, we were talking about it as the draft started, right? That this last pick, Leshrac, oftentimes he's picked in these situations where he doesn't have the necessary protection and gets absolutely demolished. This was one of those games. And I love the itemization from the Wraith King, recognizing that, well, I go this AC, I go this Desolator, I can practically two-shot your mid hero here. On this Leshrac, we were talking about it in the draft. It's not viable without any kind of protection, right? The Shadow Demon didn't do enough to keep him alive in these fights. Should they have gone for a more defensive support in lieu of getting that Shadow Demon Grimstroke combination just to make sure that they at least have one of their cores surviving these fights?
I don't think that they didn't have a defensive support duo. I think they did. They just fell so far behind so quickly. Like these supports, we talked about it pretty early. 12 minutes in, neither of them were level 6. Like, that's really bad. They just, were not finding the space to be effective. And I think Magma did a really good job of playing around this Leshrac itemization, that early BKB. This fight here in particular is what shows this, is like, Dust survives, they run out the BKB, fight respawns, and they just rip apart PP. Like, there's nothing he can do in that situation. He's okay farmed on the Leshrac. Like, I think Dust just had a way better game, of course, with that rotation over bottom. He was doing okay for what he would or should be at in a more even game. It's just rotations and things kind of fell apart for LBZS. I don't even remember seeing Soulbind, or maybe it just wasn't effective enough for me to care to see Soulbind. Like,
right there.
I just,
it was a couple times. It stopped stopped the Pango from rolling, stopped Earth Spirit from making initiates a couple times, but
did it though? Because they got destroyed.
It was definitely there
and
ineffective, but then nobody else was doing anything while the Soulbind was happening, so you couldn't really feel it be effective for that reason.
It's as effective as Kagome time walking in and time walking out in this fight.
Damn.
Like, I just did nothing.
Bars! Oh, snap. My boy B-Cop got bars today. That flat cap is giving you some spice, OG. One of the things, though, that I do want to talk about, we've seen this time and time again, itemization being the crux of what can happen in these games. I am not a fan of Eternal Shroud first on Leshrac. I do like the item overall on this hero, but I don't think you can get to 20 minutes on Leshrac and not have a BKB effective. And if you are going to go Eternal Shroud, you cannot go Yule Scepter, the second item. Talk to me about this, fam. What was the plan here for PP, do you think?
Well, I mean, this item happens to be very good against the Pango, against the Death Prophet, the Eternal Shroud, and the Yule Scepter. But when you're playing against the Wraith King, who has the Armlet and the Deso was his first two items, then builds a Blink Dagger afterwards, I mean, you can see that. He just hops on the Leshrac and then bonk! He loses his entire HP pool. Like, you needed armor by the time that this Wraith King was able to get on top of you with a Blink Dagger, and he didn't have it because of how we itemized. So it gives you sustain for your mana. It lets you sit in the middle of team fights, but it didn't deal with the Wraith King, who ended up being the biggest problem. And maybe, you rely on LG to be handling the Wraith King and shutting his game down, but that didn't end up happening either. I go back to that point a lot. I'm going to the back to that point a lot. I'm kind of beating a dead horse at this point, but the Ring of Health into kind of letting Wraith King free farm is where a lot of these problems came from.
Oof, damn, we just saw some of that Wraith King damage come out here in these fights. It is phenomenal. I'm going to tee y'all boys up. I'm not going to ask Neff this question, B-Cup, because he's just going to be hater McHater here. But we saw the potential of this team fight breaking, and this might be a reason why we don't see Faceless Void as much. Warlock, man, great for counter-initiating off of these massive team fight ultimates. Several times within this game, we'd have a jump in coming in from this Void. He'd drop the bubble, and then guess what? You can't do anything because there's a Chaos Golem dropping immediately afterwards. So it makes it worse, right? You can't jump the Wraith King, who is the MVP of this match. Shout out to Bai. You can't really jump onto this Death Prophet, but nor can you jump onto anybody else, because if you do, Warlock immediately there with this Chaos offering. Is this a potential soft pick whenever you see this Faceless Void emerging here, just to make sure that you at least have one ultimate to counteract their big bubble?
I mean, I think Warlock's probably going to get picked before Void in every draft right now. I don't think Void's ever going to be picked before a Wraith King. It's certainly a possibility that you pick it up afterwards, but I don't know. It just, I didn't think this Void was a good pick to start. I don't think that it had the ability to take down these heroes. I just, it felt way lacking, and it's very evident in the last two games we've seen Void that it just isn't getting enough done with these Chronospheres. I feel like it did have more than that last Void in terms of follow-up, but I don't know. I think the Warlock's certainly good with it. I like the Chaotic Offering. He doesn't have to position himself that close. The cast range on Chaotic Offering's really far.
It's a good hero. Good spells all across the board. Gotta love Kazi's performance here. 2, 4, and 13 on this Warlock. But as you say, Kagome's Faceless Void, as much as it has brought them some victory before, it's certainly not the game that's going to bring them victory now. Fishman from Team Fusion, when we spoke to him earlier, he was saying that he believes this Faceless Void is somewhat of a lackluster hero right now. And we certainly are seeing that evidenced game after game after game. We'll be seeing, though, if LBZS will be able to recover this, find a different hero for Kagome to play, find something for this mid lane that actually has protection, because I really didn't like this Leshrac just practically being naked in this game. Salad did try his best, but limited amount that you can do on this Shadow Demon. Before we go to a quick break here, Neff, have you seen enough here? This Shadow Demon, second time played in the DPC, it lost this game pretty badly. First pick, it's certainly not first pick material, but were there any glimmers of hope that allow you to see where this Shadow Demon can still fit into these drafts?
Okay, look, I corrected myself. I remembered partway through this game that the Shadow Demon is incredibly effective against heroes like the Death Prophet and the Razor. And that's what they were going for here, but I feel like they were falling back too much on what they learned in Season 1 and countering out the enemy team instead of focusing on their own games. So, again, the bottom up, I think they need to rethink their strategy here. The Shadow Demon, as good as it is against Death Prophet, you got to have your own thing going on instead of picking a lackluster support that, even though it was pretty decent against the DP, isn't a solid enough structure for you to base your draft of and start your draft with.
We've heard often from players themselves that here in Division 2, it's more important to focus on your own game plan, focus on your own playstyle, and try to improve that to the maximum rather than trying to counter out what the enemy is doing. We'll be seeing, though, if LBZS have learned that lesson going into Game 2, or if Team Magma will still stay in pole position and still stay in terms of dictating the draft, the outcome of the game, and just the tempo overall. It just felt like Team Magma knew exactly what was happening and forced LBZS to play into their hands. Let's see, though, if that's going to be different in Game 2, and we'll be finding out very shortly as we're going to go to a quick break. Myself, Snare, Neff, and B-Cop will be back with you in just a flash for some more Chinese DPC action.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome, one and all, back here to the Chinese DPC. The third tour is continuing right now on the run-up to the Arlington Major, the run-up to the next TI, and of course, the run-up potentially towards promotion to Division 1. Right now, we are witnessing Team Magma taking on LBZS. LBZS folded in Game 1 pretty hard, so Team Magma back to their winning ways, back to being able to show everybody why they deserve to be in Division 1 in the first place. We'll see whether or not they can continue that trend in Game number 2. Of course, I'm going to be joined by Neff and B-Cop. Gentlemen, we have one more opportunity here for LBZS, one more bite at the cherry. B-Cop, I'll start with you. Can they do it? Is there potential for a Game 3?
No.
Damn, B-Cop dropping it on him at the beginning of the game before we're even in the draft. What is with you today?
I would drop this mic, but I can't afford another one, so that's not going to happen. Unless Sure wants to come out and like send me one to drop, it's not getting mic dropped. Although I do like the mic drop moments.
That is a very expensive mic, the SM7B. Everybody at home, make sure you get yourself that mic if you can afford it. And one of the teams that wins here,
crisp on the microphone,
it's crisp as B-Cop. Drop bars like B-Cop. But I'm going to allow Neff to drop some bars here.
$500 for this microphone. What?
Yeah, dude. It's a really good mic, though. It's a really good mic. I almost bought it myself. I got the MV7, which is sort of like the little brother to that one, but it's worth every penny. Trust. Like,
it's an
if you use one
investment
of those
in my
mics,
future.
yeah, it's worth it. But Neff, instead of molding over the price of these microphones, mold for me, fam, because we have a first phase Warlock. However, there is still a Dawnbreaker and a Marcy in this game. Talk to me about what these drops look like right now.
Okay, look, with Ban out the Nick Assassin first this time, a clear sign they're going to take the Dawnbreaker as the first pick. Otherwise, they get countered way too hard, and they follow up with the Lina. This is an incredibly solid start. Dawnbreaker is always able to do fairly well in lane, but despite the fact that LG did reasonably well last time, he wasn't aggressive enough, didn't do enough damage, didn't punish the Wraith King. So Dawnbreaker is going to be able to make up for some of those weaknesses. Lina always does very well in lane as well, assuming this is going to be played in the mid lane. Their start is a lot more aggressive than we saw previously. So took the advice. They're going to change up what they're doing from the bottom up. I've liked this quite a bit. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see Marcy, Warlock, Mars. Heroes that have a lot of sustain, honestly. Tough to bring down these team fights, so they're going to have to continue to go all in for the damage if they want to be able to bring these guys down in the early game. And I do think they should be playing this as fast as possible against Team Magma. So I like their opening here. I'm a little bit concerned about the Lina in the laning phase because, again, the Marcy is somebody who's able to get on top of the Lina fairly easily and then set up things for the other teammates, and fighting into the Mars and the Marcy is pretty difficult for Lina. But this is going to create some problems for them. When you have to play against this Nature's Prophet, when you have the Lina, when you have the Marcy and Mars, you try to make anything happen on a Lina. While it's happening, you're going to be losing buildings. They could go for a Treant Protector here, but then you'd have to play this Marcy in a core role. So, honestly, LBZS, night and day how different their draft is. I already would call this for them. I would say they're going to do just fine this game.
Honestly, I have my doubts. Let me tell you.
Holla at us, B-Cup. Bring us these bars again, fam.
Okay, B-Cup. Let's
bring us the bars. Let's hear it.
Can somebody play Stone Cold Steve Austin's music just before I come in and that's all I need is to just come out here, have the microphone. I'm standing on the apron. I'm just like, all right, listen. Honestly, if this Dawnbreaker's a 3, which I hope it is, because otherwise it's a 5, and I think that's atrocious. I think LBZS are in an okay spot. I'm wondering if Magma. Before the Void Spirit, I was wondering if they were going to go Zeus to keep an eye on this Nature's Prophet and or figure out something different. But maybe they go Spectre, then they can haunt onto this Nature's Prophet. I'm a little worried about LBZS. Their lockdown is okay at the moment. Magma's is decent. Chaotic Offering, Spear, Dispose, Aether Remnant, another stun, and I'd be all about it. I don't care. Stuns. They always win games. I'm a little worried just about LBZS. They come online a little bit later than I think Magma can kind of start to get the ball rolling at the moment. There's that Spectre ban. Good.
Yep.
So that's what I was calling for.
That was smart.
Thank you. I could draft for some of these teams. That's what I used to do. I used to take my casting knowledge and I'd play those open qualifiers for TI and I'd draft for my team. And then we'd lose in the first round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Actually,
No.
I think I won the first 2 games once, but don't quote me on that.
Hey.
I made it. It was
Somebody
it's
please go
NA
back in
quals.
the
Very
Somebody
easy.
please go back in the catalog and try to find exactly where B Corp was winning these games. Well, one thing I'm very I'm interested to see where this Mars is going to play. He's definitely going to be in the offlane here for TZY, but as we were talking about in game number 1, he's not enjoying a very high win rate when played in the offlane versus being played mid. And it's interesting because Team Magma has mostly played this Mars in the mid lane here. So I haven't seen this particular combo, the Void Spirit Mars, from them just yet. Where we're going in the safe lane here, Neff, and it has to be a hero that can deal with this Batrider. And B-Corp had a sigh of sadness because that means it's going to be a Dawnbreaker support. So what do we have for Baye as the last pick, and do you like this Batrider coming out?
Yes, and the reason I like this Batrider is because there's not a lot of heroes left that are sipping carries that deal that well with the Batrider. The number one thing that comes to mind that they could still potentially play here is the Juggernaut, but when you have a Juggernaut Warlock lane, it is a little bit underwhelming, kind of defeats the whole purpose of picking him, where you spam out Shadow Ward in order to top up your carry and make sure that he's able to sustain through the lane. I'm assuming, anyways, that this Batrider is going to be played in position 3, and they're changing things around. So Dawnbreaker be 5, Earth Spirit 4, and then Lina mid and Nature's Prophet 1, but is a little bit more flexible than that. Either way, whatever they pick up here next on Magma needs to be able to deal with sticky napalm stacks. It doesn't just get completely owned by it. And then they might change up where the Batrider actually goes on the side of LBZS. But Juggernaut is the number one thing that comes to mind. Unfortunately, a lot of the counters that historically have been very good against the Batrider aren't amazing at the moment. One of them, for example, is Phantom Lancer, but he's not amazing here either. He gets cleared out pretty quickly because of the Dawnbreaker and the Lina. It'd come on a little bit too slow to deal with the Nature's Prophet, but they end up going for that Jug anyways.
Yep. I mean, one of the things that if you do play this Jug, you were mentioning it that nowadays you can sort of buttress your sustain with the healing ward, but in this situation, maybe Kazi can cover you so you don't actually have to drop a point into a healing ward.
Oh, you'll
go for it a little bit later. Juggernaut last pick. I'm somewhat of a fan of this hero. I saw the performance yesterday that we saw from Ghost on the side of RNG. He had a phenomenal game on the Juggernaut. However, it was into a much easier situation. B-Corp, what do you make of this here? I imagine that they don't have that much reach on this team right now for Team Magma to get on top of this Nature's Prophet every single time in these fights. So do you like the last pick Juggernaut, and do you think it's going to help them just being able to kill everybody in these fights where LBZS is certainly going to try to spread their map around a bit?
I kind of disagree with the fact that they can't get on this Nature's Prophet. They have Rebound. They'll have the Dispose. That'll give them a vision if they want Void Spirit to make the jump with the Astral Step to get the Aether Remnant. You'll have a Blink Dagger eventually on TZY on the Mars if they want to catch Nature's Prophet as well. I think the double heal in the safe lane is going to be very interesting with the Jug and the Warlock if you want to go into the healing ward at least one level and also have the Shadow Word. There should be sustain in that lane. I kind of like where the lanes are going to go here for Magma. I'm a little worried that LBZS, if they're not too careful, this game gets away from them again. Like, I hate 5 Dawnbreaker. I despise it not in the off lane. I think this hero, with items, is just so much better than it is with not a lot of levels and not a lot of farm. Like, the early damage with Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, I kind of like. Like, that is always a given. I think that's okay. But at the end of the day, I don't know. 5 Dawnbreaker just feels like garbage.
Wow, I find myself in the awkward position of having to have Neff be the optimist on the panel. So, Neff, as we get into this game here, talk up this Dawnbreaker, make me believe in it as a support. Neither myself or B-Corp do. However, it's your job to convince us that it can actually be viable, and it's LBZS' job to convince us that it's a winning strategy. So let's get into the game. Game 2 of LBZS versus Team Magma. We've got B-Corp, we've got Neff the optimist, and we've got some Dota. Talk to you after the game, boys.
Talk to you soon. About 28 minutes.
28 minutes. Today you're going to learn, B-Cop. You're gonna learn the detachment is going to be girl bossing it. Okay, the amount of damage you can do as a position 5 Dawnbreaker is insane. With just Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker,
Well,
it
I
does so
said
much
that.
more than almost any other support. Yes, but you don't respect her girl bossing it, B-Cop.
I don't respect it being like not that great mid late game. Like I think it being level 1 Solar Guardian for so long in the game is very easy to mitigate if you're Magma as time goes on. Like
I
you
will
don't
admit,
13
I will admit this. I'll give you this. The Solar Guardian, you lose part of the usefulness of it when Dawnbreaker isn't elsewhere on the map farming and then being able to join team fights with that ability. You lose a lot from not being able to take advantage of that, but I still think it is fairly powerful. I just don't like how they switched back for the Batrider as their last pick here. You know, you go for this one, you think, okay, this is a great gotcha pick if they have nothing to counter it, but Juggernaut's going to sustain in the lane. He's got a Dispel in the form of his Blade Fury. Like, if you don't get a kill early on against the Batrider, or sorry, as the Batrider against the Juggernaut, taking advantage of his like high cooldown with the Blade Fury at the earlier levels, so there was no point in picking this one up, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really like the Batrider
That's my
either.
biggest concern.
And I think the Batrider gets like mitigated early. I don't know. It just maybe I'm just too in love with this Dawnbreaker Ags. Because I think it's so good.
It is pretty
60% evasion and the heal pulse is so much stronger. Like, come on.
Yeah, it is very good.
It's
I'll give
so
you that.
good.
But, you know, she's useful without it. Look at the amount of harass you're doing to TZY right now.
She is useful
Alright, never
without
mind.
it, but that's with items in the 3 still. Like, you don't always have to build Ags in a 3 position on the Dawnbreaker, but you still need, you know, you still need to be able to do things. I think the early damage is okay.
What do you think of them chaining up the lanes a little bit, by the way? Instead of the Warlock being played down the bottom lane, it is going to be Mercy down here alongside the Juggernaut. I mean, it makes more sense given that
The double
don't need to
heal is
rely as
alright,
much on the
but
heal.
yeah, I think it's fine. You just need to stay safe until you've got that first level in the healing ward.
Yep.
It's easy to say that you need to stay safe because this is certainly a lane that may get in your face if you're not too careful, especially you've Boulder Smash, a couple stacks of the Sticky Napalm. Like level 2 might be strong for LBZS. They also have Blade Fury, like you could just back up like that. I wouldn't be surprised even if they don't take it until level 3 on the Jug, and that's, yeah, he's gone to the Blade Dance level 2.
Yep. He's not afraid of them. Instead, he just wants to put as much damage into them as possible once he starts clicking away at them. But as you can see, what we were talking about earlier down here in the bottom lane, he's not just committing his spin. Oh, he's gonna be alive.
Yeah, for
He'll
now.
be alive. Yeah, but he has to spend a lot of time sitting pretty far back until his courier with the bottle on it gets over to him.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah. Does he have to assimilate? He doesn't. And but a Dragon Slave plus like 2 right clicks will kill him now.
Are they? Wow, that is risky.
Yeah.
I was
Resonant
wondering-
Pulse to block the damage there.
I was wondering if they were willing to bring in the Nature's Prophet all of a sudden. Just TP in to get that one last right click.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that one's not worth it when you're on position 1 NP.
No, I
but you
know.
get back to the lane pretty quickly with your Town Portal Scroll, but still,
This
do
would have
not
been
be
pretty funny.
Yeah, I would be crazy about it. It would be very funny though.
So let's see. Let's see if Bai does take this healing ward at level 3. I guess he's not feeling like he's getting pressured a lot. Good
He'll
flame
go
break.
spin, because it's important for them to keep the spin cooldown now, and might finally use it here. No,
No, not
Still
using it
doesn't
with a
wanna drop
dispose. Just eating the damage.
Yep. And now he's probably wishing he put a point into the healing ward because his HP is starting to drop. He's got 17 wand charges, or 18 wand charges now. It's from the Batrider spamming out his skills, but you know, taking full advantage of, or not taking full advantage, playing as safe as possible down here by holding on to the Blade Fury. So Batrider's never going to be able to just commit a Firefly onto him.
Which
And
makes
it's kind of funny
me-
because he doesn't even have a point in the Firefly. Top lane, TZY is getting run down.
Yeah, Celestial Hammer early. They've got the Shadow Word, and ooh, not going to be enough.
Yep.
That's the difference, though. If Marcy's here, that probably is First Blood.
The lanes are going way better for LBZS. I will say that. As mid lane, they've got the rotation in with the rebound. They should have disposed. That almost threw him onto the high ground. Aether Remnant is there. PP's locked down, but the damage just isn't enough until the Resonant Pulse comes out and they get first blood. So Dust, after struggling in that lane for so long, ends up getting first blood. That's pretty big for him. He evens up the net worth.
Yep. Massive there by the side of Team Magma, realizing that Lino was too far forward on the wave, trying to put too much pressure onto this Void Spirit, and under the wave with no mana. So it means no Lit Trickery to drop on them, and he just ends up getting run down there. So punish for the aggression.
LSA lands, and they have the Resonant Pulse. Dust's going to try and get away with the Dissimilate, and Aether Remnant locks up the Lina. Oh, that's enough to get away. Wow, that was really close.
Yep. So, I mean, good timing on the Dissimilate. It doesn't end up getting a dodge from the Boulder Smash, but he mitigates and is invulnerable for a lot of the duration of the slow there. TY goes down in the top lane.
And you can see where he died. He was really far forward.
No. Solid's still sitting behind the tower. I mean, I imagine PP isn't happy about getting taken down like that, so they're looking to turn this one around. Rolls off the mark.
Aether Remnant under the tower. Nobody coming over for the side of Magma, though.
Yeah, he can Dissimilate off if he tries to throw out another Dragon Slave here. A little bit in their own heads, but Earth Spirit doesn't really have a place to be at the moment. If he's down in the bottom lane, he's just soaking up XP. It means LG gets a slower level 6, and this is kind of what he needs at the moment in order to start making plays happen around the map. Kagome's off to a Go ahead.
I was going to say, honestly, the same for Mercy, right? Like, bottom, he's tried to rebound on top of LG, but he's holding that flame break, at least was holding that flame break for the most part, to hit the Marcy mid-air so the rebound doesn't land.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nowhere for him to be. And then top lane again, having the rotation come in from Salad, now you get another kill on the TZY. So they're shutting down the off lane at least.
Yeah. I mean, also means that Snake's Prop is going to have an excellent game. Do you like his item build here? He's going, Witchblade is his first. No, sorry, Orchid. Orchid is his first item.
I don't know if I like it that much, the Orchid.
It means he's going to play a more active role and probably try to shut down the Void Spirits game. So I do like it for that reason, but he's not going to be doing as much around the map by himself. This is what he's going to be going for. Not as much split pushing and whatnot.
Now level
but I do think this is what they need. I didn't like how LBZS weren't active enough against the enemy team's carries and whatnot in the previous game.
And they kind of need to be. Salad, if he's not too careful, will just get hit with a rebound as well as dispose. They don't even have level 6 yet on LG. And from the Bat Rider that we saw earlier today from Fishman, he had gone 303. So this is a completely different build with the 3-1-1-1. But they were also making a lot more stacks for him. Now the dispose comes out, Blade Fury kicks away LG. They brought Kagome over. They do have Omni Slash if he's forced to use it. And that's exactly what he'll do. But he goes over to the Treants, and 3 of those shots don't even land. Fatal Bonds is out. LG, he's connected over to Kagome. They've got the roll in into Kaz. Kaz eats a Fairy Fire. He'll survive for a little bit longer, but eventually the right click is in from Kagome. This draws a lot of attention over bottom. They get a kill, but I don't know if that was entirely worth it. Omni Slash is down. I guess LG is no longer in trouble. No lasso ended up getting used, so it's like it's positives and negatives, but it's not like a complete win or loss for either side. Yeah, they'll go for PP. They've got the catch so far. There's the dispose. Dawnbreaker coming in, but the Astral Step eventually goes off and PP dies. Mercy, though, traded with the Starbreaker. And early Celestial Hammer damage, level 3. It's quite a bit.
Yeah, I was concerned about this at the beginning of the game. This Lina just being subject to the Marcy jumping on top of it. It's one of the better heroes at dealing with the Lina in the mid lane. I really don't like the double null talisman he's gone for this one either. I think you need more HP items. Whether that be like getting your Ogre Club as early as possible, or completing this magic stick into, or these branches into a magic wand. I mean, you're only getting what, a net of 4 strength off of having the double null talisman. You're spending more than 1,000 gold on this one. Like, you definitely would have been better off going for anything that would have given you a little bit more bulk here. So not watching out enough for this one, but they are using this Marcy very well on the side of Magma. So I am impressed with these rotations they've been making, slowing down this Lena's game just a little bit. But it sucks if you're an LBZS fan because you see this lead that PP had
Lasso
built for himself.
And Solar Guardian, wow, the damage coming out onto Bai. I don't know if they were expecting that. Dust just drops. And they also bring over Kagome. 3 heroes dead on the side of Magma trying to force save this Jug on that lasso. Everybody committed. They used that Solar Guardian, and I believe the Wrath of Nature came in right before it. Just completely obliterating the Jug, who was keeping up with Kagome to start, but this is exactly what LBZS need. Just early pressure and not really letting up at all.
Yeah, the last they're coming in right away alongside with like the Solar Guardian and
the Wrath
like
of
you
Nature.
mentioned, the Wrath of Nature ended up doing like 250 magic damage to him, so he got blown up really fast there. Picking things up. I believe is that the Orchid done? Just the second component of it. It's not quite done. He still needs the Void Stone, but it is almost there. And then the Void Spirit doesn't have such an easy game anymore.
And he died bottom, and that's actually going to slow him down. He wanted to get that Yules out. Kaz, this is something that was big in the last game. The supports didn't get their 6 and their ultis to use on the side of LBZS until about 13 minutes. It's the other way around this time. You've got the Dawnbreaker who has the Solar Guardian at almost level 7. You've got the Magnetize available, like already ready for LBZS, but both supports don't have that 6. Now finally Mercy gets his.
Yeah, Mercy is holding on to the Tome of Knowledge. Might pass it over to Warlock, depending. Warlock's picking stacks right now, though. So if anyone
goes down, but Bai, he's in a lot of trouble. And he
certainly dead.
Used Omni Slash for that. He's got the Healing Ward, but there's the Laguna Blade to just get the kill. It is. I mean, it's like this would be better if it wasn't Bai. They're drawing so many numbers, but LBZS are kind of free to do that.
Yeah, this could get a lot worse for them in a moment as well. They're pretty close to invading the enemy team's triangle right now, which is a lot of stacks built up for them. So I'm pretty sure he just double Astral Steps, dissimulates this big creep camp. Thankfully, they didn't end up giving this one out because Juggernaut's in no position to clear this one out. If he spins on top of it, he just like dies. The amount of creeps hitting him. And the enemies have been grouped up. We're starting to make a move for the tower there.
Arena?
Yeah, this isn't going to find a kill on anyone. This will just allow him to disengage.
Yeah. Maybe thinking Mercy could help out.
I mean, he saw where Dust was on the map, so maybe he figures Dust's able to go over to them, but he just double Astral Stepped a big creep stack, so Dust was in no position to assist there.
Much better game so far from LBZS. I can't keep saying that enough.
I was telling you, B-Cup. I tried to tell you. No, they did things completely different this game. Their draft looked different. Their style looks different. Are they going to find TZY? Can he get the lasso? Oh, not quite. That roll connected. He is certainly dead. So they managed to just barely avoid death there. Juggernaut is going to try to catch back up. He's only like 1,000 there with Down the Nature's Prophet. And thanks to this Maelstrom build, he is going to farm relatively fast. I'm just not sure how quickly he's going to be able to participate in this game again. Because LBZS, again, they're going to be able to play fairly fast here. If anyone goes down the mid lane, then 100% the NP TP's in, and they start taking complete control of the map after grabbing that building. Speaking of, they're going to try to step in the mid here. They smoke on several heroes. They're going to run into Salad.
Yeah, they'll get the Solar Guardian out. I don't know if that's what you want to use now. Chaotic Offering comes in and Detachment's committed to this. Celestial Hammer, but Dust has that Yule, so it'll keep him here. And they also get Detachment's Ogre Axe on that Courier.
Yeah, Kagome takes his opportunity.
Axe.
Yep, he is. I mean, you talked about how much you liked it. Doesn't matter what position you're playing this Dawnbreaker.
You can get it. I think that's an amazing item to get.
I agree. Okay, he teleported up to the top lane on Kagome immediately when he saw his teammates getting gone on, but wasn't able to actually put any pressure onto this tier 1. I think they need to start like routing these buildings and trying to take the mid tower to deny a little bit of space from Magma on this map. It's very easy for them to respond to things, and this Void Spirit's value goes way up as long as they still hold buildings and ability to like quickly move onto a lane, set up a kill onto like Lina or one of these supports. So hopefully that's the next goal of Kigome is, you know, running these buildings, snipe around the mid tower. They're playing very tight around the mid tower on the side of Magma though, because they're afraid of Nature's Prophet or any of these LBZS heroes to be able to quickly put in damage in this tier 1. I very much like the strategy against the NP. Like, just so centralized on the map in order to respond to anything.
Net worth just about even, and Jug now hoping he can take out this ancient stack. He's got the healing ward, he's got the maelstrom, he's starting to work on it. He's going into a Yasha, which will be built into a Manta, of course. And Jug will grab a bit of these. Healing through it all.
Though. This is so
terribly slow. This is like a 4 stack. It's not like awful. He also just took the big camp too, which was stacked 4 times.
I mean, each ancient camp is worth less than a creep wave, unfortunately.
Mercy goes down to LG, and that was not lasso committed, so still have that available.
Yep. You have left your mid buildings susceptible to getting gone on by these LBZS heroes, though, and so it looks like since they're not in position, they will finally end up losing this one. This will give a lot more map control to LBZS. This one is actually kind of a big deal. If you had been a little bit faster on this Blink Dagger on TCY, you wouldn't have been able to prevent this one. He just finishes it now, and it comes out in his courier. If only he had that before they managed to make that rotation there for the mid tower, they would have been able to shut that one down. Top lane, Juggernaut is dead. Oh, he's not dead. They don't have Batrider in position. He lives.
TP. Oh.
Yeah. There's no way LG would have been able to make that in time. Unfortunate.
And again, i.e. making space, getting time, growing his net worth, hoping to catch up to this Nature's Prophet.
Speaking of, they're trying to catch up to this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, he's gone.
And he's gone, yeah. Smoke isn't getting up with anything. This man's got gamer senses. He's not going to go down to this one. Gamer senses and wards to see them, you know, move into position. Sal ended up placing a very deep observer ward into the enemy territory. There's the setup for that smoke, even though you didn't see the smoke itself.
Yeah, he's bottom. It's like that episode of South Park. We'll take your $100, reinvest it, put it over into some different stocks, and it's gone.
What do you mean, I have $100? No, you did have $100. It's gone.
It's gone. You did see Nature's Prophet, but now he's gone. Laguna Blade used on Roche. Okay. As they're grabbing this Roche.
That is insane. You never would have done this in the past. It decreased the mana cost of this ability, so it is kind of worth it. But just due to how you build up stacks of Fiery Soul, they want to be able to take this as quickly as possible. So it's like 40 more attack speed that you don't have, plus the huge amount of magical damage that you're doing to Roshan. So that's why they committed there. It's actually kind of rough building up stacks now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Big Aegis to get.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, so they've taken all the outer towers now. Go ahead.
Do you fight into this Aegis if you're Magma, or do you really just try to stay as safe as possible?
You fight into this. They should go for this.
They gotta wait for the Manta, I would say, at least if the Jug wants to get involved. They've got the arena down, Dust goes in, but the lasso's there, and with the Starbreaker as well as the roll, Void gets played by his own Magma. By his own Mars.
By his own Magma. Alright, they 100% listened to me, but they shouldn't have, okay?
I agree.
Was it that they didn't end up connecting? Was it like, the Spirit connected there, right? Or the Spirit didn't connect? Am I crazy?
I think it did. They had the arena and then they
missed something. It's already gone in my head. I know I'm supposed to remember these things that like just happened moments ago. I should probably work on my memory.
Yeah. It's all the anime.
Probably. Actually, it's the lack of anime. I haven't been watching very much recently. I've been organizing. I talked to you about the thing I was working on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been doing that and not nearly enough anime. So
almost,
I think that's
almost broke the NDA right there.
Yeah, exactly. It's esports. We always break NDAs. It's what we do. Okay, Shadowblade now done on Lina.
Doug caught up. Like, he was 1,000 gold down. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the fact this would happen. He farmed faster than Nature's Prophet. He's got the Maelstrom to be able to quickly clear out creep camps and whatnot.
Bottom lane,
And
Mars.
He can build himself.
They're going to get chased down by Kagome and LG. They've had a really tough time dealing with this Bat Rider Nature's Prophet combo.
Yeah, they're on top of them anywhere at any time, and the Dawnbreaker is as well. Shadowblade reveal.
We'll roll in, and LSA, they've got the Astral Step. They're trying to save this Warlock. They've got the Chaotic Offering. If PP drops, he might just drop twice.
Here's BKB. So, no, Dawnbreaker doesn't have ultimate, though.
Oh, but the Omni coming through. Starbreaker used. It's only onto the Golem. Now they've got the Orchid. They have the Lasso. The damage is not there yet, but oh god, the right clicks are coming in. The Blade Fury trying to run. Dust is right by him. The roll is in. The Flame Break. Ooh, the
he has too much movement speed.
Still gets away. They land the spear on a Kagome. That can be a big kill if they get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet. There's the dispose. Bai is back, and he says bye.
Oh, the amount of healing that... Yeah, okay. The amount of healing that he had there was insane, and Lina just slightly out of position. Maybe the Dawnbreaker had her ultimate slightly earlier there, but definitely overstepped themselves on the side of LBZS, and this is huge for them. Like, you were starting to get control of the map, you're starting to build yourself a lead, and you end up losing your Nature's Prophet, like, just as he completes his Aghanim Shard and can start ratting a little bit better. I don't want to say that this is going to be... We're going to look back on this and being like, yes, this is where everything went wrong for them. This is where they started to lose, but this is where everything is starting to go wrong for them.
It's the current peak.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Oh my god. Mercy has...
That was
and
insane.
he may be dead, but I'm going to say what I want to say anyway. That just shows the absolute range he has. Rebound, blink, dispose. Which is kind of nuts.
Can he get him? No, we cannot. By the way, can we talk about this Earth Spirit?
Sure.
I want you to look at this Earth Spirit. I want you to click on him and look at his talent that he took. This guy took the +2 magnetize duration instead of the rolling boulder distance. You get an extra 650 distance.
Hey,
the other one.
Cat U doesn't fuck around.
That is...
Although his name is Sal these days.
That is so weird. That had to have been a misclick, right?
No. Everything he does...
If you like put these two things next to each other and how useful they are, it is insane how much more effective this distance and being able to start fights with a rolling boulder is. I don't know.
Yeah,
this feels like a mistake. I don't know why you would ever go for the other talent.
I don't disagree with you because you also always have the Nature's Prophet to go in, so your like reach is just so big with that extra range. So
I thought you were gonna say you wouldn't disagree with me because I have like 800 or so Earth Spirit games.
Yeah, but I played with you on Earth Spirit once and we lost.
I'm sure that was my fault. Unbelievable. You played me on my best.
Ooh, big timing for LBZS. Ags available on the Dawnbreaker.
He tries to change the subject. Eggs available on the Dawnbreaker. This is huge. Just changes everything for them. The Omni Slashes, they're just not going to be nearly as effective anymore. You know, thankfully they can go through Illusion with this Maelstrom, but this Lina's going to have to watch out. Can't be too aggressive positioning, even with this Aghanim Scepter done. Huge shield coming out as well. LG, does he have the jumps?
Immediately. They want to go with the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Fatal Bonds now with the BKBB Popeye PP. Blade Fury, Mercy trying to survive. Now going to the Solar Guardian, but they've already lost Mercy. They've got the Lasso coming in as well as the LSA. The damage is there, and they've got the kill on a Bai. They'll look to finish off this Warlock. They've got the Sprout around TZY. They don't get the Warlock yet. The arena's there. Incoming is the Spear. TZY might actually get away, but it's tough. Oh, the Blink. Oh, he didn't commit to the TP. He would have had him.
Yeah. Oh, he ends up getting away now on the Mars, huh? They do manage to finally take a fight. Aghanim Scepter ended up playing a decent part in that previous one. I couldn't see a fight recap. It was bugged out. Damage on these heroes. There we go. Look at that. Lina ended up doing a lot of it. But the Dawnbreaker, it wasn't that effective, the longer ultimate, because it was actually the Light Strike Ray that ended up connecting with the Juggernaut the moment that the lasso ended, but no. Jug finally overextending, going a little bit too far in that previous team fight. And then getting away with that a little bit, but this does give map control back over the side of LBZS. And immediately they just start like running at the Nature's Prophet on several heroes. That's kind of insane. All right.
Lincoln's for Jug. And there's the Silver Edge for the Lena.
Yeah, that is very big against the Mars. You'll be able to kill him so much quicker now. And it's important that she gets this now before Mars has too many points in the bulwark. It would reduce the damage by quite a bit. Bottom lane, Dust.
Kind of feel like Magma need this next Aegis to stay in the game.
I mean, the longer this goes, the better off they're going to be. I think they've got decent heroes to scale for the late game. I'm just concerned about LBZS making like a super sick movement on the map and then being able to lock Magma into their base. They're going to try to go up to the top lane. It's not easy to get this Jug, though.
It is when he stays. And he's very dead. And so is the Marcy. All 5 heroes going together and making it quite an easy feat to get this kill. Not what Magma need, is they'll fall pretty far behind. It's not insurmountable, but it's starting to look that way. They were bringing it back for a while, and Jug was keeping up with the Nature's Prophet, but that overextension was the beginning of their peak, and now the downfall. They found themselves Cats. They might get themselves a +1. They've got the Orchid out. It's onto the Void Spirit. They'll take out Kaz. The arena's there, but the BKB is popped by LG. He's on the run. The Magnetize was pulsing, but Salad gets back into the base, and he's A-okay. And Magma just crumbling.
It only gets worse for them. Roshan's going to respawn in another 30 seconds as well. They will easily have control of the pit and then clear this one out relatively quickly. I mean, you don't have last for another 40 seconds, but I think by the time that like Magma is set up around the pit or to respond to this one, they'll have lasso available as well. Assault Kuros just completed on the Nature's Prophet now too. Like your damage is significantly reduced against the NP. Like what he's got his BKB action when he's clicking you down. I don't think you have the damage to kill him anymore, even like an Omni Slash.
Oh, PP, he's gonna come over and just obliterate. 2-shot Laguna Blade gets the kill on the Kaz.
And thankfully he's got this Arcane Rune, so his Laguna Blade will be off of cooldown pretty quickly. He has gone through a lot of mana though, and for that reason, they might not be able to take Roshan, which has respawned now. He might have to go back to base and then TP back over to the outpost.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, that looks like it's what he's going to have to do. Bottom line, we can see the damage that these graded treants are doing to the buildings. They're forced to fortify for this one.
Way too much damage, by the way.
Yeah, there's no way that... Okay, so they move into the Roche Pit, and this one is scanned out, and now they realize the vision's here, thanks to the Nature's Prophet ultimate connecting with these heroes.
They'll just keep a treant in there.
So they're just teleporting Kagome down to the bottom lane.
BKB immediately the last throw to turn around. They've got the Solar Guardian again. They baited in the Void. Every hero is down here immediately. Magma's just throwing bodies away constantly in this game. It's such a night and day performance of how well they had played in that first game, and now they're top. They land the Spirits on a Kagome. Do they have the damage? They're going to use that Omni Slash, but the BKB's been popped, and now they've got the Blade Fury, but it's not looking like they'll have the damage to get the kill on these heroes. They'll take the Mars. See, they've ended up getting the Mars, and immediately the Jug needed to TP back, so they just keep hemorrhaging heroes. It was 8k, then it's 10k, now it's 14k. Like, Magma just cannot stop the bleeding at all.
But wait, there's more. After they kill this Roshan, it'll go even more in their favor. They got the Aghanim Shard on this one as well. Who's this one go to? They take it on.
That's holding
it on the Bat Rider. Yeah, 17k net worth advantage now for the side of LBZS. They are crushing it now. They're grouped up in mid lane. They're hoping. Look where Dust is sitting. Like, he is like praying that somebody tries to jump the Juggernaut in the mid lane. And he can maybe turn things around, get a kill off of them, and find their way back into the game. But they are not taking the bait on LBZS. It is very hopeful sitting in the trees waiting for something to happen there. You can tell how desperate they feel if they're looking for things like that at this point. They know they're quite far behind now. Kagome just going to make sure this bottom lane is shoved in. So someone's going to have to respond to this one. And the moment somebody does, they're going to look for a play elsewhere on the map. Like, a core hero will end up having to deal with this bottom lane Greater Treant push. And they'll probably start moving their heroes over to the top lane to set up on something with the numbers advantage. I don't like what they're doing right now. They're just like grouped up inside the jungle. So they're losing a little bit of their momentum by not making enough plays. But Lina did need a little bit more mana. That's the only thing these null talismans are providing at this point, because you have no mana regen items other than these things that provide 1.5.
Now he's got a satanic.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't see a way back into the game here for Magma. The net worth is so far gone. The experience is so far gone.
Okay, you've got travels on Void Spirits. We can join his team. Yeah, I don't see a way back. Their way back in is they take a fight with like better numbers and, you know, get on top of Lina somehow. But she's got like full defensive items while being able to click you down. Like this Black King Bar Satanic build along with the Silver Edge is like, unless you're sitting inside the worldview arena, like this Lina will just immediately blow up several heroes with the BKB duration. This is such a good movement right now by them. They know exactly where these heroes on Magma are. Instead, they're just playing inside their triangle and holding on top of the hill where the Magma heroes aren't going to be able to get a jump onto them. And they'll even go for their buildings now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They played against this perfectly.
And they take it very quickly.
Radiant's middle
They don't have Fortify for another minute and 17 seconds either. Like, you've run into issues if you try to push high ground because you're worried about Marcy, like, blinking on top of you and throwing a Dispose. Then
Oh, PP. Kagome's here. Solar Guardian. Dead Jug's
dead.
There's literally nothing they've done right with this Jug and the movement since they got the kills when LBZS chased too far.
Yep. Which is very rough. I'm trying to figure out where they go from here. Like, they're going for Lincoln Sphere on Void Spirit, which is a defensive item that's not really going to change anything. They're going for Aghanim Shard and then Refresher Orb on Mars. I mean, the disable you get for that one might make a difference if you get, like, double two-man Spear off on the side. Whoa. They get the silence off before you get Dispose.
Oh, they got the lasso. Mercy goes down. LG gets the kill there. Kagome was also going for Dust Bottom.
Going for or gets?
Well, now gets, because Dust came back into it. Now he's silenced. He's on the run. The roll misses.
He's leashed.
He is leashed and he is killed.
Yeah. You hate to see it. Is he going to pick up a Quelling Blade at this point? That would be very funny if you have to buy like a 32-minute Quelling Blade in order to deal with the NP making movements onto you. They've got Fortify back up, but Void Spirit dead for 50. Marcy's still down for another 10. Like, this tier 3 tower is actually going to take a significant chunk of damage, right? Why are they backing up? They still have Aegis for another minute.
Maybe waiting for Salad.
What changes? What changes if you wait like 2-3 minutes? I think things only get harder for you if you wait 2-3 minutes. Like, you're kind of close to a Refresher Orb on Dawnbreaker, but not that close. You only give the enemies more time to react or to get back into things. I'm not sure there's any huge reason for them to wait. Yeah, I mean, MKB is coming out on Lina. That thing is almost done, but then Lina also doesn't have buyback for this next fight if they manage to find the kill off into her. So it could just be that they really wanted this this MKB done. They want people to be able to blow things up faster. But then again, this gives Magma the opportunity to leave their base and set up for something on you in this small window that you've now given them. I'm not sure what they'll find. They've been a lot more disciplined the last like 15 minutes of the game ever since they made like one slip up with Magma and managed to take a team fight. They haven't made this sort of mistakes again. In fact, look how far back Kagome is playing right now. and they have 3 heroes on top of each other over in the mid lane at the same time. Like, if they find attachment, it's not even a big deal. The smoke pops, they know that he's up here, but who cares with how much time you're wasting? This does not matter. It's an insignificant kill, even if you find it, and they're not even finding him. This is insane. He's gonna TP out.
They end up just going back.
That's so rough. This observer where they just planted on Marcy as well, this is such a desperation award. There's very little chance that this ends up being useful in the next several minutes.
Yeah, they haven't been able to play that far up on the map too often, but if it does get them 1 kill, it ends up being worth it.
Yeah. I mean, ideally you take a fight in the trees here, and you have such a big vision advantage that you're able to win this. But that is not where LBZS are going to be playing. But maybe they feel like they want to have something up there because attachment's hiding in the trees. They're playing against today's Prophet mid lane.
See what they can get done. They're going to go after this Jug once again, forcing out the Omni Slash. It'll bounce around. We have not seen the Omni do anything in this game, and again, it'll just lead to the Jug dying. They dropped the Chaotic Offering for that, so now they're without the Jug for a minute, and this high ground looks like it's just going to be seized pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Astral Step, Aether Remnant locks up the Lina. Marcy goes in to die in 2 shots. And the mid-setter racks are gone. Spear does not hit the arena, and the BKB is popped. They'll just call GG. LBZS take game 2. I mean, nothing went right for Magma in that game. Literally nothing. And LBZS just outplayed them the entire time.
I'm not surprised given the heroes that they picked up. Everything went so much different than it did the previous game. You had an offlane that played much more aggressive. The Juggernaut didn't have nearly as free of a game, was forced to hold on to spin there. And being in fear of this Batrider just going on top of you with a Firefly. Gome played relatively fast as well. But Version 5 Dawnbreaker ended up working. I mean, you said it yourself, you were concerned about the Dawnbreaker not building an eggs, and how did they solve that problem? How did they solve that problem, you got? They built an eggs.
And they gave that Dawnbreaker a lot of farm priority, too.
Mm-hmm. Maybe this is the solution, B-Cop, that when you do have this position 5 Dawnbreaker, you're like, you know what? For the first 15 minutes of the game, you're actually a position 3, then we'll transition you later to being support of the Aghanim Scepter. But what a game from LBZS. They came back in very strong fashion, and they made this one look very easy, though it honestly wasn't. Neff, you were talking about it before the game started, that they needed to change everything up, build from the bottom up. And in this situation, they did so quite well, didn't they? Able to dominate most of the map, control the pace of the game. But more importantly, they just had an idea of how to win, which they sort of lacked in game number 1. Now, of course, for Team Magma, they're the ones that have to be on the road to recovery. So what do they do differently? Is it itemization in this game that could have won it out? Or was it just set in stone from the laning phase that they were going to lose?
The only thing I really liked what they did in the laning phase on the side of Magma was the rotations from Marcy. They took advantage of how hard you were getting owned in the mid lane. No offense, Dust. Dust was getting destroyed in the mid lane. We saw that. Everyone was there. It was disgusting how they just let that happen, except for Marcy, who came in like a hero, gets on top of him with the rebound, disposes him back, almost the high ground, but not quite, and manages to find those kills, punishing this Lina for playing so far forward. This is the number one thing that I'd like. They utilize the Marcy very well. But then after that, the Warlock not able to make enough plays happen. Void Spirit is, as much as it does try to do this game, couldn't find enough solo kills on these heroes. It's difficult when the supports you're playing against are Earth Spirit and Dawnbreaker because you don't have enough damage to be able to get through these strength heroes. And then, of course, TZY, he felt non-relevant that game. The Blink Dagger came in a little bit too slow. Maybe if he had gotten it before the enemies took the mid-tier 1 tower and he could set up a play with like a Blink Arena there, we would have felt the impact a little bit more, but every hero felt like it was kind of doing its own thing on the side of Magma instead of a well-formed, cohesive unit other than the Marcy. You're the greatest, Mercy. I love you.
Mercy, Marcy. Dragon Drop was saying in the chat there earlier on that he is very much looking forward to Mercy doing well on that hero, and he certainly was vindicated in that
Let's
belief.
go Dragon Drop.
Decop, you're also vindicated yet again with a belief in this, or lack of belief rather, in this off-lane Mars. It's not looking hot, is it? 2 games back-to-back where it ends up doing really poorly. 2 games back-to-back where it doesn't even do anything in the laning phase, and furthermore, nothing else in the game. Are we going to see another Mars, do you think, going into this game number 3? And if we do, shouldn't you just rather put this in the mid lane?
No, I just don't think the hero should be picked much at all. I think there's better mid options. There's much better offlane options. Like, I just think that, especially against a Dawnbreaker, it's so hard to finish off a kill. Like, you used to be able to just arena, spear, God's Rebuke, the kill happened quickly, and that's it. But then now these healing supports and all the heals that are coming the way of anybody who gets speared up makes it so hard for this Mars to be successful in doing something like that. Like, oh, just immediately Solar Guardian saved, easy. Dawnbreaker's life is very easy, especially once that Axe comes out and you're healing for so much, and the evasion is 60%. There's not much that you can do to get these kills, and the Mars just had a really bad lane. Like, again, it's not a surprise. Also, Bai played pretty interestingly. Compared to what we saw in the last game, like, this fight bottom is just atrocious, but it also showed the strengths of that lineup. Again, it also comes down to the fact that supports on the side of LBZS, they got to 6 much quicker than the Magma side, and they took advantage of the Solar Guardian and the Magnetize much earlier than Magma had a response.
Definitely the case that Magma really struggled to be able to string together a coherent set of fights. This one fight, though, honestly, I thought the game had turned here, Neff. And you were actually mentioning it at the time that this might be the beginning of the end for LBZS.
I was exaggerating, I'll admit it. I may have been going a little bit hard on them, but yeah, it was weird they step up there just before the Dawnbreaker Ultimate was available as well, and not being able to quite finish off the Juggernaut. Just to get the Essence Ring off like twice in this team fight. Either way, he survived way too long. I think he pops like the Manta style again or something like that in order to dispel the flame break. Juggernaut happened to be like a very decent pick for this game. He was difficult to kill, but eventually they had the solutions. Like the Dawnbreaker eggs plus the Flaming Lasso is just so effective together against the spin.
Yep. Lasso, also this last pick, Batrider, coming in for LBZS, did work his wonders, made life much easier for them than it would have been otherwise, and made life very difficult for this Juggernaut, constantly getting lassoed up, constantly just being prevented from moving around sufficiently in these fights. But I do really want to shout out this PP Lina, did a phenomenal job, not only in the laning phase as we were talking about earlier, but throughout the game. Itemized well, went for that early BKB, learning lessons from game number 1. And this is a situation where Blizzard has literally every game I've been with him on panel clamored for a Lina pick to come out from this mid lane. B-Cop, why don't we actually see this hero if he's capable of running up these kind of performances, especially with lane dominance into these spirits?
Because it's capable, but there are a lot of heroes that are getting picked right now that make it not capable. It's got to be the right matchup. Yeah, it's got to find the right matchup to get away with something like this, right? Like, it's not going to get away with this against potentially a Puck. It's not going to get away with this with other mids that might come out or other offlaners that control it up a little bit more. Like, if there's a Brewmaster, you just get cycloned or something like that. But it was like the right situational pick. It gets away with having a lot of damage and not needing to be anywhere near the front and just right clicks out of control. I don't really agree with this MVP choice. I think there were much better. Like, I think Kagome played a great game. I don't think he was the MVP. I think PP did really well. I thought he was probably more of an MVP candidate in my eyes.
Do you know why he's MVP, man? Because he got level 20 before anybody else, got that leash challenge, and then Void Spirit cannot play Dota. That's the only reason.
Yeah, but LG went 6-0-15 on the Batrider. I was really impressed with that.
That is true. I will say I'm actually quite impressed by a lot of what LBZS did here. Not only did Kagome play really well, we saw Lina playing very well from this mid lane. The Batrider played really well. Dawnbreaker had a phenomenal game as well. It's a very rare situation where I see an Earth Spirit player being not even a weak link, but not being a standout performer on his squad. But LBZS, nonetheless, managed to eke out a victory to force us to a deciding game number 3 here. Before we go to a break here, Neff, holla at me. Nature's Prophet, position 1. I know you like this hero. Do you prefer it in this role? Or do you think that it might be better suited to do other things in these kind of drafts?
I don't prefer it in position 1, but I think when you can flex it to 1 and other things make more sense in other roles, absolutely. I was, I think, most surprised by this Batrider having such a good game. That's how I'm going to close this one out. Him laning against Juggernaut, they're going 6-0-15, like Bigup was saying. No business doing that. Amazing player. Let's go. LG fans.
Hey, LG fans, amazing player. One of the newer additions here to the side of LBZS. One of the newer additions in general to the Chinese scene. And he's demonstrating why it is sometimes worthwhile bringing up new talent because they do phenomenal jobs for you like this game. And with that, LBZS now tied up the series. They simply need one more game to make it 2-1 in their favor. Team Magma, of course, will be trying to come back into the situation. We'll be finding out which one of these squads has the ability to take this deciding game number 3 right after a short break. This is Snare, Nef Sensei, and B-Cup bringing you Division 2 action here in the Chinese DPC, and we'll see you in a minute.
你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back here to the third tour of the Chinese DPC. This is Division 2, and we are in for our third game between LBZS and Team Magma. The Division 1 rejects have found their way into Division 2, and they want to climb back out. So we're hoping that this game for either of these teams is as electric as their opportunities may be to get themselves promoted out of the division at the end. I'm joined once again by Nef Sensei and B-Cop. B-Cop, I'll start with you, OG. You told me there was no chance for LBZS winning that game. You lied to me, B-Cop. What happened, bro? What's happening now? Game 3. Who's going to win this one?
Well, Magma got stone cold stunnered into oblivion, and they sold it like Vince McMahon, and which means pretty terribly, by the way. And they just got rocked. You know, it's like when you're at the Royal Rumble and a big star like The Rock is in the ring, and all of a sudden you hear the Hurricanes music, and you're like, whoa, the Hurricanes in the Royal Rumble, this is awesome. He hops the ropes, he gets picked up, he gets thrown out, and then, you know, we're on to the next one. And that was basically the performance of Magma in that game. LBZS destroyed them. Hopefully we see a closer game, because both games have been kind of one-sided. I want to see like a close fight, real battle, little Rome.
You want this to be more like Bobby Lashley versus Goldberg, and less so Lashley versus Kofi.
I don't know what language you guys are speaking.
Just think it's Soma going up against the top food contestants in the school.
Oh, listen, Neff. Why didn't you say so?
Listen, Neff. So many times we indulge you, fam, with the anime language, man. You gotta allow us to get in this wrestling talk, dog.
I got you with
You gotta let this happen. Allow us to cash in the money in the bank. And hopefully it's gonna be one of these squads doing so to get themselves a title. Well, no titles on the line here, at least not yet. But either of these teams looking to make sure that they get themselves a good seed for TI qualification. With that, let's head into the draft here. Nef Sensei, drafting has been a big factor in how these games have been going. Talk to me about how LBZS has opened up here. Yet again, they've banned out this Nyx Assassin to ensure this opening Dawnbreaker pick. But now that they've picked up this puck early on, if indeed Team Magma did want to go back for a hero like Lina down the line, it becomes a little bit more difficult to justify. But do you like the puck first two, given how strong the hero is, and given these, at the very least, right now, Magma does have double silences from the Earth Spirit Death Prophet. Is it good enough, though, to deal with this elusive Fairy Dragon?
All right, I'm going to try pulling a B-Cop here. You know, you go, it's time, you're wrestling. You're here with the Death Prophet and the Earth Spirit. The Dawnbreaker comes in, off the ropes from the Dream Coil, in the air, lands on the Earth Spirit, and they win the team fight. How'd I do?
Well, if you'd added a Swanton Bomb there, it would have been fine, actually.
I don't know what that means.
Swanton Bomb or a 5-star Frog Splash.
My man.
You would have been on it.
Okay. I think that the opening from LBZS is a lot stronger. The Death Prophet is an extremely powerful hero, even still after the nerf to only do 50% of this ghost damage to buildings. You offer a lot. The Earth Spirit is an amazing tool for helping start these fights. The Death Prophet and stop heroes from being able to get away after you pop this exorcism. So I do like that opening, but the Dawnbreaker and the puck does just feel significantly stronger. And the Dawnbreaker is a lot more flexible. You basically know this DP is going to be going to the mid lane at the moment, and the Earth Spirit is probably playing position 4. Meanwhile, you're able to flex this Dawnbreaker to, what is it? It's most commonly in the support or the 3, but once in a while you see it in the mid lane or the 1. And you can draft a lot of other things that goes quite well with it. Meanwhile, on Magma side, they need things that can do a little bit more burst damage to bring down the puck a bit quicker. You do have a silence. You do have a stun. You have a silence on the Death Prophet as well, but some instant disables in order to deal with like the puck picking up a Yule Scepter, which I imagine he's going to do this game. It's necessary on Magma and their next picks here. Like, you got the Beastmaster. Why the Beastmaster?
Beastmaster's a good pick.
It's a great hero. It's amazing. Honestly, it's a bit unfortunate we don't see as much of it in China as we should, but getting banned out here, no Jug either. So even though Bai Yi didn't perform that well on the hero, they still are reluctant to allow him to handle it once more. Picking up this Tiny here, this does presume that it's going to be a 4-position Tiny, I think, in tandem with this puck, very, very strong. If they've already demonstrated here at B-Cup that it's not that bad if they have this position 5 Dawnbreaker, so there's some flexibility on that front. But the question I wanted to ask you, do you think Team Magma are going to go in for this Warlock again? We've seen that more than once today being paired up with the Death Prophet Earth Spirit. Is it another game that calls for my favorite hero in the meta right now?
You're right. I think that there's always call for a healing support. I think if you don't take a healing support, you're always kind of in trouble. It's a little bit different though with like Dawnbreaker, because obviously it's not a healing support in the laning phase the same way a Warlock is or other healing supports. So, and they could get away with it. It's a little bit tough though. This lineup from LBZS, like I already want to say LBZS won this game. These three heroes alone feel super strong. Like Dream Coil into a very close quarters fight with a Solar Guardian coming out, Tiny getting Avalanche and Toss. Like, not only is the Puck Dream Coil combo there with the Dawnbreaker, but the Puck Dream Coil with the Toss back snap is like right on it as well. I really like what LBZS has comboed up. And yeah, they're going to go with this Warlock. That's really no surprise, but I don't know if it really feels that great. Like this combo's good in theory, but theory is only good in theory.
Theory.
Yeah.
No, damn, Neff. Are you ready? Are you excited for
I'm in
B-Cup's
B-Cup's
mixtape to come
brain.
out, man? Because he is just dropping bars today on us. That mixtape, I am prepared for it. I want to see it. But on a more real note, you were talking earlier today, actually in game number 2, about this Templar Assassin hero, and it's not being picked as often as it used to. It does emerge now for Bayi. He's played this hero successfully in the past as well. Do you like the TA here where it got picked up? It does have the lane support from the Warlock as well. Gives them some roach taking potential, which they sort of found themselves having major difficulties with in the second game. But do you like TA without seeing what the overall carry matchup is going to look like, given that now LBZS very free to pick this Terrorblade up?
No, I hated it. I hated this TA before we saw the carry matchup. Now you have a hero that has one of the highest agility growth rates in the game. He has massive base armor, likes building stat items for even more armor as well. This Templar Assassin is never going to be able to break through this Terrorblade. That is a problem. You're also fighting into like massive instances of damage when you have to go against the Dawnbreaker with your ultimate, or you have to go against a tiny Avalanche combination. They ban out the Darks. I mean, it makes sense if you have a TB, you want to ban out the Darks here. But yeah, this TA suddenly has a ton of problems. Like if you can build some armor items on the Dawnbreaker or the Tiny for that matter, Templar Assassin's not going to be able to burst through any of these heroes either. I think Banga put themselves in a pretty difficult position here. You have all these heroes that are incredibly tanky, and you don't have a ton of burst damage outside of the Templar Assassin.
Yep. Only the TA is going to be doing that job. I mean, Fatal Bonds might have to work overtime in this game coming out from the support Warlock there. But this last pick, I'm presuming it's going to be the hero for Dust. They played CZY, the Death Prophet, before. I mean, Dust has also played the DP. I'm hoping, though, that they get something a bit more explosive. What are you feeling here, B-Cup, to round out this draft for the side of LBZS, though? We're talking about a lot of these programs for Team Magma, but we have to admit, LBZS's draft really looking good right now. What do you want to see tie it all together to make it look even better?
Honestly, it's super flexible, right? Like they can go Dawnbreaker 3 and they can put Dawnbreaker 5. I think it's open. You have to wait till this last pick to really see anything definitive coming out from LBZS. They think like they've banned 2 off, well, not really 2 offlaners. I guess Veno could be played offlane. We've seen it 4 before, but we saw the Venge in the 3, which was pretty meh. Let's see what they pick before I say anything. Brewmaster. Okay, so mid Death Prophet, offlane Brew. It gives you some control.
I changed my mind. Magma have this. They have the Brewmaster on their side. There's nothing they can do to stop them. The illusions are going to be cleared. Everything is going to be dispelled. Brewmaster, 1 million years. I love this hero.
Tell us how you really feel, Neff.
I still disagree, but I would. I don't know. I like Underlord. I'm always a big fan of that hero. Just throw him into the mix.
Underlord. I would be more favorable towards Underlord if it was on the side of Magma. I do somewhat agree with Neff that this Brewmaster is really good for this game. Practically impossible to quickly kill him and prevent the split coming off. Very good against the TB illusions. Just going to be providing the necessary control they needed. Doesn't give them the burst damage that they required, but if you control enough of the fight, then you don't necessarily need that burst. You can pick off heroes one by one, and then just move on from there.
That's all their control, right? Like, that's it. Yeah, Sand
Most
King.
of their control.
So, yeah, I still like this LBZS lineup. Now you've got Burrow Strike, Avalanche Toss, Dream Coil, Starbreaker. You have Global Presence. Like for Magma, your control is what? The roll, chaotic offering, and a cyclone coming out from a Brewmaster. You just don't have enough control for this lineup. Like, yeah, Brewmaster's great, but you needed, I think, another big hit with the lockdown. Like you're not gonna get it done with this lack of lockdown, in my opinion. I actually really like LBZS draft.
LBZS looking hella strong here with this last pick, Sand King. Neff Sensei, today I am marking you as the optimist of this panel. What do you make of this last pick, Sand King? Do you like it from LBZS? And do you think it overcomes the hype that you have for this Brewmaster for Team Magma?
Yes. Oh wait, no. The Sand King doesn't round out the thing. I still have too much hype for this Brewmaster. I think LBZS's lineup is very good. In fact, I would favor LBZS's lineup most times. If they picked almost any other hero, I'd probably say LBZS would win this game. But they did pick the Brewmaster, and you can do some weird stuff with the Brewmaster right now in this patch. I'm not sure if they'll resort to doing the war crimes that one of my friends have been doing in his pubs, but there are very little ways to...
Ratting? Like being around
ratting is an understatement of what you can do with this thing. Ratting is an understatement.
We saw
definitely war crimes.
We saw that one game with the Brewmaster ratting, and that was like, oh my god, disgusting.
Yep. That CDC brew was... Honestly, if this is anything close to that performance, in my mind, if you play like that Brewmaster, it's actually unbeatable. Like I actually have no idea how you deal with it. The question is, though, whether or not we're going to have TZY performing at that level on this hero. It's not one of his most preferred heroes historically, not something that he's played it before in the past, so it's not like he's completely unpracticed on it. However, the level of execution required to make it look broken is still a question mark that remains. Whether or not that'll be the case, we're going to be finding out in the game because we have some Dota on the cards here. We've got Neff the Optimist, Peacock the Battle Rapper, and some Game 3 Team Magma versus LBZS Dota. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you very much. See how this game goes. I appreciate it. The question is now, who are you rooting for? East side or west side? Who's your Tochi in this one?
I don't know what that means
Rikishi are
either.
you choosing?
Tochi.
He's a sumo wrestler, a Rikishi.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know you've been big on that one recently.
From the country of Georgia. The next Basho is super soon. It's next week. I'm excited.
All right. So we have my Toshi would be TZY. Am I using that one correctly?
Your Tochi would be TZY. Okay. You know what? I could agree with that. Big guy on campus. I'm down with that.
It's going to be powerful this game. I'm excited to watch what this Brewmaster does. Is he heading up to the top lane? He is, it looks like. It looks like Dust over to the mid lane. Dust going to the bottom lane, it looks like. So they switched up the lanes completely. They want these lanes being slightly better for them. LG and Sal are going to be up top. So this is exactly what Magma wants, I imagine. But then you get to play against this Terrorblade and the Dawnbreaker down here in the bottom lane.
I will say I'm not always a fan of it. Sometimes, like, the matchups are great, sure. But then some of these players aren't used to playing in these, like, lanes as well in a professional sense where they're, Kagome is obviously naturally a safe laner, or PP is naturally a mid laner, and you kind of fall behind because of the skill difference.
Yep.
But if you get the proper matchup and you do well enough, it could be very much worth it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it comes down to more hero specialties than lane specialties in some cases, or once in a while, just trying to fake the enemies out with their picks and then putting people into different lanes based on like who are on what heroes. So you can really throw people off with that one, which is something people were kind of doing for a little while, but we've seen less and less these days. Musical lanes can sometimes get kind of insane, though. Anyway,
it certainly can, especially if it continues through, say, a TP. If Kagome were to go top and like all of a sudden all the lanes are changing.
Yeah, but the TP's on cooldown, so if one person like walks across, then they have a TP still available, or other people will chase them around. LG, I think, is just dead.
He might be. He's on the run. The Fatal Bonds are there. One more right click. TZY's got first blood.
I mean, went into the creep wave there with Caustic Finale. Tried to go onto TZY, but immediately he's just punished. I mean, he knows he doesn't have Sandstorm. He already used the Burrow Strike to initiate, so wasn't able to escape. So quick Cinder Brew and Thunderclap when you're at half HP. I mean, more than enough damage there after you're slowed down to be able to clean the hero up.
Yeah, and he's gonna commit to going back up towards top. I was wondering if that was gonna be the case. And they're gonna pull the creep wave all the way in between the tier 1 and the tier 2, so he's a little bit safer to just work on this. Middle lane is pretty even so far.
Yep. What is it? 18-2 to the 14-2, but there's still more creeps here for PP to clear out. I imagine you start to like accelerate a bit faster than the Puck when you're playing the Templar Assassin. Just nature of the hero, able to clear things out quicker thanks to the side blades. Puck is reasonably fast as well. Puck will catch back up by setting up kills onto from the heroes on the side of Magma. Bottom lane is a thing I'm probably most interested in because again, you decide to change things around a little bit. They're expecting to run this Terrorblade into a Brewmaster originally. He hasn't done as good in this lane as he would have against Brewmaster, in my opinion. So you can actually threaten to kill off onto this Terrorblade with the amount of magic damage that the Death Prophet and the Earth Spirit are able to put into them. Plus, since you're playing so close to the creep wave, it means a lot of times he's going to be able to set up a rolling boulder onto you. You're going to move back to stack the Ancients, though.
They were really hoping they would hit that Starbreaker, because then they would have killed Dust.
Yep. And unfortunately, Spirit doesn't have the easiest time double stacking. He's going to rotate for the Water Rune as well. Very nice. PP manages to grab the other Water Rune. That was a nice rotation there by Mercy. There's a practice movement there. You stack the camp and then roll over for the Water Rune. Or contest that one. He tried to do like the double rune grab though, where you throw your illusory orb out, and then of course Waning Rifts in front of the Templar Assassin in order to grab that one. So he's in a little bit better shape because of that.
So far, so good for the CS for the side of LBZS. Like TA's is a little bit inflated because he gets that camp over to the side a couple times. It's like I feel like LBZS are doing a decent job, but the question is, are they able to get anything more from these lanes? And it actually looks like Detachment has to really back off. He's got that salve, so he'll heal pretty much back to full.
LG has...
Does he just get dead again?
Yep.
Yeah, he's just
Every time he tries to commit onto TZY here, he's punished immediately. I think he underestimates the amount of damage that's coming out from this Brewmaster. Maybe he's just not used to playing that lane matchup because he's an off-laner. So he's not used to playing against the Brews.
Mercy? Ooh, Starbreaker doesn't hit.
Yeah, kicks him away with that Boulder Smash, turns around and rolls back home. He just spent a little bit of time off the map, but he does have boots of speed in a win lane, so he'll be... Oh, I take that back. He sent himself out Trank Boots, so he doesn't have to go anywhere. He's going to be able to hit back to lane in no time at all. Kagome's got 15 wand charges, so he's not really in any danger, even though Dust started trying to put more pressure onto him. I'll be able to pop that the moment he is in any danger. And PP has the hit level 6 over here in the mid lane. We're going to see the first major rotation of the game for these power runes here at 6 minutes.
Waning Rift, Dream Coil even committed. Pops the Illusion rune, but it won't matter. Detachment gets credit for that kill. We're not seeing as much commitment to getting Detachment as much farm at the moment. Obviously, it's very early on in the game. But we'll have to see if at any point... Ooh, gosh. They start giving the Dawnbreaker a little bit more to work with.
Yeah, I'd be curious if Dawnbreaker's going to get a little bit of extra farm just to make up... to get yourself that Aghanim Scepter, because it's so good. Is that what you're wondering?
Yeah, we'll see if he can make it up. I'd like to see him get a quick 6. Again, the biggest problems have been when the supports are behind by a lot, at least from what we have seen. And you've got the Warlock who's already at level 4, and this is a Dawnbreaker still hoping to get to level 4. Roll in, Boulder Smash, Kagome on the run as 21 charges. Got the Celestial Hammer, but it's an easy kill on the Kagome. They brought 3 heroes down here. Detachment tried to help. there's really no reason that Kagome should have been sitting that low so constantly in that lane as they continue to chase and get the kill on the detachment. So Magma now up 4-1. They snagged the bounty rune too. I wonder why Kagome just sat there like that.
We probably didn't expect such a strong rotation to come in. Brewmaster even came down here to the bottom lane, and now they're going to go into this building. Catapult here is here too. Still alive at 7.5 minutes into the game. I'm pretty sure they just get this tower. They're not going to rotate anyone in order to stop this one.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
has
guess that's the
surprising.
case, but Kagome, like, even without the brew, I think he would have been dead. Avalanche, looking. Like, he was sitting there with 30% health.
Yeah.
A little too confident on having those wand charges, honestly. At least they got a tower in return. Like, that's not terrible for LBZS. They did end up losing Kagome, which was pretty big. But to take a tower of your own by rotating towards top feels decent.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the next move here from LBZS to respond to these movements inside of Magma.
I think they need
mean,
to wait for the blink dagger on LG.
on
That's a
Sand
big
King?
turning
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And once
You
they
said
have
such a
that,
slow
they
start,
can move
though.
in. He has, but
Radiant's bottom tower is
Like,
under attack.
I don't know. Once the blink dagger's there, if they can get like 1 or 2 kills, he's right back in it.
Yeah.
So you have
Doesn't
to
look like-
funnel a lot of gold into him to get that blink dagger quickly. And that's
Yeah.
why he's taking the stacks.
Yeah, they don't want to wait too long though. They're smoked up on both Salad and PP, and you know, I think Dust would be very surprised if they would have jumped on him, which is probably why this play is going to work. He's behind the tier 2 tower. He's not going to move forward. This is crazy. He sees this one coming, and now we can see.
Oh, cast. They've got the dream coil
He's not gonna be
used.
so lucky. But yeah, that's a dream coil. You kill the warlock. So that's a who cares in my mind. Bottom lane detachment. There's no way he dives the tier 2 tower for this kill.
It is a who cares, but at the same time, it does slow down the chaotic offering from coming out a little bit. The support of Salad is starting to get towards that level 6. And what I like what they're doing is, I asked you earlier, it's the fact that detachment wasn't getting priority, but he was bottom for a little bit. So now he's close to 6. He was getting a little bit of gold. We're funneling something into him, even though he's still bottom of the net worth. They really want him to have level 6 so they can maybe have that sustainability of the Solar Guardian in these fights.
Yep. Speaking of, they'll probably get pretty close to it now. I mean,
CCY needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Cinder Brew, Dust, Primal Split, and I say he has to be careful, but LG just walks into death. And that will slow down the Blink Dagger, which he was so close to getting again.
Now they go straight onto the buildings. We'll clear this one out pretty quickly with the Fire, Earth Panda, and this Exorcism. Catapult is here to assist as well. So this playing this one fast. No way Attachment's going to be able to stop this one. They're coming in on a bunch of heroes.
Yeah, they get the
Available too.
Starbreaker, TZY. He's going to drop once he doesn't have that Primal Split. The Dream Coil is down, and this is a second. 2 big kills there for Kagome, and that helps bounce him up in the net worth in negotiations here. He negotiated and said, we get 2 kills, you get a tower, I take all the gold.
Let's next the negotiator. Surprised that you weren't part of that one on Kazi, but you know he was in the top lane. He was working on that level 6, like you were talking about. He now has the chaotic offering available. He buys himself a smoke. They're gonna be doing this without the Brewmaster. Is he still got another 75 seconds until he's got his ultimate available again? I'm not sure how optimal this one would be. Sand King picked up the Blink Dagger now, by the way, so easier time getting on top of heroes on the side of LBZS. Oh. Yeah, looks like they want to take this one for a spin down here in the bottom lane. I think they just pinged out Dust there. There's the Blink Dagger, so PP and LG, more than enough damage to be able to kill Dust, I imagine. Actually, don't have the Witchblade yet. Like 37 gold off this one. And Dust ends up walking back. This guy's got gamer senses, man. There's been so many times where the puck has like started to make a rotation up to his lane, and he just turns around. You realize something's up when puck is off the map.
By the way, LG does have this Blink Dagger, but it's not like it's going to get debuted. He's showing himself.
And Top lane Sal is just soaking up XP nearby TZY. This does give space to Kagome. I'm concerned the later this one goes about the TB fighting into the rest of these heroes. I mean, TB will be able to very easily clear out all the Brewmaster spirits in the late game. Earlier on, it is a little bit of an issue, just being tossed up in the air, like prior to the TB having BKB, and your illusions just getting immediately cleared out from the Dispel Magic. But late game, I am a little bit concerned. So I think that Magma should be a little bit more proactive with some of the decisions. So hopefully right after this Desolator is done on the Templar Assassin, they're making plays and going for like tier 2 towers.
Not going to be as easy now that the Blink Dagger's on the Sand King, though, and he's going into the Yules. Like, he's starting to catch up in farm a little bit.
Yeah, you
Dust
need the
is kind of taking that 3 priority, and Brewmaster's got more of a mid because he's going to have that Ag soon.
Yeah, Yules is necessary. You're playing against both Death Prophet and Earth Spirit, so it's double silence. You are not having a good time on the SK without the Yule Scepter. Good itemization there from LG. Which, again, I really liked his performance in the previous game as well. Just game number 1, I was not crazy about what he was doing on the Mars.
The mysteries ring. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That Ring of Health did surprise me. Looks like they're grouping up to smoke.
So many heroes. PP's gonna get a Blink Dagger. LG has one. Salad's getting one. Blink Burrow Strike coming in, looking for the epicenter. They got the Dream Coil down with the Chaotic Offering, landing on these heroes. Fitamons is in. There's the roll, as well as the Magnetize. These heroes taking a lot of damage. They don't get the kill there on a Bai. They'll use the Primal Split, the Burrow Strike up on the high ground. Detachment's trying to run, while on the other side they've used the Exorcism. They should be able to get the kill into Salad. They'll take him out. They do a lot of damage. They'll take out LG. They look over at Detachment, make it a third. And Magma clean up, as they did get this TA low, but, well, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and that was an early Exorcism, and now in a Roche.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a 5-man Fatal Bonds and Magnetized. The silence went off on everybody as well. The fact they couldn't finish off the Templar Assassin was a complete disaster for them there. Yeah, all these heroes ended up going down, finished off by, Fatal Bonds and... No, Fatal Bonds didn't end up connecting with the Sand King here, but Magnetize did. So completely botched their initiation once you got that Magnetize and Gematic grip off on everybody on their old signs for like 2 seconds there. Then, of course, they're right beside the tier 1 tower. They're getting hit by the golems. They got destroyed in that fight. This is before the TAs are finishing up the BKB as well. You just continue to go for this Desolator regardless of the strength of all those heroes.
Mercy.
Red Spirit, he's got out.
He got a bounty rune for his troubles, though.
Yeah.
PP gets his first kill.
It's usually worth going for those things, but enemies, when there's several of them in position as well, over by the bounty rune, you do end up getting punished.
I'm a little worried about LBZS and their itemization, because they've got blinks being made by multiple heroes. Like, obviously, Sand King got his, and he's going for Yule's. Puck's going for one, and so is the Tiny. Which means, yes, they're keeping up in gold, but a lot of this gold is just on mobility. They try to get the kill out onto the Brew. They have the damage with the Metamorphosis. They're going to need to use a Sunder. He's silenced. There's the Sunder, but it's on to Dust. It's not on health going his way. Toss up into the air. Dust ends up dead. Kagome! They've got the Fatal Bonds, the TP out, and they took out 3. They end up losing the Puck and the Sand King.
It is unfortunately you lose the Sand King and the Puck there, but we managed to kill the enemy's mid and safe lane as well. So, well, I say mid, even though Templar Assassin was kind of mid. You get what I mean. So that fight, that fight definitely does favor the side of LBZS, but now you've committed a bunch of ultimates, and you have potentially given up Roshan. I mean, we're going to see the double meld strike in to this Desolator. It is going to clear this out relatively quickly here. And Warlock is going to be able to keep these people topped up as well with this double hero Shadow Word. You got Exorcism back up now, too. It's like you have to commit this in level 1.
Yeah, it's a level 1 Exorcism. They've got Blink, Burrow Strike, Epicenter. If they want to make the move, they've got the Illusion moving in. There's the Avalanche as well as the Toss. The Solar Guardian comes in with the Chaotic Offering being used. The damage out onto the Brew. They have the Silence, and he can never get the split off. Salad, though, he'll end up dropping. LG's gone. PP out of the fight. The damage is too much. They get the kill on the Detachment. It's 4 heroes out of the side of LBZS, all
for a brew. That did not go the way LBZS thought it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good. You see, it's just a level 1 exorcism, but you don't manage to get the epicenter off. I mean, that's the long and short of it. That is a lot of damage that's not coming out onto these enemy heroes. You weren't doing anything. The most came out from Puck just hit them a couple of times and had the Dream Coil, Lucian Orb, Waning Rift. You need someone else to sit in front, and a lot of time it has to be like this Tiny or the Dawnbreaker, but they didn't end up lasting long enough for the Saiyan King to get a proper initiation off. This is all of a sudden a lot harder for LBZS.
Yeah, and this is that early mid-game that potentially blows LBZS out of the water, right?
Yes.
If they can get through this part of the game, then maybe LBZS have a chance. Again, fighting potentially with the TB being a little bit more farmed up.
He does almost have this Eye of Scotty, which is a pretty big deal against 2 of the 3 of these cores on the side of Magma. He's super effective against both the Death Prophet and Templar Assassin. Extremely effective against the Death Prophet, being able to slow her so much, as well as prevent a lot of that healing coming out. Was a pretty big deal. Dust is just going straight for a plate mail, though, to be able to continuously run into this TB, though. Not be as concerned about the amount of damage coming after him. But they're keeping up the pressure here. They're just running down to the bottom lane. They do have 2 points in this primal split now. They could just commit this to take the tower as quick as possible. It would not surprise me.
Dusty is perfect. They've got the silence. And maybe.
Done yet.
Nope. I mean, that is played perfectly. It looks like LG kind of just set himself
But they
up
just
to be
fortified.
killed there.
Hold on. They fortified there. You still have Aegis available for another 3 minutes as well. There isn't that much from just walking up high ground here. That's what they're going to do. They shouldn't have used that fort there. You still got 20 seconds without the Sand King. I'm pretty sure they just lose their tier 3 tower here. Commit the split. Commit the exorcism. Go for it.
Let's see how much they get. Was it a long con from LBZS? It's not looking likely. As, okay, I don't know. He meant to throw Kagome in there. I don't think he did. No. Saiyan made a terrible mistake. It's not a long con. They played themselves, as this fight is just all Magma.
I was watching the other side of the team fight for the Dawnbreaker initiation. How did he toss him in there?
Oh, no. I think he meant to toss
Did
away the enemy.
Did he mean to blink?
And he tossed... No. Mate?
I missed the beginning of that one. I need to see that run back.
He literally just tossed Kagome in between all 4 heroes.
I need to see that run back. Did he get like his blink dagger interrupted or something there?
Open menu, disable help.
I need to see the. I can't believe I missed that. I was looking at this fight that wasn't in my screen. Is like the toss happened.
That was wild. Like he.
Then the Dawnbreaker tries to save him, and they just get dropped. Both of them get hit by a chaotic offering, so it's just interrupted immediately afterwards as well.
And they're gonna smoke, but I think if they get clean sweeped here, that's it.
Yeah. BKB is completed on the Templar Assassin now as well. He still have 80s for another minute and 7 seconds. This is insane. Right, where do they go from here? Morale has to be so low after that one. And this bottom lane is always going to be shoving in as well. I mean, Brewmaster is going to be able to do this routing thing. He's started to go for this Aeon Disc build anyways, even though I don't feel like it's completely necessary because they've got like a decent amount of disable on the side of LBZS, like the Puck, Waning Rift, Dream Coil, Burrow Strikes. So he will be able to get out his ultimate pretty consistently. Man. You still don't have a Yule Scepter on the Sand King either, so he's just gonna get like controlled up or silenced in the middle of the fights or before the fights even start.
He was
game is so
making up
difficult for
the net worth, and then it just got stopped in its tracks.
Yeah. Like, I'm looking at these things that'll save your game on the side of LBZS, and it's like the BKB needs to be done on the Terrorblade. You need this Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker, and the Yule Scepter on the Sand King. You're still so far from these things, but they're not going to slow down on the side of... They just fought it again for the Tier 2. They got another Fortify because they cleared out the Tier 1, but they drop it immediately. Why'd they do that? I guess they just want this Aghanim Scepter. They want to buy themselves a little bit more time before they push their high ground.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Are they gonna
Maybe,
wait?
but I don't know if that's even enough, honestly.
Oh, they're smoking up, and they're heading down to the other side of the map. Dude, Earth Spirit's gonna catch these. All right, he's gonna try to go for puck and not connect with them. I thought he was gonna grab a Kagome.
He still might get PP. And they're sticking with him. The rolls are close. PP's in trouble. Illusory Orb jaunts the other way, and Mercy's right with him, and that's why this is the most played hero for him.
Yeah, he gives him a tip there. He did an excellent job of catching him. Absolutely. Well deserved. A sick play. Now they've got no puck. They've got no 4-5 available. I'm pretty sure they're just going to barrel down the mid lane and try to take the tier 3 in this set of racks. Sand King is putting himself in position. He does have the Yule Scepter completed now, but there's no way this is enough anymore. He's going to go for it.
Epicenter, Solar Guardian, BKB, turnaround, Exorcism, and they get the kill on the TA. So a decent kill, but is it worth anything? Attachment locked down for a second. Dust BKB is over. Now they've got the Burrow Strike. Kagome maybe looking for his way back in, but they've got the Primal Split once again, and the toss isn't effective. So they got the TA, and that's it.
TA is a big one. They commit 2 Brew Splits as well, so this does slow down their ability to push in for a little while. I mean, that was the only time you were going to actually be able to set up that kill. I wasn't sure it would be enough damage for the Templar Assassin, but he's auto-attacks on the Terrorblade with his Ives got to complete and slowing him enough that he's not able to get away out of this team fight. So they can stall this game out a little bit longer. Dawnbreaker now has the Aghanim Scepter completed. A couple of things now going their way. It is such a huge hit they took down there, losing their bottom racks.
But they made everything else.
Yeah, they managed to find themselves a little bit more time to get these items that we were talking about. Aeon Disc now completed on the puck. This is such a low damage build. It's like just Witchblade, Blink Dagger, Aeon Disc.
Blink Daggers for everybody. It's low damage for everybody but the TB.
Yeah. You mentioned this like a couple times now. I'm not crazy about it either. You're spending so much gold on mobility instead of damage, and you're not able to get through any of these heroes. Alright. I mean, at least you can like split push relatively safely. So the bottom lane is kind of going to be dealt with and pushed in, but I'm not even sure you'll end up getting this tier 1 tower. They've slowed down their pace on Magma. I mean, they are waiting on a couple things. The biggest being like this next Roshan and the splits to come back up. You lost a lot of your momentum in the last team fight, losing the Templar Assassin. So we'll see if they end up committing this Sism for the next Roshan. But they seem a lot more scared. They're playing very tight all of a sudden because they're afraid of losing even more of the lead after losing that first TA there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's that. Maybe it's also the fact that they're setting up this next item where they know they can take Roche pretty quickly and pretty, not easily, but comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
All right. They smoke up. Do they just smoke into this thing? Be a little bit of a waste instead of just walking directly into it. They're going to walk up to the high ground. It would reveal anybody who's relatively close, so with the smoke still active on the Earth Spirit, they feel like this one is going to be pretty safe. And they commit the Exorcism just to be able to take this one a little bit faster. And honestly, with them moving towards the pit right now the smoke popping, I would say it was worth it to commit this Exorcism. They won't make it in time now on LBZS.
Yep. Like I said, they take it pretty comfortably. Mm-hmm. And they've got the Aegis, they have the Shard. We'll have that Shard to give that Spirit Siphon upgrade with the Fear. They're in a really good spot for Magma.
Yep. All right. Well, they do need to wait for this next exorcism, I imagine, before they want to push the high ground again, which does give them a little bit more time to work on whatever it is their next items are going to be. Again, the BKB is done on Kagome. He's working on the data list. I mean, he just wants people to crush these heroes as quickly as possible. This is the late game solution, but I don't think he'll be able to reasonably stand his ground until like the 35-minute mark. So as long as they continue to play fairly quick on Magma, they will be able to close this one out.
Can they? What needs to happen for LBZS to play the perfect fight against this? 2 lives on the TA and everything they're throwing from Magma.
The perfect fight, probably taking out either the Death Prophet or the Templar Assassin immediately. And if you have the BKB and the Aegis on the Templar Assassin, it's got to be the DP. You get on top of her with a Burrow Strike, and you can chain stun her down. Like, you've got Toss, you've got Avalanche, you've got Coil. It's got to be you with the superior vision getting on top of the Death Prophet at the beginning of this fight. That is what the perfect fight for them is. And then, again, continuing to stall out so Timberblade gets like 2 more items and is able to close out the game. Because I don't think they're well equipped in order to deal with that.
Maybe looking for the Burrow Strike Epicenter? No, it's just the Puck, and Puck is just getting out.
Yeah, they know this is the hero that they want to go on, and they put the Puck and the Sanking up there. They even have like the psychic headband on the Puck, so they would be able to find the kill into Death Prophet there if like they set up that Dream Coil at a good angle after the Burrow Strike.
And they're really just trying to buy as much time as they can. It's still opening up the map for Kagome. It's almost got the Daedalus.
Yeah, he's got the Chrysalis now, which is a good chunk of damage increase. But I'm not sure it'll be enough to even stop this push here. I have Scotty now completed.
They're going to go. BKB pop by the TA, taking a lot of damage to start. Damage from Kagome was all right, but not enough. They'll rip apart Salad. And they've used the Primal Split, but they don't have much else.
All right, creeps are back, so they can now start hitting the tower again. He buys back here on Tiny. They're going to go in again. As soon as Tiny reaches the heroes, he's going to toss one of them back.
Chaotic Offering comes down. PPE's trying to help the fight here with Kagome. They've got the Solar Guardian. They're not standing in it. They're actually running because of the fear from the Spirit Siphon. They get the kill into Kagome as well as Salad. Triple kill there as they take out Detachment. The Burrow Strike's a little bit too late. He'll go to the Epicenter. There's the right click in from TZY to get 4. It's just PP, but it's looking like the series is done and Dust. I would say Dust did, but it's Dust who's taking care of business.
Yeah, that Dawnbreaker ultimate with the eggs, that was done and dust, and there it is.
Yeah, and there's
GG
the
is
GG.
called. Magma, I mean, I thought the main character of this game would be the Brewmaster, but Dust ended up doing an incredible job. I mean, snowballed post laning phase and punished LBZS for all these blink takers they were going for. Everything into mobility, and they just weren't able to stand their ground inside these team fights.
Yeah, I really did not like those blink daggers at all. I thought the mobility, the 10,000 gold spent on mobility is just like, cool. All right, well, now what damage do you have? Oh, none.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
No damage at all, and because they lack this damage here, B-Cup, they will wind up losing the series, and Team Magma will instead take this 2-1 of victory. Looked a little bit dicey for them in game number 2, and honestly, they probably could have wrapped it up in 2 games, but they looked well ahead of LBZS in this third and deciding game. The mobility was interesting, to say the least, Neff. We have often seen it be the case that drafting is an issue, which we spoke about in the draft itself, but this time around, itemization did end up being the crux of the matter here. Dust, of course, did snowball off the game, but honestly, this game looks very different if they don't go for mass blink daggers. What do you think the thinking was in the squad when they made that decision to do so?
I think that everyone's kind of playing their own thing. They just wanted great initiation power to be able to blow up heroes, but then there's like we mentioned, the significant damage problem. Like it came out from LG a little bit too slow, along with that Yule Scepter. They weren't able to kill anyone. Like obviously, you want to get on Brewmaster and blow him up before you can get a single ultimate off, or on Death Prophet before she can pop a BKB or something like that. But it is very optimistic, thinking that you're always going to have superior vision to take team fights exactly how you want, and the enemies aren't just going to be like running at your base and into your building, which is exactly what they did. They had a great lineup for doing that. So, hoping that they would always have information or to get the proper jumps on these heroes, and that Magma wouldn't just acknowledge, like we saw at the bottom after they used the fortified the tier 2, acknowledge that they could just go into the buildings and end the game.
Yep. That is another thing is when you're playing a Temper Assassin and a Death Prophet, there's a reason why, especially DP, she has this uber high contest rate. Because I know you were complaining last season, and it was a fair complaint, about the pace of these Chinese games. The one thing that can change, though, when you have this very aggressive lineup, you can very quickly make the game impossible to play for your opponent. Yes, the game might still go a little bit longer, but the way that they played with this early aggression, like Neff was mentioning, immediately as soon as they had the opportunity, you're taking down towers, you're removing any objectives on the map. With these Blink Dagger pickups, of course, it was not the greatest decision at the end of the day, but shout out to Team Magma, right, for actually utilizing this kind of drop properly and not just sitting back and farming with it, which is what we often see here in Div 2.
Yeah, I thought that Magma played it pretty well. Like, they changed their lanes to get the advantage that they needed, and they rolled with it. Like, these games aren't lasting nearly as long as what I was getting with YBB last season. Those were 50-plus minute games. This is 30 minutes. That's fine. And I think in that time, like, Magma understood their objective. Their fights were really good. Like this fight here on the screen right now, the Fatal Bonds are just pretty, and you've got everything used like in perfect circulation. Like this, I thought this was going to be a fight where LBZS bring it back, but again, Kaz, boom, Chaotic Offering. That silence is deadly too, that you see from Dust. I believe that hit 2 or 3 heroes. And they just have so much quick damage that they just blow these heroes up.
This is something that we were concerned about before the game started here, Neff, whether or not Team Magma would have the necessary burst damage, or if they're going to have to rely on going hero by hero by hero before approaching this Terrorblade. It turns out the problem sort of solves itself. Just kill everybody and force Terrorblade to run away from your fight. Then you don't have to worry about how much armor he has. Like, who cares how much agi this hero gains per level when there's nobody around to support him? They did a really good job of identifying their problems, it felt like, on the side of Team Magma, didn't it?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I think one of my favorite moments in this game, as far as like identifying the problems, is not fighting inside that Dawnbreaker's ultimate. The fear on the Death Prophet is, I think you pointed out, B-Cop. It forced everyone to just walk away, not have that evasion and extra heal to deal with, for them to deal with on the side of Magma. That was pretty insane. They, spend all that money on like having that on the support position and then aren't able to take advantage of the fight.
Salad had a uncharacteristically bad game. You don't have to be afraid of the Terrorblade when he's not expecting to be tossed into 4 heroes. That was pretty bad in that bottom defense. Also, a lot of the decision making from LBZS felt very poor. Like what Neff was pointing out with the glyphs, I thought that is a big mistake that they didn't just make once. They made it twice in massive spots, and that allowed a team that pushes very quickly to push even further and cut down your map even more. Like, that just can't happen. I don't think that is a decision that, 1, you're going to get away with here in Division 2, and 2, you're certainly never going to get away with that in Division 1. So if your goals are Division 1, I mean, that just can't happen here in Division 2 at all. Like, that is a big no-no.
I mean, we've actually seen the reason that they're here at all in Division 2 is because they would sometimes make those kind of mistakes in Div 1 and be heavily, heavily punished for it when they made those kind of decisions. So now they are in a position where they still have to reassess how they played this game, especially in light, Neff, of a very, very, very good game number 2. It's a bit disappointing, I think, and more difficult to assess where you are as a team when you have a very good game and then 2 other games that don't look so hot. I think it's easier if you're getting stomped all the way. It's like, well, all right, we're bad at everything. We know exactly what to develop, but it's sometimes harder to isolate what you need to change when you have one really good performance followed up by one that looks quite lackluster, isn't it?
Yeah. It did seem like they had things solved with what they did game number 2, but maybe it was just like a lack of discipline. They're like, okay, we can do whatever for this next game. We can't exactly pinpoint what went what went so right for us, even though we could pinpoint things ended up going wrong in game number 1. So LBZS, they still have a couple things to work on, very obviously. It is disappointed they end up winning this one, because the series did end up being relatively close after the second game. I would have liked to see Magma lose if they didn't pick up that Brewmaster.
You're going to stick with your boy Brewmaster. I mean, listen, I know why you're really excited that Magma won. It's because they had that position 5 Warlock, man. Cards showing us yet again why this hero is so valued, why this hero is so good. I am telling you, Warlock is first pick, first ban material
You're both
every
wrong.
single game. And they utilized it in great fashion here.
It was Mercy with his signature Earth Spirit.
Actually, Earth Spirit, yeah.
It was all of them.
210
Hey,
games
they come into a huddle. They're a team. It was everybody. How about that? Let's share the love instead of fighting for one singular speck of love.
Do you see what happened there? As soon as B-Corp took off the hat, he became much more conciliatory, much more optimistic. You know, that hat makes you a firebrand out here. But on a real level, though, Team Magma, although it is the case, because that they're not really in contention for Division 1 promotion anymore, but this is still a squad that has a lot of promise, right? A lot to build on with these coterie of players. Obviously, it's not all perfect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this position of having lost some series so far in Division 2. But what do you make of their prospects overall when the TI qualifiers do roll around?
It's going to be tough. You've got Division 1 teams that are going to be in there as well. They need to crack down a little bit tighter on the laning stage, their decision making. Hopefully it gets a little bit tighter. I don't necessarily think they're definitely out, because they're 4-2 right now, right? With their last matchup. Right, well, their fate's in their own hands. Never mind. It's their last matchups against IG next, or not next week, at the end of this week. That's actually. Whoa, they have to win that. Otherwise, they end 4-3. So maybe it is a little bit tough to get to Division 1. Now, let's talk about those TI qualifiers. I don't know. You've got so many teams ahead of them that it just feels like that's going to be tough. Like IG, I think, are the better team. CDC, they might be having, I don't know. Not a fluke season. I don't want to say that, but it's potentially beneficiaries of the unknown. I don't know. Like, we don't know a lot about these CDC guys except for 7E. So I think they are benefiting a lot from that, potentially from being a fresh, newish team. But they're still a good team. I don't want to take that away from them. So they're up against they're still up against YBB and Fusion. Like, that's not a easy route. I wonder if we could end 4-3 as a second place tiebreaker. That would be crazy.
It could possibly happen. Yeah, it's very much possible to happen.
YBB could upset it again.
You know who? Please don't break my heart again. You know who actually we should be asking about this, B-Corp? We should ask the man himself from the side of Team Magma. We have their carry player on the line with us. Bai Yi is going to be joining us very quickly for an interview. Good sir, thank you for joining us. And also, of course, shout out to Marshall on the translation. Bai Yi, congratulations on your victory this game. Talk to us about what the team environment is like. Obviously, you've already lost 2 games here, but did that affect how the team prepares for any of the future series?
恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想知道一下，就是在前段时间状态不好，输掉这场比赛之后，现在 Magma 这场比赛打完之后，现在队内氛围有没有变得更好一些？然后队内是怎么样来去这个调整心态的？
因为我们5个人都打了很久吧，不存在什么氛围方面的问题，一般都有说有笑的，不管打怎么样。
Since us 5 has been sticking together, playing around for a long time, I think the atmosphere is nice. So regardless of victory or loss, we laugh it through.
Speaking of victories and losses, this particular series you went 2-1, but it was very stompy games. All the games that you won, you looked very, very dominant. The game that you lost, it looked like you were being completely dominated by the other team. Talk to us about why that was the case, that the games looked so lopsided.
今天这个系列赛有点两极分化，就是你们赢的局你们都把对面给撵了，然后对面赢你们的局，对面也把你们给撵了。你觉得是什么样的原因呢？
第2把线太烈了，导致我们被撵了。第3把我们 我们先优了，所以看起来是我们撵他们，其实还是没那么简单。第3把很容易被翻的，因为我 TA 打 TB 嘛。
Yeah, second game, we lost our lanes hard. That's why they stopped us. The last game, third game, we had we won the lanes, and the game looked easy. But to be honest, that core matchup, Templar Assassin against Terrorblade, if we made some mistakes, they will easily turn the game around. So it looked easy for us, but the game was quite hard.
Yep. I mean, that's something we spoke about on the panel just before the game started, Neff. The fact that the TB Terrorblade matchup into the TA can be a bit finicky. Now that we have the winning TA player on our side here, do you want to ask him a couple of questions while we have him on?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, pick up, you can start. Pick up, I insist.
All right, fine. So early in your career, you played with the new top, and you played a lot of games in DPL as well as CDA. Do you find that those leagues that happened during the year helped you grow as a player? Do you find it tougher to gain experience without them being available to you these days?
在你职业初期的时候，有很多那个类似 CDC 还有这个 DPL 这个三方赛事嘛？你觉得现在少了这些三方赛事，然后更多的去专注 DPC 的话，对你个人的来说，提升会不会有一些影响？
会的吧。应该这个我没打过 CDC， 也没打过其他的第3方赛事，打的很少。我才刚打2年吧，好像。
Yeah, I think there will be there is some influence, and but for me, I've only turned pro for 2 years, so I can't really say too much about it. But I think it will be a generally better to have like more competitive games to play.
Speaking about that last game, you guys switched your lanes of all your cores. Is in a situation like that, is everybody in total agreement with that? Was everybody comfortable with that switch that happened?
上一场比赛的话，所有的那个核心都换线了嘛，就是大家都就是对换线这个想法是达成一致的嘛，然后大家换了线之后打的还比较习惯吗？
因为我们训练的时候 TA 打到帕克、宙斯这种线上没什么压制力的，我们都一般都会考虑 TA 放中，然后尘埃就大肆的提出来了，我们就都同意就换了，然后打的效果还不错。
So during the scrims, we often put TA against heroes like Park, those like easy lanes for TA. We would put TA mid, and for this particular game, Dust was the one mentioned as a lane swap, and we all agreed, and turns out working really well for us.
And Neff, you go.
Homie Neff, you're up.
That's all my questions.
Yep. So my question to you is, I want to know what your reaction was when Salad ended up tossing the Terrorblade into your team.
我想知道当时那波团战，就是 TB 被丢到你们阵容中心的时候，你是怎么想的？
我当时笑出来了。他应该是想丢风熊猫，然后风熊猫没卡了个视野还是怎么样，结果把 TB 丢出来了，我当时笑出声了。
I actually laughed out. I think he wanted to throw the wind spirit, the panda, but he threw terribly instead. I actually laughed.
Yeah, you can't actually toss the panda spirits onto anything. You can't target them with toss, so it will automatically target the Terrorblade, even though Terrorblade was further away.
就是你知不知道，就是他不能那个丢风熊猫，就是风熊猫是没法被丢的，所以 TB 直接被丢了，这个你知道吗？
我真不知道，风熊猫应该会被丢吧？不能被丢吗？我不知道耶。
I actually didn't know the fact that you can toss the wing spirit.
Yeah. Thank you. That's my only question. I needed to know what the players' reaction was to that one.
Oh. Nef, the mechanic sensei, has got our back on this one. Before we let you go, Bai, to continue practicing and getting good, we have one last question for you. Well, it's a bit of a compound question. Now that you have won this series, what do you think your hopes are of still being able to get promoted to Division 1? And, after Division 1 promotion is done and the league is finished, where do you rank your team in terms of the TI qualifiers? How well do you think you're going to do at this stage?
想问一下，就是这场比赛打完了之后，对自己晋级这次联赛晋级还有没有有多少信心？然后想问一下，就是在这个联赛打完了之后，不管怎么样，你们在这个 TI 预选赛里的话，你觉得自己这个队伍在所有的可能要参加预选赛的队伍之中是一个什么样的水准？
晋级的话，感觉目前这个战绩，只能说把接下来一场比赛打好吧，其他的应该就交给别人了。然后预选的话，我们肯定是做我们最好的。
For promotion, I think we at the current state, we can only to try our best, and I don't think we can determine our fate. It has to depend on other teams, other results. And as for TI qualifier, we will try our best.
Trying your best is all you can really do within Dota, and you have done so today successfully. So congratulations on your victory, and thank you for joining us, giving us your time, and we're going to let you go. Continue to do well, and we hope to see more of Team Magma in the future.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望Magma能够越打越好。
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。
Right, that is Bai from Team Magma with Marshall on the translation, as per usual, doing a stellar job at this. And of course, like he said there, it's not necessarily in their own hands anymore, B-Cup. They have to rely on results happening around them, which is never a comfortable position to be in as a Dota team. However, improvement day on day on day is what really this is about. And at the end of the day, in this particular Division 2, even if you don't get top 1, let's say you end 3rd, given the quality of the teams around them, it's not actually an indictment on their skill level, right? If that should happen, given just everything has gotten way better in the Dota environment in this region. So what do you think? How high do you think they can climb? Do you think they can get to the point where it's actually viable that if IG/CDC's results go poorly, then it becomes the Magma promotion then?
Well, the only way IG's results go poorly is if they lose to Magma. And what do they have? They have a series against Shenzhen and a series against Magma. I would think they don't lose to Shenzhen, but we've seen IG have bigger failures, i.e. being here in the first place. And then, they could go, the cap's not on, but it's still flowing through me.
I was about to say, the bars are still here.
But I mean, then they play Magma. Like Magma they don't have to win that, but if they don't win that, then yeah, it's in everybody else's hands. YBB could upset CDC, and then Fusion could beat CDC, and all of a sudden we have like this 4-3, 4-team, 3-team tiebreaker for second place. Like IG could turn themselves into a lock in the first slot, and then we could still have a big battle for the second space. Like there's a lot that could still happen here, especially with like a surprise YBB upset. Like that would make things pretty wild. And I'm excited to see it. I don't know if Magma is exactly Div 1 ready. Like they won't just get bounced back down again. But like I said, that doesn't matter. Div 1 doesn't matter. It's really not the goal at this point. Like, yes, the goal is to get to Div 1, but the real goal is getting confident and ready enough for TI qualifiers, because that's the most important part of the year so far, because Div 1's next year. Who cares?
Our man B-Cup is spitting bars, but he's also spitting the truth here, Neff, because TI is what really this is all about. Before we go on a break for the next series, what do you make of the prospects of Team Magma once we reach those qualifiers? They have to play up against at least 6 other Chinese teams, at least, probably like from Division 1, everybody from Division 2. It's a lot of Dota to be playing. Give me a position. Don't just tell me they're going to do well. Like, tell me from first to 20th, I guess. I don't know how many teams is in total here. But give me where do you think they're going to end up this version of Team Magma?
In the quals?
Yeah.
In the quals. Oh, God. I would say, man, it isn't.
Sixth.
All these teams are so close. It's part of it. I'll say fourth. Fourth in the quals.
Ooh.
You can quote me on that later.
All right, everybody at home, please clip. hit the Alt X button. We need to make sure that we can hold Neff to that. But fourth is very high. Certainly, we've seen Team Magma do amazing things in the past. Y'all were talking in the games about how they performed at third-party tournaments outside of the DPC, and we've seen them beat the likes of the PSG LGDs, the likes of the RNGs and the Asters. So it is possible. Whether or not it's going to be actually happening, we still have to wait and see. And speaking of waiting and seeing, a lot of you have been clamoring for the resolution of the EHOME versus Aster.Aries matchup in the upper division of the DPC. And that game is finally going to be concluded today. Valve stepped in, did some interesting stuff to help us set up a custom lobby to allow us to resolve that game properly. Hopefully, no more bugs. B-Cop, you can have the final word here since you are going to be off the panel. Our homeboy Neff Sensei staying on. Drop some bars for us. Tell us what the results of that series is going to be. It's already 1-0 in favor of EHOME. Is it going to be 2-0 or does Aster.Aries pull this one out and make it a 2-1?
If I recall correctly, EHOME were winning that game because it's starting at the mark it was at, but it's very early on. I think EHOME take the 2-0.
All right. 2-0 for EHOME, fourth place for Magma overall, according to Neff. We're going to be finding out if these predictions will come to fruition and exactly what's going to be happening in this upcoming game. Well, that is going to be us here in the Division 2 wrapping up for the day. Division 1 hype is coming at you very shortly, so you do not want to go anywhere. Stick around. The Dota is starting very, very soon. So for now, Snare, Neff, and B-Cop signing out. We'll see you in a couple minutes for some more Dota 2 action.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌金仙。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
It is time for the rematch of champions, or rematch, or remake, or I don't really know what to call it. I don't really know what's going on. I just know that we've got EHOME replaying their old matchup versus their old buddies Aster.Aries after the match ended up going 1-0 last week. Now, if you weren't watching that matchup, then basically to fill you in what happened, it was a dark, stormy Thursday night. And essentially, EHOME, they played against Aster.Aries, and EHOME took the first game, and then game number 2 came around, and Aster.Aries were looking pretty damn good. I think it was about 11 minutes into the game.
7-1 or something.
Yeah, it was early
very,
days.
very good.
I could share with you the information, but I don't want to. It was 7-2 at
close,
7 minutes. At 6 minutes and 27 seconds exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had a safe lane Marcy Treant that was going ham bone, actually putting the beat down on this offlane Nature's Prophet. It was a surprising lane combo, and it worked out. And then I guess
what was Nature's Prophet's score, Ricky? Making sure that you've done your research.
I guess we could talk about what actually happened at the night of the bug, right? Like the server collapsed, basically.
It was a dark night.
Bug. Yeah, like you said,
the
it was
winds
a
were
dark,
howling.
stormy night. Yeah, servers collapsing inside of each other, causing some massive issues in the actual.
Nomad,
client.
can you tell the story and do voices?
Yeah, I'll do voices. No, that's when you go to sleep.
It'll be just like when we were playing Betrayal. It's all you. Just read the card.
So EHOME cried out in dismay as they realized that one of their players was missing. But when he came back into the game, he wasn't in the slot anymore. He was in fact in a new slot, in the coach slot. Oh my goodness, what could happen? And the Nature's Prophet was no longer controllable. Lightning cracked through the dark, stormy night as the players cried out in dismay. But there was nothing to be done. The slot was irredeemable. The lobby completely bugged. Nobody's fault. I think that's really important to capitalize upon and to reinstate, is that it was nobody's fault, okay? EHOME did not disconnect from the game or anything like that. It was just a little bit of shenanigans going on from the server's behalf. But we have a solution, my friends. That's right. We do indeed have a solution. Yes, because, as this dark, stormy night went on and it seemed like there was no end in sight, there was no hope, suddenly the storm breaks and as the sun shines, and Gaben himself, dressed only in a loincloth, comes floating down from the heavens and says, "Do not fear, my children.
I'm getting excited.
I shall sort this out myself." And he said, "I will remake this lobby with powers behested onto Perfect World to restart the game from the same state it was in." And everyone said, "Well, that's technology. It died out years ago with Source 2. We didn't have the replay rejoining thing for years, Gaben." And he said, "Worry not, my children. I shall behest it upon these." I don't know what those mean, but basically we're remaking the lobby from the same game state it was in before, using a special Valve authenticated mod, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a custom mod or a custom map that was thrown together that basically mimicked the original game state.
No, it's not a custom map because we're in an actual lobby.
Yeah, it's like an actual map. It's not like a custom games lobby, but it's like they gave them some utility to basically load from a specific standpoint.
In fact, Ricky, we can actually look at it right now because we are into the game. We are paused, but I think we should get into the game just to give everybody a bit of context as to what's actually going on right now. So
I like it.
Let's get into it. Game number 2, Aster.Aries versus EHOME. The grand restart is now live. And as you will be able to see in just a second, all the players are still in their fountain. But it is 6 minutes 27 into the game. It is 7-2 as the scoreline should be. The net worths are as they were before. Look at the items. Everything is the same as it is. This is some weird shit. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
It's pretty cool.
The boards are exactly where they should be. I believe they have the same amount of time until they're going to expire on each of them as well. Towers. I was also paying pretty close attention to the chip damage on the towers. the main thing that I'm concerned about that I don't think the API in Dota tracks is creeps. Creeps on the map. Yeah. I was actually like doing this to test some stuff a little while ago, but creeps on the map, I'm not sure if it'll follow their position. I have everything saved on where we were paused previously on the 2 minutes and 20 seconds and where we were at 2 minutes and 32 where the game actually ended. So I imagine the heroes are going to teleport as soon as the game unpauses.
So what I was told is that everyone will start in Fountain, creeps will spawn at 6:30, and then the game resumes essentially. So everyone just goes
go.
So like the creep equilibrium will kind of be reset essentially, but everyone back out onto the map. We see Red Panda go out just immediately de-ward.
Of course. I mean, they're all going to know where the wards are.
They're like going to know where everything is. It's like, I got it, boys. D-ward done.
Okay, they should have thought this one through a little bit more, maybe.
This is actually pretty smart. He just teleports out on the Treant Protector, beelines it, gets the D-ward, places a deep ward himself in the lane. And that's pretty funny. Pretty good shenanigans. Meanwhile, top lane are getting some stuff going on, too. They will get on top of the Nyx assassin and takes him down. Echo comes in though, cleans up the Pudge, so it makes it a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, and I think we should just very quickly go through the roles and everything to just make it clear what's actually happening in this game. So yeah, we've got a Marcy carry. I think that's the most important thing, right? We've got a Marcy carry being played by Ulu on the side of Aster.Aries. I'll let you guys go through the rest of them.
Well, let's just start with the side of Aster.Aries. Ulu's taking the carry, Marcy. We have Red Panda on the 5 position, Treant Protector. TK will be playing the Wind Ranger on 4. We've got Pudge being played on the 3. Was Pudge the 3 this game? He was, right? Yeah, Pudge on the 3, and then of course TA out of the mid lane.
Yep. And for the other side, we of course do have Zeal over here. He's playing position 3 on the Nature's Prophet, who was getting absolutely demolished the lane, playing on position 4. ZQ, position 5, Nyx Assassin. We have Echo playing 2, and Shiro on the 1, who is doing still reasonably well. Best in his team like 1-0, but God, I cannot get over the absolute state of this game. So it does affect things a little bit. Having the game restart at where it was, none of the creeps being in the lane, people having to teleport out and whatnot. But this was the most fair we could do, I believe.
This is absolutely the best option.
Oh yeah,
there's literally no better way that this could have been done. A bunch of people were like demanding a forfeit because everyone thought it was a different bug or something, but you know those people are wrong and didn't really know what was going on.
Big stupid doo-doo heads.
Yeah, meanwhile, bottom lane Planet's going to get caught by the classic combo we've seen over and over here. And, well, that being said, Echo makes his rotation in. There's going to be Red Panda with the overgrowth. And Ulu will be able to just dance away with the rebound. So, pretty good. Meanwhile, top lane, they're also going to find ZZQ. Pudge with the Dismember takes down the Nyx. 10-3 now for Aster.Aries as they continue their kill advantage.
Yeah, this is what everyone was expecting a week ago. Yeah, the ward over by the Roche Pit ended up getting dewarded by the Sentry as well. I'm not sure if we highlighted that one. So everyone knows where all the wards were when we started this game, because everyone knew what the map looked like in 6 minutes and 30 seconds. It was like a public available resource.
Gonna go for the dive here. That being said, Pudge is really far forward, and you've got the meta already committed. So that's just gonna be an easy pick off there for Shiro. You take that for sure. This costs a lot of TPs to the top lane, though.
Yes. I mean, a lot of TPs are going to be on cooldown at the moment, but fortunately nobody has the ability to get up over there. Echo's just got a double damage rune over in the mid lane, by the way.
That's a big one.
That's like a free kill on Void Spear, though we are 10 minutes into the game. Let's see how free it is. He's working on a Witchblade rather than picking up a Eulacep is first time. I mean, this is pretty standard stuff. I kind of want the Witchblade when you're playing against like Treant Protector is able to root you down. So you kind of want the Eulacep, but the amount of damage you get from the Witchblade is pretty big. You'll be able to find solo kills with that one.
Also, extra instances of damage to deal with TA's refraction. Generally, it's just really good for setting up your Aether Remnant after the Astral Step because the stack slows, or the slow stack, right? The Astral Step slow plus the Witchblade slow, and that just makes it like like 100 times easier to hit those Aether Remnants. Top lane, they are smart, smoked up. They have Ward Sentry there on Pudge. Doesn't actually connect with it, but that smoke will pop, and with that vision, they will just back out of the lane. ZZQ, though, does hit the stun over onto the Pudge. A Remnant's going to hold him inside that Macro Pyre. He can reduce a lot of the damage, though, with that Flesh Heap, so he's going to be just fine back on out.
Now everyone is going to back up afterwards. So one thing that I am interested in, on top of everything else, is the status of Aghanim shards, when those things are going to be available. It looks like that one is not bugged at all. You can get them at 15 minutes in the game. I can tell by clicking on these heroes. I'm surprised how well this all functions. I'm going to be honest with you. I should probably analyze this game, though. Bottom lane.
Yeah, they found Zeal. Man, this guy, definition of a rough Nature's Prophet game, right? That being said, I do like the build he is going for. We've seen this on a few, like this isn't something that Zeal has done in the past, but the Spirit Vessel into like a Blade Mail has been a pretty interesting Nature's Prophet build as of late. So I'm curious if that's where he ends up going.
Yep. I think he'll, at this point, he's not going to have like the Spirit Vessel plus, Echo ends up falling in the middle. He's not going to have the Spirit Vessel plus the, Aghanim Shard by 50 minutes, so we may just save up 1,400 gold with the Aghanim Shard and then try to take out towers.
Wow. Zeal
what is looking...
Zeal just got 100 to 0'd on a single shackle shot.
Yes. Wait, Zeal did?
Yeah. Or not Zeal, Echo, sorry.
Okay.
The Void Spirit.
Yeah.
We were talking about Zeal, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, what I imagine they're going to do is prioritize the Aghanim Shard instead of the Spirit Vessel coming up in 15 minutes, because when you're behind 12 and 4 like this, you probably want to take advantage of like your Nyx Assassin to scout things out for you and rat around the map. They have a lot of heroes committed down here in the bottom lane. They're also setting up mid lane and sitting behind Echo down here, though. So depending on how they respond to this to Zeal coming down here, let's get over Panda.
Tower. They've got to get this tower here. You know, you can't really just allow Trio Protector to exist in the lane this long, so they just bring Shiro down on the Terrorblade, one of the best pushing heroes combined with the Nature's Prophet. They grab themselves the tower. You can't sprout the Trio Protector, though. One of the funny interactions there.
Yeah, it's vision. It's vision.
It is vision.
Yeah. Not what it used to be, but they end up taking the mid tower in response to that one. So they see all those heroes down there. So Templar Assassin makes quick work of that. Has he?
Pretty close game so far still. Like, realistically, looking at net worth right now, it's not that bad. Like, this safe lane Marcy is almost 2,000 gold behind the Terrorblade. Its counterpart, technically. That being said, like, TA is kind of your safe lane, right? Whenever you play her out of the mid lane. Like, she really has your one in net worth.
Yeah, I found one bug thing. So if you open the net worth graph, it only goes to like, there's 6 minutes into the game right now.
Yeah, well, that's because it has a custom start time and stats, right? Like that's the mod that they gave us. There is no game.
Yeah, there's no game previously. Yeah. God, I just want to play with this replay takeover thing. I know I should analyze the replay and not this, but this is cool.
Yeah, it's not like for those watching, it's not like we got in lobby and then they just fast forwarded a bunch of stuff. Like it literally, like the game started at 0000 and then it just teleported to the current game state. So some modification. Top lane ZZQ is going to get found. They get on top of the Pudge. No Flesh Heap available. Continuing to be stunned on down, but he will get the overgrowth help there from Red Panda. TK as well. They take down ZZQ. Echo got to get his hands onto someone, but there's a TA not too far away. Zeal going for the TP out. Will he be able to make it? He does just barely. Echo the Remnant trying to get some distance, but Pudge, he's looking for more. Don't know if he's going to quite get it. Echo, he gets him with a hook. He's got an Astral Step in one. Shackle comes through from TK, goes down.
The amount of bulk this Pudge has is absolutely insane. The fact that he could sit in all those damage over time abilities, he didn't even like pop his Flesh Heap at first, but once he had it online, he just stopped taking damage. It is crazy how tanky this hero is. I saw people in the chat like talking about why they value Pudge so much in China. Like they think it's kind of insane. This is exactly why. Nobody else lives through all of that and manages to pump out that kind of damage.
Yeah, for anyone wondering, Pudge takes 0 damage from all of Jakiro's spells during level 3 Flesh Heap or level 4 Flesh Heap, meaning Macro Pyre, Dual Breath, Ice Path, and Liquid Fire. All do 0 damage once you have 3 points in Flesh Heap. So it is a pretty strong counter.
Macropyre did damage once or twice a second.
After he doesn't have Hood, he has Vanguard. Okay, then yes, Macropyre will be doing about maybe 30 to 40 damage or something, which is not much.
There's a debuff on enemies in the area in 0.5 second intervals, starting 0.5 seconds after the cast. Yes, so he takes very little, but like not 0 damage. Yeah.
I thought he had Hood, but he has Vanguard. If he has Hoodie, he would be taking he would be taking 0 damage.
Yep.
At least
Pretty
from level 1
busted stuff.
Macropyre. It's one of those things that like a lot of people don't realize, like the different interactions between Pudge. This is particularly a very good Pudge game for that reason.
So why are there 2 Roshans?
Oh no. I didn't even
I wasn't looking at this either. I wasn't looking at the Roche pit as they approach. I mean, I see why we're paused now. There certainly are 2 Roshans.
Valve, you've gone too far. Okay, we thank you for trying.
One of them doesn't have an Aegis.
One of them doesn't have Aegis, so
it's fine. Just kill them both.
They're just gonna have to like. He's like, yeah, dude, just go. Like, what do you say? Like,
I can't believe I was looking for so many different things wrong with the map that I didn't think to look in the Roche pit for this.
Well, they were stacked on them on the exact same pixel, so you wouldn't have been able to see them.
Are we just going? Are we just... Yeah. All right.
I think they just have to.
Dude, he's getting bad. Oh my god. How do they deal with this?
You can't. That's the thing. You can't see it. They have the exact same pixel. So it's like
exact same animation.
And the players have just decided that this is fine. This is absolutely fine. We're just gonna play it out.
God, what real Dota players? You know, so many people have been complaining like, oh, my game is unplayable. We're still in a beta. There's 2 Roshans. They're just playing it out. These are champions here. These players are built differently.
They're like, all right, TA, you got to get a Deso. We got to try this a different way. We'll come back later, Roche. You win the first round.
He's got a twin now. He's like, hey, yeah, this is actually Steve in the pit as well.
Roshan and Steve.
Yeah, Roshan and
the
Steve.
pirate.
He's just sick of getting bullied all the time. You know, Roshan, he's finally decided to call in some help. You know, it's always 5-on-1. He's like, well, you know what? I'm gonna help even the odds a little bit. Drafting my my twin brother. So,
wait a minute.
What's up?
What's up?
Well, we'll see if it moves again. I'm only seeing one of the Roshans now. Technically, like before, there was a slight difference.
No, click the one. The one doesn't have the Aegis on it. If you click
yeah, that's the one I'm clicking on, which I don't see. Well, I'm sure the other.
I'm
one's
clicking
still there.
one with an Aegis.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure there's still 2 there. They've just inside.
Can't wait
each
for
other.
the third one to spawn.
They're very close.
That's where it's going to get
twins.
really funny.
I kind of feel like now, you know, before I was pretty confident that everything was fine. Now I'm just waiting to see what else could possibly.
Yeah,
happen.
I'm looking for other things. I can't believe I didn't notice that right away.
Oh, like we said,
now I'm not looking for kills.
Yeah.
Okay.
Neff.
Hold on.
How you doing today, man?
Me? I'm great. I'm very happy.
Nice. Mid lane, they take down Echo, though. That is another big death on your Void Spirit, who really does need to be snowballing right now. So he is having a rough game right now.
So Neff, as the analyst, at what point in the game can they kill both Roshans?
I think it just comes down to how tanky they are. I think probably another like 5 minutes they'll be able to do it, because you have to keep in mind that the fraction is, or Sideblade's just going to spill onto the Roshan.
Yeah, I think it's going to take 5 minutes.
Double
you just need to be able to tank 2 Roches at once, which
isn't that easy.
Yeah. This is a good a litmus test for how strong Roshan's actually going to be as a vibrator.
Hold on, we get a buyback. They take down the TA. Okay. EHOME with a big pickoff. Like Aries was definitely posturing to get themselves into a position there, but ZZQ springs the trap.
Okay, neutral items are functioning as intended as well.
Did you guys notice that this TA went for Orchid instead of like the standard Deso?
I did not notice that. It's surprising.
I
Right?
think that's what I said. A while ago, but
yeah, you're never going to be able to kill 2 Roshans with an Orchid. Silly build, honestly.
Well, ZZQ, another impale set up there, finds 2 in the mid lane. Pudge trying to hobble away. Flesh Heap will not protect him through all of that damage, though. And Echo will secure that one. So, EHOME kind of evening out the score, but the Terrorblade getting a lot further ahead.
Yeah, TB. Now, this guy's going to have a build that can kill 2 Roshans. Going for the Manta style to help tank this one up for him. This is important stuff. He's gonna go for the Satanic as well early on. He's got this one queued up already. I'm pretty sure this lets you kill 2 Roshan with all the armor plus a life steal you get from this one. You just like use Satanic off of cooldown. But he doesn't have like the same tools to kill them as the Templar Assassin does. No side blades? That's rough. Alright, Blink Dagger's now done on the Treant Protectors. He bleed on top of the targets.
Wind Ranger as well. They both got him at the exact same time.
And we're not crazy about like multiple Blink Daggers, but you have a lot more initiation power. When you have, God, Marcy's built one as well.
I think
so
they
you're
need
kind of
it.
having a lack of damage on Aster.Aries. This could become an issue.
I think the main thing is they just need to get on top of Shiro and kill him, and that's their goal. Is like they're just gonna literally blink heroes on top of Shiro and try and blow him up. He does have the Satanic as his next item though, which is gonna make that a lot more difficult. So we'll see if they can pull it off. But we do have Nature's Prophet going for the Vlads next after the Spirit Vessel. So just full utility this game, like we said, not your standard NP build, but it is working.
Yep.
Okay, Pudge just went into the pit to test if there's still 2 Roshans here, and he can confirm that yes, there are still 2 Roshans.
He's like,
Steve is still
all
in the pit. Steve's still there. He hasn't left.
I'd like you to refer to him as Steve the Pirate, and I would be very appreciative if they could add a pirate hat to him.
This is the update.
Just so we can know which one is Steve, all right?
Yeah, that's you know, you've been talking a lot about, you know, another objective on the map. Kind of like Roshan. Steve also, but you know, inside the pit anyways. But the second objective.
ZZQ? Oh, he does scout it out and ends up kind of working out, but they end up blowing up the Nexus Abs with the DD there on the TA. Terrorblade catches a shackle. The rest of the heroes in pursuit. Big initiation from Echo. Manages to only find the Wind Ranger, though, as ZZQ pops by Carapace, unable to connect onto anything. It's just going to be 1 kill, and they get the buyback on the Nyx. So it's a solid disengage, honestly, from Aries here.
It is. They did end up losing bottom tier 2 tower while this was going on. Zio was, you know, doing what he does best down there. Greater Treant ended up clearing that one out and then pushing to the tier 3, but no damage off on to that one.
He gets mid tier 1 as well.
Yeah. Again, it's like you mentioned, relatively even, despite the fact that they're up so many kills on Aster.Aries. But I imagine that they could like probably go the direction of routing this game. In fact, Vladimir's offering being worked on right now on the NP, and I'm pretty sure this is going to turn into probably like a Wraithback totem.
Probably. It's actually a really good Wraith Pack game, just in general, because it reduces a lot of the damage from Pudge, which comes out pretty quickly from the Aghanim Scepter. And there's not great heroes at dealing with it. Like Marcy can use Unleash to try and just pop the totem really quick, or TA can focus it, but they would much rather be trying to secure a kill on that initial burst damage. So yeah, the Wraith Pack is pretty good.
All right. On the other side of the map, Marcy does have the BKB built right now. But as a core, as a position 1, your only item is like Blink BKB at the moment. And Marcy doesn't really need items to do damage, but you are kind of underwhelming as a pause 1 if these are your only items. So I'm a little bit concerned about, you know, their ability to fight into EHOME as this game goes on. Like compared to the Terrorblade, what you're doing is pretty underwhelming. Who's now at 50k net worth.
Or just I've been experimenting on core Marcy a lot recently.
Go on.
I think it's actually far superior as a core than a support at this point. Like this hero's timing, this hero, once they get their BKB blink timing, can like pretty much destroy entire teams
mid lane?
In fights.
That's what they're doing in the mid lane. They've got these observer wards. Actually, both teams have an observer ward over here, and they're both setting up behind the trees, waiting for the other team to approach. You can't go into Ulu because again, he's got this 9-second BKB.
Yeah.
ZZQ is very brave.
Ooh. Oh, what a shackle! Yeah, there it is.
brave man.
Well, he's a dead man. 2 quick pickoffs there.
And now
that was an illegal shackle.
Oh wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Build.
Oh,
all right.
Wait, they had to go over.
They don't have Unleash. I don't think they have damage for this.
Yeah, they don't have damage for this.
They're gonna try.
No Deso? Wait, is there only 1 Rosh now?
No, that's 2.
No,
there's 2.
There's 2.
Yeah, well, you can tell when they attack because they've done attack animations at the very least.
Yep.
Oh my
God,
nice. They're gonna do it.
A little bit now.
Now the real question is, will 2 Roches respawn?
I'm
Dude,
so
these
excited
things
to
are
find
putting
one
it
out.
up. Dude, Ulu's
lot
almost
of
dead. The Treant came in to scout.
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
it's
this
getting
is
messy. Oh no!
Seal just goes right into the
very
pit.
messy. They
Oh
can run.
no, Echo finds TA. They're just getting bursted down, and now Zeal's gonna be able to find the Pudge as well. 2 heroes dead, and now Echo's the one who goes in with Shiro right into the Roche pit. They get the first Roche.
They're gonna
That's
kill
all
us
with an
like
Aegis.
Yes, we've had
And,
first rush, but what about second rush?
Second Roche, what does he drop?
Does it actually drop the Aegis?
No way. It
No,
drops
didn't
nothing.
drop anything.
It
Alright.
drops
It did
nothing.
give gold,
They give-
though.
They give golden XP.
Yeah. Dude, Aster.Aries
So-
basically just lost this game because of second Roshan, basically.
I mean,
Whoa,
it's still
controversial
it's
take
still
there,
a decision, right? It's still a decision to go into the Roche pit, right?
I mean, they knew the
At the end of the day.
circumstances, absolutely. I'm not saying it
They
was
knew the risk.
but you know, it's
They're
not
trying to set up
exactly
on the
something they're gonna have a good read on, right, guys? Like they're not gonna be like,
I mean, if you had built the Deso on TA, you could.
Yeah,
go
this
for
was
Roche,
not
right?
this is not the 2 Roche
Idiot
TA
TA.
build.
Yeah, it's like I think if you're trying to like threaten the 2 Rochons,
DPB, Orchid, Blink, Cringe.
yeah, you know, I don't know. It's not an easy thing. Like their heroes don't actually take Roche extremely fast generally. Like unless like TA has like the Deso, because like the meld only is gonna do so much. But the other heroes don't offer a lot of extra damage into the Roshan as well.
Yep. Wraith Pack Totem, by the way, is completed on the
Done.
Nature's Prophet. Yep. This is what he decided to work on. Bottom tier 3 tower ended up taking a lot of damage during that Roche attempt. He was pushing within the Greater Treants. It's actually at like 1,000 HP right now. If NP notices this, he, I would say he'd be able to clear it up, but there's a smoke TA there as well. So that could clear this one out. So hopefully Treant Protector gets on this one pretty quickly and starts healing up the buildings again. Planet gets gone on, but the shackle
Planet
is
here. They can go for this, but they're the ones that actually seem a little bit afraid, maybe. All right, Ulu gets the rebound. We'll be able to set
Top
up the
lane?
kill here. One more auto attack to do it. Yeah, top lane. He's scouting for Pudge. ZZQ doesn't have the carapace to work with, though, so we'll just back on out. And the tier 1 tower, they'll fort for the moment, but the Treants should make quick work of this one.
With, you know, the bigger Treant, I'll be able to heal this one back up if Pudge just burns these down.
Too late. He gets
Nope.
them just barely.
Tower has fallen.
Oh, he dropped the living armor onto the Pudge instead of the tower by mistake there. Oof. Yep.
21 to 9, but a 2k gold lead for EHOME here as Shiro is a monster. He is almost 6,000 gold of the next closest hero.
Yeah, I mean, we were concerned about this as the game ended up going on. I mean, Marcy is amazing to start that they had. Isn't going to scale too well in this game
He just
continues.
smoked
So worked
right
on
under the ward. Planet like DP's
They
in
realized
right as they're
afterwards as well.
smoking, and they you know, happen to be right under a ward. So Aries will sniff this one out, of course. They're just gonna maybe go ahead and get some wards out potentially here on the side of EHOME.
I'm not sure they're going to be able to connect with anything because, again, this smoke was scattered out. They'll probably just wait out the duration of this thing. You do find a courier, though. It has smoke, dust, and a sentry ward on it. And Zeal's going to TP in, but you're already out on Pudge. Red Panda might get himself caught if he sticks around. But finding him, I think, is, you know, more trouble than it's worth. Oh, okay, never mind. He meant to connect with the Spike Carapace. They find him.
Sick play there from ZZQ. I mean, this is a worthy pickoff, right? Because they want to escort this wave to be able to start pressuring this tier 2 top and then be able to control this triangle. They've already got Terrablade's illusions in there, just farming it up, but now they have nothing to cut the wave. This is actually so smart.
Yeah. Planet's hanging around the pit right now. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's waiting for, you know, one of the 2 Roshans. I am very curious if both of them respawn. They probably
One
shouldn't,
respawns
though.
with no Aegis, and the other one respawns with Aegis Shard. But he's also just stronger.
I need to know the secrets of this double Roche.
I think it's probably just like, you know, the Roshan spawns at 0000, right, on map load,
Yep.
and then when they reset the game state, it might have spawned the second one or something.
Yep. All right, so gonna make quick work of this top tier 2. So all of the outer towers now taken, and Even though you have a Treant Protector on your side, this is not the position you want to be in. I think this is just slow siege. EHOME are going to build themselves a net worth advantage. Black King Bar. Oh, man, you go so far with that. That is crazy. The 15 talent, I think. Yeah. Both teams setting up around the mid lane here. Good vision placed by Red Panda. And going to go on Nyx.
Yeah, quick pick off, well worth it. And TK gets caught by an Ice Path, but I don't think they really have the follow-up here, so he's going to be fine. Looking for more, though. BKB comes out from Ulu. He finds the Terrorblade, forced that to get him some space, but here, Shiro, he's in trouble. The BKB dismember. He needs to get the Satanic up. Does he get the Sunder? He does not. Taken down. A beautiful engagement there to start this one off, and a disconnect from the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that was incredibly quick. He's in the middle of all these heroes as well. There's no way they win this fight. Echo just needs to leave at this point.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there's no way that they can fight.
A beautiful chain stuns there, though. I mean, he popped the Satanic just before he ended up going down there on the Terrorblade, but I imagine he is regretting not having a BKB at this point. In fact, he's got one queued up afterwards.
It was actually the Basher. The Basher on Ulu is what stunned them at the very end.
Yeah, it interrupted that one. I mean, it does issue like a stop command onto you when you get hit by an overgrowth. So it does interrupt like him in the middle of his cast animation of the Sunder.
Yeah, but big pick off there from Aster.Aries. They managed to get a lot of gold going their way, about 1900, and some time to work with as Terrorblade is on the sideline for another 60 seconds.
So, regardless of them taking the double Roshan EHOME, they're bringing it back against all odds. This team is built different. My God. Your average player would be mentally crushed after something like that. They'd be frustrated about the state of the game. They'd be angry at Gaben for bugs, but now they're going high ground. I've never seen a team this powerful.
Aster.Aries are actual genuine Giga Chads. Like, they see this Roshan, they realize it messes with their game plan so much, especially with this TA build, which they're already committed to. And they're like, should we ask for a remake? Nah, we're fine. Doesn't matter. They lose the double roach. They're just like, yeah, whatever. Is what it is. We got this shit. Like, genuine mad displays of just pure badassery coming out from Aster.Aries. I am still worried for them, but...
All right, look, man. I'll break this down for you. This Templar Assassin is what... Actually, this is a Force Staff. Dude, you're not going damage items even though like your other core is the Marcy. This is such a high gamble play. Like, you need to start building more damage over these heroes.
Well, especially now that Terrorblade disassembles the Dragonlance into his BKB and queues up a Butterfly. So those attacks coming through from the Marcy, not going to be as reliable. And same for the TA. Even though she has an MKB queued up, it is still going to be one of those things that makes it a little bit more difficult to take down the Terrorblade in these engagements. And an Elven Tunic. He's going to swap that one in. That's a big one. Smoke up from both teams here. We might see worlds collide in the middle lane. Lulu on the front line. ZZQ not under the cover of Vendetta, but they just blink in. He gets the BKB off on the punch. ZZQ is going to find the kill. A toss back there. Onto the Terrorblade. Shiro gets the BKB off, and Ulu's going to be the first to fall on the side of Aries. A 1-for-1 trade, but they need to get more here. It doesn't look like we'll be able to.
I mean, you don't need to get more if you're EHOME. You just ended the Beyond Godlike spree of that Marcy. That was a lot of gold going your way. And I'm pretty sure they just walk up high ground after this. You don't have Fortify available. They have very little tools of slowing them down as well. The only thing they can spam out is Power Shot. And
you don't have the damage. BKB.
Yeah, okay, never mind. They've got the side traps. They're doing an okay job, so they're going to back up. I take back my statement. And they'll grab Outpost instead. Roshans are going to... Roshan, maybe plural, are going to respawn in the next 15 seconds here. With a 30-second respawn, we can figure out if it's double or if there's two different Roshans, they have independent spawn timers. The possibilities are endless. We don't know what's going to happen.
Welcome to the Wild West, that's like literally 3 possibilities.
Yeah, this is like TI1. Oh, I'm part of TI1. Come on.
Oh, scan comes through. They think they're in Roche, but they're not.
Maybe we get no Roshan.
This wasn't even something we accounted for, but...
Okay, there's a 4th possibility, actually. No. I will say this: a lot of the timers have been off lately, by like a lot. Like I was casting a game with Lizard
I've seen
yesterday.
like 15 seconds at most. It's been 15 seconds now.
We had one yesterday that was off by like 49
Hey,
seconds. Yep, there it is.
He has refresher shot.
Wait. Oh,
He has refresher shot.
he counts as a
He counts as
third
the
row.
third row.
Well, and for the team that wanted the Aghanim shard, sucks to suck, but you know, third row, Aegis Cheese and refresher shard. To be frank, if this was an Aghanim scepter over a refresher shard, this could be absolutely game changing. I mean, that being said, the refresher shard is still pretty big.
Oh, this is fun.
I'm losing.
This is definitely intended. This is the people are wondering, you know, what's going to happen when 8.0 launches after TI. This is it. You know, we're going to have double Roshan spawns. We're going to get a dragon in the bottom lane, and we're getting a fourth lane as well.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Steve. Though let's take a minute to remember Steve. He was a real
twin.
one. Came
Don't
tap
worry,
out.
he's coming back. He's going to respawn. I can feel it.
There's no way. Not if the other one counted. It's like
I don't know. Yeah,
Steve
it's possible.
Still
though,
alive
right?
in our hearts.
nobody truly understands Valve code,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
except for that wizard that all the heroes talk about.
The shitty wizard.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
I mean, the witty shizard is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's still only one Roche here.
All right, Roshan number 3 question mark, as I think EHOME's realizing it, considering there's a refresher shard on it. And they're like, wait a minute. So that's going to be Aegis, Cheese, and a shard. I'm curious who they give the shard to. It's got to be TB, right? You just
TB,
give the Aegis and
100%. Yeah,
shard.
like this is dream scenario for Terrorblade right here. Oh, no, they give it to Echo for now. Well, color me
give it
some
to
rest.
Echo, it seems.
I mean, I guess if he
he's
pops
got an
meta,
Axe
he can, like,
actually, so he buys out the Axe.
There we go.
He can just one shot a hero with refresher Axe.
No. It's back on the TV. It's back on the TV. As it should be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that makes sense.
He changed their mind. Now he's. What is. Okay, it's on his courier on the other side of the map. I was wondering like if his butterfly just disappeared, but no, it's on his courier.
Calm down, Neff. It's okay.
Yeah, he was in the shop, and then I saw butterfly completed. I'm like, what? Like, I missed those double Roshans like a couple seconds. My eyes are peeled now. Pudge is working on Heaven's Halberd is his next item. Okay. Assault Cross completed now on the Nature's Prophet. He is an Aura bot, and you can't attack him either, otherwise his Blaster will just detonate.
Yeah, it's a great build. Zeal's totally recovered. I mean, he was bottom of the net worth of the 6 cores in the first 10 minutes of the game. He's now number 3 thanks to NP, and they're just going to start chipping away at the high ground here with the Terrorblade illusions. ZZQ, he was trying to get a Sideblade proc there, but doesn't end up grabbing it. Up in goes Ulu, though, and my god, goodbye Planet, absolutely destroyed. Pudge is there, does pop the BKB, but doesn't get a lot out of this. He's going to have to hobble away. Shiro's BKB does get committed, though. So has Satanic Aegis and the Refresher Shard, so it's not the worst thing to lose. But see if they can keep the aggression up here, as Creep's going to be able to set that backdoor protection off, and Shiro going to continue the chip damage here.
Yep. Hey,
Tower finally will fall. Echo goes in, does manage to get his hands on top of the Pudge. ZZQ with the Impale as well, but he's tossed underneath the towers and obliterated by that TA. Shiro catches a halberd. Well, they're trying to get out. Echo goes in. He gets a dismember onto a creep to try to steal what he can, but Echo's dead. And now looking for Zeal.
Doing it.
Shackle's gonna catch Shiro. He can't get out. He's gonna have that Aegis, but Shiro is surrounded by all 5 members of Aster.Aries, and he is alone. He's gonna come back into this one, but he's got nothing left in the tank. A Shackle, another dismember, and all 5 heroes wiped by Aster.Aries on the high ground.
Oh, dude, that Champion is just not doing damage. He was shackled for the majority of the fight. He comes in, he tries to sunder the this Void Spear in order to keep him alive, and then immediately he's rooted up from the Red Panda, jumping in, overgrowthing him. He's just permanently disabled. Aster.Aries had such a sick defense there. The Gale Force as well, pulling them back, getting the stun off of the Nyx Assassin. He's underneath the tier 4s and just dives without contributing anything to that fight. That was such a sick defense by Aster.Aries.
Dude, they have 60 seconds with no TB, and he does not have buyback. So, like,
yeah,
They
They've got
could
Fortify.
they do have fort, but they could probably just take this T3.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't see how they
Unlikely.
stop them here. Oh, there's your dispose into the
not like
Jakiro, and he is dead. Quick plays there from Ulu. Puts Planet on the sideline. His buyback is available. Bottom lane, Zeal's just going to start that split push, but that backdoor protection, it's going to expire.
think they just go
Unleash
for
comes
the
out.
Raxes.
They're going to go straight for the racks.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, you
Zeal
don't buy
goes
back
in,
TV.
manages to find Ulu, but he pops the BKB, dispose, puts the Echo in trouble. The shackles there from TK. They take down the Nyx. 3 heroes dead once again as they look for more double buyback from the supports as Terrorblade's about to rejoin the battle. But it looks
They're
like
getting Rax bottom.
Aster.Aries
They're
will
getting
leave.
Rax. They're about to lose range Rax.
I mean, it's not good enough. Top lane Zeal trying to pressure the other tier 3, but the damage is done on the other side of the map.
Can you heal it? Oh, he manages to save it. Nobody is going down on Red Panda's watch. So they don't manage to take a second set of racks that they were forced to get back because of that one. But EHOME, they're crumbling, man. Jakiro ends up sitting too far up. They lose him. They end up losing the Void Spirit as well. I feel like if you just sacrifice the tier 3 without stepping too far forward, you manage to defend your mid racks is there. They try to just a little bit too much. You know, maybe like an extra Roshan too much. It sucks though because the Void Spirit even died even though he's got like the Sanj Kaya. He even had like the cheese that he wasn't able to pop. He was just like chain stunned down.
Yeah, you need the Lincolns.
Basher into dispose into a shackle shot ended up being enough.
It's a very good Lincoln's game. I would not be surprised if we start seeing Lincolns picked up on some of the heroes for EHOME. Stops the dispose, stops the shackle, stops the dismember. There's a lot of really big single target disables that if they can prevent them, will keep them in the fights. So I think that's got to be up on the list here fairly soon. Pudge is going to find himself a Trickster Cloak, make him just that much tankier. And this hero's putting out serious damage in fight. He's about to hit his level 25 talent for that extra dismember damage and heal. He's queued up a Shiva's Guard as well. So he's going to have plenty of armor.
Yep. Okay. That's the state of all this. Yeah, the Shiva's Guard. Lotus Orb being worked on there.
Terribly's got a Lincoln's queued.
Man, he's crumbling as well if he's going for Lincolns at this point.
Lincoln's
What does he swap out? He's
required
considered
to
of his boots?
Yeah, absolutely. You just get rid of boots and carry Lincolns. They just don't die once they have Lincoln Sphere. Like realistically, like because what's killing them right now is the like blink dispose into another stun, right? Like that is what is killing heroes. So if they can just stop that, then they're feeling pretty safe.
You say that, but we also saying that you just needed a BKB, but he's still dying against all odds.
Yeah.
Bottom
BKB
lane,
dismember. Very good.
4
They can't
heroes
stop it.
down here. This is actually insane. They're hoping that Nature's Prophet shows himself down here to like deal with Ulu or something. I'm not sure if they'll take the bait on the side of EHOME.
They're getting a bunch of Lincoln Spheres as well. They're literally going Lincolns and Lotus Spheres. That is, or Lotus Spheres. Jesus.
Lotus Spheres.
Lotus and Lincoln Spheres are like basically all of the items for EHOME right now. Like every single hero has those queued up.
Yeah. Okay. They realize that there's multiple heroes down at bottom. Both, I believe it was both Ulu and Tempo Assassin that showed themselves. So I don't think the Nature's Prophet will come down here at this point, but they do get themselves a tier 1 tower. This will refresh the Fortify, unfortunately, but that's kind of whatever. It's going to come back up another minute and 30 seconds anyways.
Yep, double catapult mid lane. This will do a decent amount of chip damage here, and they are going to start pressuring top with Shiro as well. As he's starting to
He's
get
coming
his
in
attention
on the
tier 3, but yeah, the rest of the heroes, there's the Shackle.
The Shackle!
Catch the Terrorblade on the next side, the BKB, the Dismember comes out, Ulu's on top on the 4-step, number 2 against the BKB, Red Panda Invis though, he's fine, he can't find a Sunder target, he's already popped the Satanic as well, but they've taken down Echo, they've taken down Zeal, the rest of EHOME, they need to get out of here, Planet gets an ice path for the moment, but Shiro, he's got the Refresher. Does he use it though?
Just not sure
He's
what
looking
to do.
for a target. He can't get his hands on anyone. They just blink out. They're kiting this TB to the ends of the earth. The buyback's coming through. Zeal's ready to rejoin the fight though.
Unleash is down for 30 seconds. They need to make something happen now, but they're backing up now. They're scared. They used 2 buybacks there.
Yeah, on 2 cores too.
Yeah. Oh my God, this huge initiation. Everyone was just terrified of the Templar assassin like getting destroyed there, 100-0. So they force staff him out. They jump forward. They sacrifice themselves, and then the TB isn't able to get back in or find anybody with like a Sunder. So he's just sitting kind of far back, afraid of getting bursted down for like the last of his HP. They're playing these fights so clutch on Aster.Aries. Oh.
Yeah. And Shiro does go ahead and buy out his Lincolns. He still has money for buyback. But this is going to make things a lot better because in this last fight, we see what happens, right? Shackle connects, but the Dismember wouldn't if he has the Lincolns. And that is a big changer in these fights. So we'll see how this ends up playing out. But yeah, overall, a big swing for Aster.Aries. Now 10,000 gold ahead. A Swift Blink picked up here on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, this will significantly increase the damage output. Yeah, on the extra 25 agility, you have another 35 for 6 seconds when you get on top of these targets. I don't think your damage was that high before. I don't know. I kind of think you need a Daedalus, but MKB was more necessary because of the butterfly on the TB.
Yeah.
Red Panda is in a very dangerous position. They're smoked up on all these heroes here, but they're much more interested in this Templar Assassin. Careful. This could be the end of the game.
Huge. ZZQ's in, gets the blink, gets the stun. Can they get the chain stuns on her, though? Able to get disposed out by Ulu, and TA's going to be fine.
The Gale Force is slowing them down. They're thinking about reinitiating here, but okay. That might have just been TK. They're thinking about reinitiating there, not the rest of the team.
Yeah, DD Terrorblade, not the hero you want to fight into right now.
Yeah, someone else. I think TK makes the call. Go, he's double damage, but I can still shackle him, especially if I'm not targeting him. That's what he's been doing. He's been targeting like the non-TB targets. It's always been shackling TB.
Yeah.
It's kind of useless in that scenario. He's almost got level 25 though on this TB. He has how many XP away? 28.
20, yeah.
28.
So
he's 28 XP away.
I'm curious if he goes to Sunder cooldown or the meta duration. Like both are incredibly strong talents.
He'll go meta duration. He is so afraid of getting chain stunned down when he's at low HP that I don't think he'll be able to take advantage of the Sunder cooldown.
Yeah, it takes it to 6 seconds, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is very low, but they have a lot of stuns on Aster.Aries.
And once BKB's done, you're kind of just... You need to have killed heroes by then, right? Not rely on more and more Sunders. So, meta duration, probably the way to go. Also will help them pressure high ground, give them some more time to work with there. And an MKB queued up on the Marcy now as well. Just does tons of burst damage. And both teams keeping an eye on Roshan as it could respawn literally any second. Again, and this will technically be the 4th Roche of the game. So
hold on, you don't know what's going to happen.
I do know, it just respawned.
Okay,
Aegis Cheese Refresher and the Aghanim Scepter. So technically 4th Roche of the game. And that's
this is the 3rd Roche of the game, but it's like it counts as the 4th Roche of the game.
Yeah. So they're gonna try and start this right away. And dude, I mean, Aghanim Scepter is big this game if they can get it. I'm sure it will be for Shiro. You could put it on ZZQ's Nyx Assassin, but I don't know if that's good enough. This Power Shot does come through and reveal a lot of what's going on here. ZZQ, he's under the cover of the Vendetta. They're going to start sending the Treants out to start scouting. The Roche, it's falling quickly. They've got to get into the pit. Aries, can they do it? He finds the Pudge. They get the stun. Can they bring him down quick enough? He's going to be able to get taunted out by that Aether Remnant, but he gets the BKB. This member onto the NP. He's healing through it all. And Zeal goes down. Now Terrorblade off to the side. He's all alone. He's not going to get the Sunder. He goes down. Echo going to join him as well. Aries, a massive win. The buyback comes through from the TB, but the damage is done as they go right into Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, he had to buy back because the Void Spirit and the Nyx Prophet are both dead without buyback. So he needs to start shoving out lanes now. We can't allow them to get into their base here in the next couple of minutes, like next 80, 90 seconds now.
And that is going to be Aegis Cheese Refresher and the Shard.
I just want to point out there, the only reason the Pudge survived through that is because Ulu hit 25 and got the sidekick spell immunity off on Tim during all that burst, and it got him just enough time to start getting off his spells. And
and none of these damage over time abilities are really doing anything to him either. I mean, he's sitting with all the Jakiro stuff, and the Flesh Heap is just like stopping it, and then he's able to get the spell immunity and whatnot, able to get off the BKBs. It is crazy. Did he get level 25 in the middle of that team fight? And they use it on him?
I think it was before. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, my bad. God. double damage and spawns at the bottom. ZZQ is gonna pick this one up before they have the opportunity to scout this one out, though.
Terrorblade?
It was picked up by the Observer Ward.
Yep, he's
They're
got
just gonna run down mid.
Vine Rapier on TB. I mean, you have to. You have no options at this point. The TA does have the Agnum Scepter synth now from the Roshan, so.
I'm not sure if he's going to be like hitting people though. I mean, that's been the main issue. He's either been like disabled or running away in these team fights.
He's certainly going to try. If they can blow up the Pudge, it is big. ZZQ's on the side. He's going to go onto the backside. Ulu wants to get his hands on top of someone. They take down ZZQ pretty much instantly. Shiro's trying to do what damage he can, but Pudge surviving through it for the moment. He's going to pop the meta. He does have the bonus duration from it, but they've got to get their hands onto something else. TA underneath the tower. ZZQ with the impale. Red Panda comes in. He pump fakes the overgrowth, but the Satanic and the Lotus Orb still there, available. They're able to take down Red Panda, but can they get more? TA is far into the base, but they've got a hook. Echo is here, and he goes in. He gets Marcy. Ulu in a terrible spot. Shiro blows him up. Looking to get more out of this. Can they get out, though? Aries, they need to retreat. They find TK, but he's got the BKB. He's got the Wind Run. And a Blink as well. He's going to survive.
2 buybacks, but yeah, excellent job holding those. He's trying to pump fake the overgrowth to get him to like commit the BKB, the Satanic and whatnot right away, but Lotus Orb ended up coming in, getting him out of that overgrowth there by the Nature's Prophet. So, you get excellent restraint there from the TV, not committing anything, because the moment he gets disabled, and this has happened in a couple of fights now, he just ends up going down.
Oh, Ulu, he's caught Echo. That is as good as it gets.
He doesn't have the money for buyback either. I mean, it's not off of cooldown for another 40 seconds, but he does not have the money for it. They're trying to send Treants at the tier 4s to force them back now. Dude, the TB doesn't have BKB for another 40 seconds. He can't fight in this. He doesn't have meta either.
Yeah, he's got Zeal, and they get the hook on him. He needs help. Does he have a Sunder? He does. Trying to heal through it, but they get the stun. Shiro falling low and fast. It's not going to be enough. He's dead. 120 seconds, and GG comes out. Aries will take game number 2, tying the series.
They do it against all odds. The double Roshan doesn't matter. The remake doesn't matter. It looks so rough. I didn't think the position 1 Marcy would be able to do this either. They executed these fights so amazing. Aster.Aries, they are built different.
They really are. They really are. And, you know, we use the term as casters against all odds slightly too much, I would say. But in this situation, like, it was very much like every spanner which you could throw at them was thrown at them. You know, they had to remake when they were ahead. That always sucks for them. You know, that means you get the reset. You get to plan for the game as well ahead of time. You know exactly what hero is going to be picked and what's going to be happening. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane. But despite everything, and not even mentioning the double Roshan, which ended up, you know, screwing them over, screwing their timings, this game would have been over by like 25 minutes if that double Roshan wasn't a thing, but it was a thing, and they get third Rosh as well and that refresher shot on the TB just ends up being useless. I think it was just used there by mistake almost at the end of the game. Didn't do anything at all. So yeah, that's the epic tale of game number 2 of EHOME versus Aster.Aries having its conclusion. But this series does not have its conclusion, as we do get to go to hopefully a normal game 3. So that's going to be an interesting one. But guys, reflections on this game. I mean, firstly, how was this TB not able to get off more damage? You know, how was he so well controlled by Aster.Aries?
Go ahead, Ricky.
Oh, I was gonna say part of this just comes down to the fact that you are kind of like an all your eggs in one basket type of situation, and we've seen this actually happen in games where like Templar Assassin is essentially in the same shoes, and Pudge just BKB dismembers that hero. That is literally what this comes down to. Like the entirety of this game, Pudge would just BKB dismember the Terrorblade in these fights to start it off. And at that point, it gives plenty of time for the rest of your team to pick off these other heroes. Marcy can just one-shot any support or both of the supports in a single blink dispose during the BKB. And then TA can clean up the rest. And at that point, it's Terrorblade 1v4, 1v5. And yeah, it's just one of the strengths of the Pudge hero. Like he is just such a good anti-carry. And it worked out really well this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really felt like the power of the damage block on the Pudge this game as well. Like, you're dodging all these instances of damage, It's not like a Vanguard as well. It's all sources of damage, which means this Jakiro was doing absolutely nothing to the Pudge, a hero which is generally pretty good against heroes like Pudge and stuff. Doesn't do anything. Like, the DPS is just really, really bad because you've got this damage block constantly coming through. So, huge problems there for EHOME in that regard. Do you feel like anybody did perform well on the side of the EHOME, Neff?
ZQ did decent, got things out. His score at the end didn't
here
really.
It is. Sorry, a lot of people at home will be waiting to watch this moment. The double Roshan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom. I made it.
Yep.
This is my moment.
All right.
This is what you're famous for, Ricky.
Like, Mom, get the camera. But yeah, all right, we're gonna see right here. This is what I was talking about, where Shiro gets controlled, and then there's just nothing left from the rest of your team. Right?
Yeah, he's not doing anything. Red Panda, jumps forward, gets the overgrowth off to him. Like, he did kind of grip himself by using the center off onto the Void Spirit there, but. God, everyone on Aster.Aries played these fights so incredibly well. I guess maybe Nature's Prophet would be the MVP. He itemized very well for this game. Zeal ended up working wonders like the Lotus Orb, the Assaults, the Raid Pack, but even that didn't end up being enough. Like, look at TK. He's so good at Dota.
Yeah.
They forced him forward, and then the Nyx Assassin throws his body at them to try to get them off Shiro. Yes, Shiro ends up getting away, but look, it's like he doesn't know what to do with his hands. He can't touch anybody. He gets like a couple auto attacks off and then turns away afterwards. This is not what you want out of your position 1 TB against position 1 Marcy. And controlled up again by TK, who ends up just walking away. Can't touch this Tree Protector either. Like, they play these team fights so well. The mental fortitude they had to have had to continue to play this well against what was going on is insane. And this is the play you were talking about, right, Nomad? Yeah,
yes.
The sidekick, the magic immunity that he managed to get off, which allows him to activate his BKB, right?
Yeah, exactly. He gets basically get out of jail free card from Ulu, which they weren't prepared for on the side of EHOME. Sidekick 25 talent spell immunity if you don't play Marcy. Very, very strong. It's not a hard dispel or anything, but it does stop you getting chain stunned up, which is exactly the case here. And that allows him to turn the fight around and then turn the game around. And this moment here, it looked scary for Aster.Aries. At this point, I was like, are they getting out of here okay? But actually, it was the other way around.
Yeah, they tried. It was a valiant hold, but they just could never get the kill onto the TA or the Pudge. And these are the heroes that they have to take down, because these are the heroes that actually control Shiro in these fights, right? Like, we see it right here. He just gets the BKB, the Dismember. Shiro, tries to get saved, but there's just too much damage from the other heroes. And Zeal having a very utility-based build this game means that the only thing he's doing here is trying to make Terrorblade do more damage or keep him alive just a little bit longer, and doesn't end up working.
Doesn't at all, unfortunately. And nice hook. I mean, it was a beautiful ending to the game as well. You had the jump in from Ulu with the blink, with the dismember. Sorry, with the dismember? No, with the dispose. And then the Abyssal Blade as well, like that beautiful little combo onto the Void Spirit to kill him off. Then they come forward with the Pudge. Pudge gets a hook. That's another kill going their way, and then the game's kind of just over at that point. So they kind of won the game how they've been playing the game the entire damn time, with a fair amount of style, to be fair. And EHOME, unfortunately, will be defeated in this game number 2, meaning we'll be ended up in a game number 3. But before we get to that, I do want to know kind of what were the biggest mistakes which EHOME made, and how can they really adjust for that in game number 3? No.
The biggest mistake was thinking it was a free game after they took Roshan and second Roshan.
Yeah, in one go.
Yeah, they thought it was theirs after that. No, but I'd say that they didn't have enough lockdown. They were able to run circles around them on a lot of these Aster.Aries heroes. I think part of that might have been due to not protecting ZZQ well enough. Like, he was scouting, finding a lot of information for them, but he was also like their main disabler, right? With him down, it's like Zeal can kind of do things, but he's a little bit awkward. He doesn't have like a sheep stick. Planet can throw out ice paths and whatnot, but those things they never felt amazing either. And the Pudge was Jakiro was like not super effective against the Pudge as well. I think it was just like letting ZZQ die, which is your main form of initiation between the Spike Carapace and the Impales, was the biggest mistake that EHOME was making in these fights.
Yeah. So how do you stop that happening though?
Maybe something with a save, like maybe grabbing something else that jumps the backline, maybe itemizing like an Orchid and then Zeal jumping the back, then going off on like TK or something like that. Because TK was able to perform inhuman feats in these team fights with the shackle shots and the pullbacks from the Gale forces and whatnot. So I'd say don't rely on the hero that you can't save being like the core part of your fight.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Ricky, anything you hope to see in this game, number 3?
I mean, I'm down for another Marcy carry or a core Marcy. Like I said, I think this hero is pretty much the reason that they won, like almost entirely. Like realistically, I think this Marcy like secured so many clutch kills. So I would like to see it played in a core position once again, because it owns, does a lot of damage. Great pickoff, good stuff.
Excellent stuff. And well, the only thing being
That's
picked
simple.
at the moment. Yeah, so it was definitely much more effective than I thought it would be. The damage output was just ridiculous. Like Unleash was crazy. I was wondering as well. Do you know if this is a crazy question, which is really bad for me to ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. Do you know if the Ags works with the 25 pulse silence talent?
It
Which
should.
eggs?
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds
should,
pretty broken
because
as well.
It should, but the pulse like on ability cast, I don't know if it's strong enough to like warrant it over the magic community. But the other thing is you don't really like have room for an Aghanim Scepter in a core Marcy build, because you're like really like you could just get a Daedalus and one shot a core. Like, and that's why you just don't go Axe.
Yeah.
Sure. Like the damage output on this hero is pretty bonkers.
I can see it if you're like, even in this game when the TA's the damage dealer, it could possibly be an option. But then again, this was a bit more utility TA than we're used to seeing. And the Daedalus does make more sense. But I can see games where you might want to go for that silence talent, because that just does sound ridiculous. Like basically chain silencing them for God knows how long.
Oh, you mean
12 seconds.
Unleash damage with the...
No.
Yeah, okay, so the Ags causes you to do an Unleash Pulse, which is a pulse which comes out of your ultimate every time you cast a spell. And at 25, you can get a talent which does a 1.5 second silence every Unleash Pulse. So the two combo up
that works
pretty brutally.
Yeah.
It's just... it would be very difficult to chain it up, because it's very difficult to stagger your spells as Marcy, and also stagger your right clicks and everything as well. So yeah, it's a little awkward, but I mean, I'm sure they'd be able to work with that. But either way, that wasn't a thing this game, because they didn't get the Roshan, they didn't get the Ags, so they just ended up going for the more normal build this time around. So game number 3, just around the corner, and EHOME, I hope they're not mentally too defeated by it. I mean, they literally had everything on their plates this game. They had the double Roche going their way, they had a whole bunch of stuff which ended up going their way. But do you think they're going to feel like they threw this one, or do you think their mentality is going to be okay?
I think they'll be fine. I don't think EHOME threw this game. I think this is kind of like... So here's the deal. Like, realistically, at the very early phase of this game, Nature's Prophet really struggled in terms of like XP. And yes, they did have moments where they like got back in. NP was finding farm, but it put Marcy on like just this pretty nuts trajectory, being able to like really find kills. And then late game, it is like a free Pudge game. And I can't emphasize how good Pudge is when it comes to like late game and being level 30. He's like one of the best level 30 heroes in all of Dota. So when you get to that moment, going late game against this hero, you're like, this hero will probably just win the game. It's so good.
Why is he so good?
Very few heroes will have the damage to kill Pudge at this phase.
He's just really good, guys. I've got a Pudge tattoo. Do you want to see it? Yeah, okay, Ricky. Can we go to break?
The hero exists in fights, does an incredible amount of damage, has a BKB piercing disable, has a save, and has damage block and a repositioning ability. Like, he is unbelievably strong in the late game. Like, this is one of the things that Pudge like has always failed at. He used to be one of the worst late game scaling supports or cores, because he would just die, or if you missed hook, you were just useless. Now you just jump in. 1.6 times flesh heaps heal and damage, or no, 1.8 maybe, and then 1.6 on the passives from flesh heap. I'd have to double check. It's very good.
1.6 on the flesh heaps. Wait.
Yeah, 1.6 on flesh heap bonuses and 1.8 on dismember heal and damage.
Right. Okay. So it's basically... That's weird. That's really weird. You got two different types of very similar talents.
Most people do the flesh heap heal and damage just because, or I'm sorry, not the flesh heap, the dismember heal and damage, because you get the dismember talent at 20. And late game,
Yeah.
it's pretty much all about just BKB dismembering a target. And I'm not sure if you saw in one of those last fights,
Okay,
he 100 to 0'd Zeal in a dismember by himself. Like he actually just killed the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and the TV
That's
couldn't kill him through it with the amount of damage that he was healing off, right?
Yeah, it is very good.
Yeah, and like despite the Nature's Prophet giving them like a lot of control and vision across the map, you know, I still didn't feel like one of those typical Nature's Prophet games, and I think that's just because of the Treant, right? Like Treant is such a nice answer to Nature's Prophet these days. It just gives you so much counter push, so much tower healing, which the Prophet just generally struggles to deal with. And you know, all they could end up doing is trying to pick off the Treant, which they did manage to do once or twice with the Nyx Assassin, but yeah, in the end it wasn't enough. And Zeal, despite doing a bit, wasn't able to destroy the any real objectives in the end. So that's it. That's it for game number 2. So we'll be moving into game number 3 of Aster.Aries versus EHOME, and the draft is now live. So let's jump into it as we jump into the next match.
Cool. I just want Pudge again, man. It's that simple. I'm a simple man, you know. I see Pudge.
I know.
I'm happy.
We know you're a simple man. You can stop talking about Pudge, Ricky.
No. It's in my opinion, best hero.
Wow, okay. I hope they ban it so we can be
not the
done
best,
talking about it.
Puck's definitely the best, but
okay, well. Tiny is actually ended up being first banned here by EHOME because a lot of people consider it one of the most flexible heroes. They banned out Monkey King first on the side of Aster.Aries. So it means they're potentially thinking about taking Dawnbreaker, but that hero is God.
I don't think you realize, man. It's a Pudge. It's protecting Pudge pick.
You can cast with him, Nomad. Go ahead.
I don't want that. Don't put that on me. Come on.
My
We're
bad.
Friends.
We are
friends. Marcy ban out from EHOME. Wow. All right. There's a lot of respect being shown here from EHOME, the way of Aster.Aries. And Aster.Aries are going to grab that Dawnbreaker. So talking about flexible heroes, this is the most flexible hero. Tiny can get in the bin. Dawnbreaker is the queen.
Yeah, pretty good. You can just pick ZZQ's Nyx Assassin again, though, which is probably the strongest counter in Dota right now to Dawnbreaker. It just makes her life a lot more difficult. You can't rely on Solar Guardian to save heroes on the other side of the map. So if you see Dawnbreaker on one side, you just go kill heroes on the other. And as long as Nyx Assassin is there, you can't save him. So it's a little bit difficult. ZZQ also just played a great Nyx Assassin. I don't think he was like a...
What was his score last game?
I don't remember. We couldn't see scoreboard because obviously it was like a modded lobby.
We could.
I couldn't. Wait, you could really see the scoreboard after the game?
112-5 ZZQ's ending score.
Guy's got insider information.
5.7k hero damage.
The heck? Why couldn't I see any of this stuff?
Huh? I don't know. Because you're too busy talking about Pudge.
That's
I
fine,
can see it either. All right. Whatever.
So again, it is surprising they don't end up taking the Nyx Assassin against the Dawnbreaker here. It is possible that ZZQ had such a rough performance, and even though it is a counter to Dawnbreaker, his mental is broken. He has refused to play it in this game. It is not a good start for EHOME, if that is the case.
I mean, they could still pick it if they want.
I mean, they're going to ban it out of the next phase here on Aster.Aries before they've got like more time to discuss whether or not the Nyx Assassin is genuinely that good. But they plan on taking Dawnbreaker from the start. We talked to players about this in interviews. A lot of people consider Monkey King one of the better counters to Dawnbreaker. So the fact they picked ban that one out first is a sign that they want to open with the Dawnbreaker, and they pick an Ember Spirit alongside it, which Ember Spirit or Spirit Hero is just solid in your draft no matter what. Other than Storm, who ended up getting nerfed because the Null Talismans and then didn't get buffed afterwards after the Null Talismans were addressed, so it's like kind of unplayable at the moment.
Yeah, also suggests it's a Dawnbreaker offlane from Aster.Aries as well, or at least that's how they want to run it. So we'll see.
Yep. All right, and Nyx Assassin, they're banned out. They don't want to give EHOME a chance to reconsider that one. Keep the light gotten rid of here. Too good to have with the Ember Spirit, in my opinion. Being able to like double slate chains people is always pretty sick. As well as like top his mana back up in the middle of team fights. Make it so he isn't really punished for like spamming out his remnants on activation and whatnot. So I like Aster.Aries' start to this one a lot better than I like EHOME's. Winter Wyvern is a great defensive hero, but I think the opener of Dawnbreaker Ember Spirit is a little bit stronger than Void Wyvern on the other side here. The only thing you need to keep in mind is you aren't able to take advantage of heroes like Beastmaster as much when you're playing against a Winter Wyvern, but given that they already have Dawnbreaker, who fills the same position that Beastmasters normally played in, I wouldn't say it's something that they have to worry about.
Well, we see a lot of Dawnbreakers in the 5, right?
We see a couple of them, not as often as played in position 3, so it is still flexible. But if they're banning out Nyx, like if they're committing bans for this one, it's much more
they ban
likely
out
to be
Nyx and Monkey King. They definitely want to run it as opposed to 3, in my opinion.
There's your Pudge ban.
Yes, which means we can stop talking about it.
It's, I mean, it's a big deal. Like, the hero is very good.
I can't.
Imagine hating Pudge, man. I actually don't understand.
All right. So, Pudge is now banned. They get rid of Lifestealer.
Now, if we already covered this, why do you keep bringing it up? Do you have some obsession with Pudge or something?
All right. They ban out the Treant Protector as well. In my opinion, they decided they plan on routing towers and taking things like a Nature's Prophet. They could grab that as their position 1, but they got the God. I love Aster.Aries lineup so much. I hope they win this game. They have Brew now to round things out. This hero is insane. You can play Rat Dota with it. You can control up illusions in team fights. If the enemies only have like a single carry that's doing all the damage, just toss them up in a tornado and win fights.
Have fun up there.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm guessing this is going to be the support duo then. We're going to have a Brewmaster 4 and a Bane 5, I would suppose. Of course, could bring the Dawnbreaker into the 4 position if they really wanted to, but as we mentioned before, seems like that's unlikely. I mean, one thing they are missing on Aster.Aries is team fight. They're kind of hoping to make up for their lack of AoE lockdown or anything like that just with, the Dawnbreaker shard and the Ember Spirit. And they have a lot of mobility. They have a lot of moving around and control of the team fight in other ways, like non-direct ways. But I would still like to see them grab out just like one big team fight ultimate. I don't know what it can be, especially as their last pick's looking to be a carry. And now EHOME are gonna grab themselves an Alchemist. So that'll be the next pickup from them. Looking like it, yeah.
That's actually a really good pick here because they, like you said, they're kind of lacking some team fight here. Aster.Aries does have the Fiend's Grip for Alchemist, but Grimstroke as well as Wyvern are both very good at being able to save heroes from that. And I think if this Alch he should be able to farm bottom pretty easily, whether it be the Dawnbreaker or the Brewmaster in the off lane. So I actually like this pick a lot.
Mm-hmm. What position do you think is Brewmaster going to be played in? I mean, they do have Red Panda drafting them, who was famous for playing position 5 Brewmaster.
Yeah, TK plays it as well, though. I think it's going to be pos 4.
Okay.
I mean, it could be 3 or 4, right? Like, that's the thing. It could be 3, 4, or 5, but it feels a little weird if your offlane is Dawnbreaker Brewmaster. That is the one thing that I'm unsure of, which is why it's like they could run a 4-position Bane, but
wouldn't that also be weird? Bane Dawnbreaker?
We've seen a 4-position Bane before.
Yeah.
Oh, you could run Bane Brewmaster. That's the thing. Dawnbreaker, Brewmaster both can run into the 5.
Yeah. They can't change things up based on whatever it is they need. You would have Enigma. Why would they get rid of Enigma here? Why would they pick up Enigma here?
I mean, there's no cancel for it. If you run offlane Enigma for the 3.
There's Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, I mean, that's it though, right? Like, that's your only counter.
I mean, they've got Dawnbreaker they could build something on Ember, and they've got Brewmaster, Rocks, and Tornado. And they do have last pick. So maybe they could just like pull a gotcha with the Enigma. And maybe whatever they plan on picking up last year is going to be like a melee carry or a melee mid lane if they choose to run this Ember in position 1. Hell, they could even run like Dawnbreaker as position 1 if they wanted to get really wacky with it.
Interesting on the Ursa ban. So that basically means that they're worried about it potentially being a mid Alchemist and securing the safe lane a little bit more, because they pretty much banned all 3 of the lane dominators.
Offlane, right?
Offlane. Sorry, they banned all 3 of the lane dominators, right? The Nyx or the Lifestealer, Ursa, and Monkey King. All 3 of them are very good at dominating their lane, so they're really concerned about protecting, whichever it is, the Brewmaster or the Dawnbreaker that's there.
Ooh, and a very interesting final pickup here from Aster.Aries as they go for the Bloodseeker.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Very
so,
good.
Why is it really good, Ricky?
This is like Void Spirit's the least favorite hero to play against. It is super rough. Unlike the other spirits like Ember and Storm, that don't mind getting ruptured, Void Spirit cannot play the game while ruptured. So he has to rely on Winter Wyvern basically to keep him alive, which is very difficult. And they will pick a Magnus
Interesting. This is so greedy from EHOME. My God. 2 very slow heroes to finish off their draft here. Well, they have better team fight than Aster.Aries, but just about everything else, I'm kind of leaning the way of Aster.Aries here. I don't know, like their draft just looks so playable in Aster.Aries.
Very playable.
Yeah, which I can't say about EHOME's draft, which is worrying.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna start using playable from now on. I think he's looking very playable for Aster.Aries right now. I'm excited to see what they're gonna bring to the table. It is going to be TK. You're right, Nomad. You're a man who's done his research, built differently, a lot like Aster.Aries being able to survive. I think if EHOME are afraid, oh god, my camera quality looks awful. All right, I'm sure that's fine. So, anyways, I think if they're afraid to pick up Nick Assassin as a counter to Dawnbreaker based on the previous game, EHOME's mental is way too far gone to be able to win this game. I think this is on Aster.Aries 100%. Ishiro Alchemist, yes, you could hit like a super sick timing where no one's going to be able to fight you if your lanes are really good, but I think they'll be able to shut him down. I am all in on Aster.Aries this game. Let's see them do this.
I'm with you, my brother. Let's go. High five.
I can't wait to laugh at you guys when EHOME wins.
This way.
There we go. And whoopah.
Cool. Well,
that was awful. All right.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I don't myself, EHOME, they got this. That's my quick analysis there.
Yeah, Netflix agreed to never do that again. Ricky, why are you going the way of EHOME?
Because you guys went for Aster. No, I actually think that I think the Alchemist pick's pretty solid. I do think the Winter Wyvern is going to cause a lot of issues for Ares lineup, and I think that alone might be enough to get them the win here.
Alrighty, well, the healing is appealing to Mr. Ricky. Meanwhile, me and Neff are going the way of Aster.Aries. Let's find out how it goes for game number 3, the final matchup, the grand conclusion of this turbulent series. Take it away, Ricky and Neff, for the third and final match.
No longer a thundering Thursday night, but instead a bright and shining. What's today, Neff? Do you have any idea what day of the week it is?
Today is a Monday now.
Monday.
It is 4 a.m. on a Monday.
Nice. Well, a lot of ward shenanigans happening here. Every observer ward was denied, though. And teams only killed sentries, so...
Yeah, it's not like the previous game where, both teams, had access to the information of where the enemy's observer wards were from, completing the game that had started the previous week.
I would like to point out there is indeed no Steve in this game. Steve has left the building. He's in retirement now.
Are you absolutely certain?
Yeah. Unlucky.
I mean, we couldn't see it before. But there's no reason for Steve to exist in this game.
Steve, oh dang, Steven.
But maybe Steve works in mysterious ways.
That is a rough. Realization there. Bottom lane, Red Panda is going to take a decent chunk of damage. He's not going to die, but good amount of harassment damage there. Well, unless he turns around. Okay, he was not.
Yeah, but he'll turn around again. He's going to be just fine. 2 bounty runes going to each side. Alchemist hasn't put any points in any of his abilities yet, so he's going to get any bonus gold from his Grievous Creed. Honestly, I don't think it's enough money for it to be worth getting at level 1. I'd rather see people go Acid Spray at the first level in order to trade with the enemies, secure CS a little bit easier. The DPS and the minus armor is just way too good from this ability to have it be worth it to get an extra 40 gold from getting yourself 2 for 2 bounty runes. Yeah. 2 out of 4 bounty runes with the 1.5 multiplier at level 1.
Safe lane Alch definitely goes 1-1-0. Anyone who levels Grievous Greed before level 3 is actually griefing their lane. So it will be 1-1-0 most likely, especially in a lane against Brewmaster Dawnbreaker. These 2 heroes do a lot of damage, and if he's just sitting back, hoping he can find CS on Grievous Greed, he's just going to lose the lane. He's going to have to be able to trade. He's going to have to be able to fight. And Concoction combined with Acid Spray and the Wyvern's Arctic Burn Splinter's Blast is a lot of damage to work with. So they're going to have to rely on that for sure this lane.
Yep. I'm a little bit concerned about, Alchemist is a melee hero's ability to fight into a Dawnbreaker and a Brewmaster, though, but we'll see how that one goes shortly. The mid lane matchup, Void Spirit against Ember.
There's your Concoction. They're going to find TK. Stun him up for now, and with that Arctic Burn, he's going to try and hobble away. He's going to get away. Not a lot of damage dealt. I actually really like the Blightstone pickup on ZZQ here. I've seen a lot of Winter Wyverns start doing this. And it's just a fantastic way to farm and fight. And it
Ooh,
looks
he's
like
taking the
TK is going to
courier.
pull the creep wave away here to try and prevent it. And ZZQ is going to do the same. So
Yep.
try and stall this out a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't have level 2 on this Dawnbreaker yet either, so unfortunately not going to be able to get on top of him with the Starbreaker.
Yeah, creep's going to reset though.
Unfortunate. I mean, if he managed to get the entire first wave by himself and you didn't have one of the creeps denied from the Alchemist, then you would have yourself your level 2. You might be able to find the kill there with all the bonus damage that Starbreaker does, but ZZQ going to be just fine for now. Doesn't have a Windlace. So if you do get caught out at level 1 by this Dawnbreaker, who's now hit level 2, you just die.
Yeah.
And I think Dawnbreaker just goes under the Winter Wyvern here. You don't have much movement speed on this hero. It is very easy for him to just like
He's
turn on
actually
you and kill
gone
you.
for the Greevil's Greed here at 2. So hoping to just farm up here on Shiro a little bit, start getting that little bit of extra gold income. We haven't really talked about any of these other lanes though, so I guess we could probably do that. Bottom lane we see Red Panda and Planet kind of duking it out here in the jungle. That's going to be a nightmare into the Blood Rite. I think that's going to be the first blood of the game potentially. He's got a stick. No brain sap, so Planet. He's going to make it out. He's got a salve to boot, so he is perfectly fine. Very close.
Well played. Staying cool, calm, and collected there on Planet. Like my boy from NA.
I think that's Quinn Callahan you're speaking of, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, familiar.
Blood Ray doesn't end up connecting with anybody that time, unfortunately. People continue to trade down here on the bottom lane, and Red Panda might find himself in a lot of trouble.
They've got a skewer, pulls him way out of position, and that will be the first blood. Instead, going the way of Zeal.
Yeah. Pull, like, Inkswell pulls him back into the creep wave, shockwave, ends up being more than enough. Probably put the third point into Empower, just to be able to see us a little bit more favorably. You want to start leveling this one up as the offlaner. The other option is putting points into a Shockwave or trade with Bloodseeker, but none of this harass off of him is going to stick, so instead you want to focus on farming in this wave. Even though you didn't setting up a kill on a Red Panda there, I think Empower is the way to go.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Echo struggling a little bit here. It is kind of expected, right? The Ember matchup is quite favorable. Meanwhile, top lane, Shiro's actually falling low. Cold Embrace to give him some time. TK falling incredibly low. And the Dawnbreaker, no mana to work with, no spells available. So with that, it's going to be fine. They actually tosses a salve over, the real unfortunate one. You hate to do that as a support nowadays. But it's enough to keep Shiro in the game. TK, though, he's back and healthy after his own regen. Ooh, Red Panda. He's fine. Echo's just going to go back.
Yeah. Echo managed to grab that water rune as well, so nothing happens in the mid as mid lane is these days. Maybe if you remove water runes.
Yeah, or move the medium camp or remove bottles entirely. I don't know.
You don't need to remove bottles. Bottles make a lot of things happen.
Yeah.
All right, Red Panda, he's dead.
Yeah, what can you do? You know, the same combo once again, the Inkswell into the Magnus. Pretty good combo at dealing with these heroes. Ulu's doing well CS-wise, though. He's 25 and 8. Magnus, not CSing a ton here in the bottom lane. Just has the 2 kills, which, you know, not too shabby.
TB's back down here again on Bane. Action probably coming up here in the top lane. Well, we're level 4 on Dawnbreaker. You do have enough mana to with the Soul Wing to go on top of ZZQ here, but he's got to pull in the Cold Embrace, which he's just going to pop well, bottom. Zeal getting run down.
Yeah. That being said, Planet doing a decent chunk of damage there on the Grimstroke. Takes down a Courier. Zeal, he's got a Skewer.
Dude,
he's asking for TPs. Tries to skewer him away. He gets the kill, but ZZQ comes in. So with the Arctic Burn, I mean, this is a big kill if they can get it. The Splinter Blast, it's not going to connect, and Ulu's going to get away thanks to all of that bonus movement speed.
Just walk away.
That's going to cause a problem for top now, because Shiro's alone.
Why does he even have so much movement speed right now?
I mean, 3
Oh,
points.
he's
thirst.
maxing it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
113.
Yeah. It's crazy that people do that because this ability is like not a very good ability, but the scaling on Blood Rage and Blood Right just aren't that good. Like you can leave these things at level 1. It's not a very big deal.
You definitely
Hell,
don't go the
like-
4th point in Thirst, I think, though. I think he leaves it at 3 and starts maxing Blood Rage so that you can jungle.
Yeah. And the scaling on this is just so ridiculous. Like you start with 60 attack speed, then it goes up by like 30, and then like 5% spell amps. And then the blood rate as well. Like this ability used to scale a lot better. It was like super worth it to max out. But no, it's 240 at max. That's 120. Weird. Weird balancing in Dota these days. Things are a lot better than they used to be, though. As far as like ability skill levels and whatnot.
They're looking at Dawnbreaker top. They have Planet that's made his rotation up here as well. ZZQ gonna try and start this. Alchemist gonna try and get his hands on with the concoction without a level 6 on the Dawnbreaker. She's certainly
The Roche
gonna go
bed?
down.
Into Roche? Just died a Roche?
Into
Just died a Roche?
What? Oh, so close.
He could have
She
suicided
loses the
Roche
courier
there.
as well. Yikes.
With the Glove of Haste on it.
Yeah.
You had the option of dying to Roche there. You could have just like traded clicks onto Roche and gone down. You would have been dead for a little bit longer. You wouldn't have gotten a portal scroll. But that was a big kill for Alchemist.
Mid lane, another big kill potentially as Echo's going to chase down a Red Panda. He does get the Nightmare off to buy a little bit of time, but Echo will still finish him off now. Ember Spirit, 4 points in this Flame Guard is doing work, but the rotation of ZZQ, it is a signal to kind of get on out.
Yeah. With all these heroes coming in. He does have the regen rune, so he's going to heal back up to full off this one. Echo not going to be as lucky. He's still sitting pretty low. All that bottle
that,
charge as well. Does have, yeah, he's got a healing 7-1, so he's okay. What's going on top? Dude, nothing's going to happen up here. This Alchemist is Chemical Rage.
He was walking up there on the Ember Spirit after the regen, but yeah.
Okay.
Decides to back on out.
Yeah, this guy's got Chemical Rage. He's not dying. The spell lasts way too long now as well. They increased it by 5 seconds. 30 seconds of...
Yeah, but it was a little bit weaker, like, to be honest. Like, Alk needed some love. This hero was a little bit underwhelming for a long time. Nice rotation here into the jungle. They'll find ZZQ. He's got a Cold Embrace to work with. Doesn't manage to get it off. Red Panda now stunned up by Shiro. There's going to be the Ink Swell to chase him down. He gets one. Ember Spirit on the backside. Gets caught by the Remnant. Does have one still available. Quite a ways back. So he's going to be fine on the Ember Spirit. He's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. Unfortunately, can't keep this... you can't keep the chase up on Echo, my friend. All right, he's going to back up now.
And Ulu does find a solo kill bottom, by the way, on top of the Magnus.
Huh? Very nice. Not surprised. Magnus needs to have like TPs ready and not fall low if he wants to exist down here in the bottom lane. I didn't see how that one would though.
Double bottle refill from the supports into the mid lane. Very nice.
Cool. Looks like he's got an Ocean Heart coming as well. Dawnbreaker builds up Power Treads instead of Phase Boots. Explain.
Oh, hold on. They're looking for Shiro once again. He does
He's
have
got
chemical
Chemical
range, though,
Rage.
so it's not going to be that likely of a kill.
They
And
can't
there
kill
it
him.
is.
Like, he simply can't do it. You do, what, 55 damage a second with Flame Guard minus magic resist, and then he gains 50
Health
HP a second. Yeah.
Literally out heals it.
Yes.
What was the
Like,
Dawnbreaker question?
Power Treads instead of Phase Boots.
There's really not a lot of physical damage this game, I suppose.
You're not worried
maybe
about
just
acid
opts
spray
for
at
the
all?
bonus attack speed instead.
Yeah, suppose so.
That is a weird one,
Tread
yeah.
switching is
A
also
lot of times you see the phase boots come out.
Yep, especially as it scales with the Starbreaker a lot better. But yeah, he's treads.
Hiding in the tree's top. He's going to get found now as Ember Spirit is here. They will just surround him. Cold Embrace for the moment, but there's your kill. They actually bring Echo up here as well. Not really expecting that one. He's got to be a little bit careful. They still have Dawnbreaker's ult. And with the Solar Guardian, you can't really secure a kill on anyone right now.
Yeah, I don't think Echo is to be that afraid of the Solar Guardian coming in. I mean, you've got Dissimulate, you've got 2 charges of Astral Step. All right, nice. Wind Robin's going to come in and refill the bottle. So they're going to try to protect this tower back here. They also have a unique Observer Ward of their own. It's a bit less useful during the daytime. but still provides them a lot of information.
They're gonna find TK. Nice bait here with Shiro. Sets up kill there. And now that Zeal's here in the top lane, 4 points on the Empower, Shiro's gonna be very happy. He's able to just start farming up a lot more. That being said, Ulu is top of the net worth here on this bottom lane Bloodseeker, and he is level 10, dude.
Not anymore. He's not in the top of the net worth anymore. And Alchemist is going to continue to farm ahead of him now that he's got 4 points to Empower. Oh, this is actually a sick play by Red Panda. He doesn't have his ultimate available, though. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he does need that level 6 here. And Red Panda's going to get scouted. Shiro just runs in, maybe a little bit too quick. Yeah, stun's not going to connect.
Dude, the hops, though? That Tumbler toy, getting him out of there?
Yeah, Tumbler toy is great.
Sick. But yeah, still not level 6 yet. If he had level 6, that would have been like a super sick rotation, being able to come in, get the sleep off on a planet, go in on the Alchemist. Actually, you probably don't kill the Alchemist there, even with a Fiend's Grip. Bloodseeker doesn't do enough damage. Look at the Maelstrom now, though. So he's like, gets some damage. He went for the Blood Rage attack speed instead of the Spell Amp, by the way, which is I think, pretty standard.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, he did end up going only 3 points thirst.
Oh, there is going to be a Soulbind. Zeal's got an RP to work with. Echo comes in, managed to hold down the Bane. Skewer is available if Zeal wants to use it, but they will just settle for the Bane for now. Ulu rotating in. Get Zeal on that Rupture. Searing Change there to hold him down. ZZQ's got the Cold Embrace and the Winter's Curse to work with, so they're just trying to stall this Rupture timing out. Self-stun here on the Alk. In comes that Solar Guardian. The Winter's Curse is there. Zeal, he's got things to work with. This Yard over the RP onto 4, but the Alk is nearly dead. He has to run instead. He's going to be able to stun for the moment. Throws it for the last second on over to TK. Echo trying to do his best, but no heroes on Aster.Aries have managed to fall. It's just been the Red Panda, and he buybacked.
Ooh, okay, they managed to get the main instead. The fact that Alchemist survived is incredible. It speaks to how strong this hero is. Yeah. If he goes down there, his game is like incredibly rough all of a sudden. I'm pretty sure they take that mid tower as well. Awesome disengage there by ZZQ. He immediately drops the Winter's Curse off into the Air Panda, so he's not able to throw anything out into the air. And it like stalls, resets the fight, allows the Alchemist to survive. MVP to that fight, 100% ZZQ.
I mean, a beautiful skewer. He managed to
be pretty good, but that doesn't happen without that the Winter's Curse.
The Winter's Curse. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was just really good team fight all around. Shiro going to be able to farm up a big Ancient stack here. This should get him very close to finishing up that Radiance. Top lane Planet trying to keep his tower alive, but Dawnbreaker will make quick work of it, so... Now the second tower down on the side of EHOME. Planet, though, going to get chased down here. Bloodright does connect, slowing him up. Echo's rotation is here. TK's got no ult to work with. Astral Step on in. There's going to be the Rupture. He's still holding that point, or still holding the Dissimulate. Smart play there.
Okay, when you see a panda running at you like that, you're like, oh my god, it's going to be so much damage. But it's like an urn and not a Spirit Vessel. It's only 2 points into the Cinder Brew. His Thunderclap's level 1. That was very underwhelming.
It's like your support broom. Brewmaster, right?
I see that. I'm like, oh man, it's gonna be big damage. He's gonna be so slow. And then he drops all of his things on him and does like 100 damage to him. Like, oh.
Yeah, Planet, cool, calm, and collected there. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be fine. I'm not worried here. Smoke up from the side of EHOME, though. Echo does have that Witchblade completed, and they are looking for the jungle. They get eyes on the Bloodseeker. There's your Astral Step in the silence as well. Dawnbreaker here to try and save him. The Winter's Curse, though, to turn it around. And they'll just snipe the kill on Ulu and disengage. Wyvern, though, not going to be as lucky. Golden Braids find some time for the RP from Zeal. He's going to pull him right into Shiro. The heroes just bursted down on the side of Aster.Aries. The only casualty is your Wyvern.
And now Shiro's claimed your triangle for himself. My god, he's that was such a sick engagement there. They dropped that one on the high ground. He happens to be the perfect place for them to go onto him there. They get vision of him with the Observer Ward. He jumps up. Yes, he ends up missing the Aether Remnant there, so it doesn't max his damage on him. But it didn't matter. As soon as the Dawnbreaker drops in, all the heal that you end up contributing onto that Bloodseeker end up like being null because the Winter's Curse was there. It allows him to set up a Splinter Blast as well. That is actually an excellent counter to the Dawnbreaker. I'm not sure if it's like as good as Nyx Assassin, but this is pretty good.
Searing Chains is there. He's got Planet nearby with an Inkswell, so it is not that easy. DZQ scouting for wards, not going to find anything. So yeah, he pings out. He's like, all right, I know where the ward has to be now. Don't worry about it. And there it is. Quick D ward by the Wyvern. Red Panda. Ooh, almost gets the Nightmare off of the Telmer Toy. Not quite though.
Okay. We got BKB's almost done.
Steel bottom lane, going for the TP out, but Red Panda is there to cancel with a Fiend's Grip, so that will be the first use of that ability, and it's worth it, right? You take down the Magnus, you get a little bit of gold and space for the Bloodseeker, so he's closing up on that BKB.
I wouldn't... I mean, I think you could have just slept him and not Fiend's Grip, but, got him.
I don't think he had range, is what it was. The range on Fiend's Grip is much further, right?
It's slight. I think the cast animation's faster. That's what it is.
Maybe that's what it was.
The range and sleep in Fiend's Grip
are
very, very similar.
Almost. Yeah.
But the cast animation on Fiend's Grip is faster.
It's basically instant.
If I'm not mistaken. I could look that one up, but I'm pretty sure it's maybe 0.2 seconds faster or something.
Yeah, his TP was very close to getting off, so I think he just wanted to make sure they get the kill. 8 to 11, slight gold advantage now for the side of EHOME, mostly just because of the Alchemist effect, right? He did go for 4 points in Acid Spray and Unstable Concoction, so he hasn't really taken a ton of advantage of this Grievel's Greed yet, but obviously that will just get better and better as this game goes on.
Yep. You want to continue to shut this guy down now he's got his Radiance. You need to start itemizing in order to deal with the Radiance. And, you are working the Spirit Vessel, but we'll get back
to that. Big RP from Zeal. He pulls him outside of the Winter's Curse as well. The Concoction comes through. Red Panda, though, able to survive in the BKB from the Ember, doing work. ZZQ silence up. He needs to get that Cold Embrace. Doesn't get a chance. Nicely done so far as TK trying to split the fight as well. Shiro, he's ready to go back in. He's going to get his eyes onto the Brewmaster here. Stun does come out, silencing up Zeal, though, thanks to the Blood Rite. And Shiro... they'll find that kill. Rupture comes out onto the Alk, but he doesn't really care. He's got a BKB, the Chemical Rage still.
I mean, he can just
Echo
start
goes
walking.
in. He's going to get himself an Arcane Rune. Nice Nightmare from Red Panda. Shiro with the stun, but a nice zoning Blood Rite. That's a lot of damage.
That was actually significant. That Unstable Concoction coming out the end. Fiend's Grip was 2-3 seconds off until it was off a cooldown. The Bane could have walked forward, put himself in a position where he could get on top of Void Spirit, drop the Fiend's Grip off him, and probably found that kill there. So Unstable Concoction in the end ended up being a pretty big deal. Well, 1-for-1 was pretty anticlimactic. This Bane is doing this Winter Wyvern is doing such a good job at separating these team fights. There's also such a sick RP then pull out as the Dawnbreaker was trying to initiate. This is your first big Dawnbreaker, and they're counting it in such a unique way this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to definitely pay more attention to that next time. They're going to wait for the Skewer on the Dawnbreaker ult, almost guaranteed going forward. Speaking of Dawnbreaker, Cat in the mid lane. She's got a BKB. We'll just TP on home. So, BKB down. 90 seconds, right? Big deal. Meanwhile, in the jungle, ZZQ is going to walk right on into an Ember Spirit. He's got a Cold Embrace. Going to use that for the moment. The rest of the heroes are coming, and Red Panda needs to be a little bit careful. Echo comes in. Looking for the Bane. He's going to be able to do it. Alex self-stuns. Gets some creeps for his time, at least.
BKB on the other side of the map is finished up by the Bloodseeker, by the way. So these next fights will get a little bit easier for them. But you still have these BKB piercing disables, the Winter Wyvern ult, the RP from Magnus. I imagine the Alchemist can be picking up an Abyssal Blade at some point in this game. It is incredibly effective against things like the Ember Spirit. As when he rushes BKB is his first item. Speaking of the Ember Spirit, he has a Blink Dagger queued up as his next item. Yeah. I do not understand, and I want to understand.
He just went right into a Remnant. Echo kind of playing some games here.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's looking for the 20-minute rune. He's going to go in. Echo, not going to get it, though, as the BKB is there from the Ember. So, I mean, that being said, another BKB forced.
Blink Dagger completed now on the Alchemist, so he's going to have an easier time initiating into these fights. He's got the Aghanim Shard queued up next. The biggest thing about this one is you can use the Berserk Potion on yourself, right? Yeah. Use the Berserk Potion on yourself.
Dispel.
Yeah, it's a quick dispel. So this is going to counter the only thing they have that can actually shut down this Alchemist, which is the Spirit Vessel coming out on the Brewmaster. He'll have this Aghanim Shard before Brewmaster even picks up the Spirit Vessel. They've got nothing else at the moment. No Shiva's Guard. No Eye of Scotty. Nothing. They can't deal with the amount of healing this guy has.
Yeah,
He'll
have double Dispel and the BKB to work with, so
yeah.
Shiro's going to be pretty difficult to kill. Pretty farmed, though.
They don't have any burst damage on these heroes either. Like, I don't think you're itemized properly on Bloodseeker in order to deal with the Alchemist, and you're definitely not itemized properly on the Ember Spirit for it. Like, he just survives these fights. You have to kill his teammates.
Yeah, I think Bloodseeker eventually will do enough damage. Like, the Blood Rage, like, attack speed bonuses he get is a lot. So, like, he can kill the Alchemist if he's able to just stay on top of him and just do the damage, especially once he has, like, a Basher. But the problem is the counter initiation, right? The Winter Wyvern, the Magnus, like, all these heroes that can turn fights make it very difficult.
God, this is rough. I'm trying to think of a way like Aster.Aries being back. Wait, I was with them when they started this game. Actually, when I saw the Brewmaster. And I'm still with them, in fact. Things just... You know, this Alchemist is kind of getting out of control. Oh my god, they just RP him! Can they do that? Can they simply RP him?
Can they simply RP him? Oh, he gets the BKB. Skewer not in time. He's out.
They can't simply RP him. Oh my god, he is too good.
Another BKB charge down, but it is an RP down, and that is quite big. 2-minute cooldown for the Magnus now.
Yeah, I mean, he's down to 6 seconds on this BKB, but, you know, you used RP, I survived. Joke's on you.
Echo got a DD rune.
They might... I would have said that they'd want to go into Roshan with this one, but EHOME was on... Shiro was on the other side of the map.
Dawnbreaker came in to try and fight this. Rupture's going to go on to Echo. ZZQ's behind.
Dead.
He's going to get him with the Winter's Curse. Try and get the TP out. No,
this.
Sleight of Fist is there. ZZQ unable to save him, but Brewmaster comes in, gets stunned up, and Inkswell's there to hold him down. Ember Spirit's got no BKB for the ZZQ. Big blood right in from Ulu as he's going ham. In this fight, the BKB comes out, looking to go on top of Zeal. Shiro pops his own BKB, pops that Chemical Rage. Zeal try to TP home, not be able to do it. And this is where the Bloodseeker shines, these long fights.
Yeah, all that extra movement be running these heroes down. I mean, they wasn't ever going to be able to kill Alchemist, but, you know, that was the solution. Simply kill Shiro's team. As they did that last fight. Surprised at the confidence here of the Ember Spirit. He just runs straight into that fight without the BKB available. You know, if they had RP and they didn't waste it earlier on the Ember Spirit, that would have been a different story. I think that EHOME 100% win that fight. So, threading the needle, so to speak, in that last fight. And now they actually built a Desolator on Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, that's
I talked about a lack of burst damage. This will fix that problem.
Yeah, this has been like the very common offlane build for Dawnbreakers nowadays. Just BKB into Deso.
Yeah.
And then eventually like Blink and Shard and stuff because they're all very good. But
crazy. He's got Blink Dagger queued up next, and then Aghanim Shard. You definitely need Aghanim Shard. Panda almost at the Spirit Vesicle. Yeah, he's got it now. So that's kind of your solution to this Alchemist who now has Chemical Rage, Berserk Potion, and BKB. I mean, I still don't see a big solution for this Alchemist. You're getting there when you pick up things like the Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, but for now, it continues to be, okay, kill his team.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Aether Lens on the Magnus?
It's a little bit interesting. He's going for the Refresher, which, you know, that's the one I'm a little bit confused on. I don't know if he's going to have enough mana to go for the whole thing, but the Aether Lens gets him pretty dang close, so that might be why. In general, like the Blink cast range plus the Skewer range is pretty worth it, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is how a certain team won TI, you know, with long skewers and horn tosses, and even though horn tosses
100% move slowed now instead of a stun, which is quite a difference.
Yeah, you can counter it now. Or it's easier to counter. You can counter most things in Dota. You could counter Horn Toss before, which is incredibly difficult. Now it is much easier.
I feel like the Magnus Aghanim's build is so close to being very good, but it's currently bugged, which is unfortunate.
There are no bugs in Dota. Next you're going to say the double Roshan was a bug.
That's true.
There are only features in this game.
Just to chime in about the Desolator, it's got a 20% build rate on Dawnbreaker, which makes a lot of sense considering the hero is played across pretty much all roles. I've even seen it mid a couple of times as well. So 20% checks out for being a very common pickup on the off lane, and in terms of timings, she picked it up exactly on the median, which is 21 minutes.
Nice. Impressive. Thank you. TP out top lane. TK gets out. Ooh, so close.
I was never worried. Basher is now complete on the Bloodseeker. Okay, he doesn't have an Eye of Scotty queued up, even though I believe that this Alchemist is going to be an issue. Speaking of, this is an issue.
If they can manage to take down Ulu here, they've got a Winter's Curse to work with, but he's not going to be able to escape. That is 69 seconds. No
Nice.
Bloodseeker. And into Roshan they go.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunate that he doesn't have buyback off that one. He had the BKB available, but the chain stunned him down. Nice work there by them. I'm not sure if they try to contest it, but I'm pretty sure they just give it up. Instead, look, bottom lane. Dawnbreaker's just going to go, okay, well, do as much damage to your tier 2 tower as possible. Potentially open up outposts off this one. Surprised they don't fortify, given that the catapult is on the wave as well. They have Red Panda sitting behind Dawnbreaker as well. So if somebody comes in, that is get Fiend's Grip and killed. You should probably put an Observer Ward up on that cliff there, though, if this is what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, they're going to TP out to try and defend this. Shiro's going to grab himself the Aegis. And they're going to sit here and wait. Make sure. Nice instant sentry ward.
Yeah, that's why they didn't put the Observer Ward there, because they knew the enemy team put the sentry. Yeah, I'm an amateur. These guys are professionals, you know. They just knew better.
Like they're gonna
they have an Observer Ward.
Sentry.
Yeah, they have an Observer Ward here instead, which will allow Red Panda to get a favorable initiation off onto Echo, but Planet's behind him.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to surround him completely. He gets the Astral Step off potentially. He's alive for the moment. One more Astral Steps away. He's fine. Planet here in some trouble. Shiro, he comes in, gets a stun onto the Ember. No BKB. He's got a Nightmare to protect him. Winter's Curse comes through with a Fiend's Grip. Doing some work from Red Panda, holding Shiro down. The BKB duration basically wasted. His TK trying to chase down Planet. Finally getting the kill on the backside of the fight. It's going to be Dawnbreaker taking down the Winter Wyvern. A buyback right on into the game, but Alchemist is falling low. Still got the Aegis to work with, but Ulu on that BKB is going to be very healthy for a while. Dawnbreaker saved by the Nightmare. But he's going to fall to the tower here, it would seem. Aegis does get expended. Echo, no real spells left. EHOME will just have to back out. Ember Spirit, thinking of going in. Nice Slide Chains. Berserk Potion to get Echo out, though.
And not enough damage to be able to continue back into here. So they all managed to get out. Team fight, I mean, it actually ended up favoring the side of Aster.Aries. I considered them they were fighting that close to the tower there, but against all odds, did you manage to like bring down this this Alchemist the first time during that ultimate? I am very surprised that fight ended up going so well for them. Echo kind of got botched. He was forced to like walk away, so he wasn't really participating in it. But this Dawnbreaker doing a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah.
Cloak of Flames now picked up on the Alchemist as well. Paladin Sword for the Bloodseeker. Again, I'm not sure they actually kill this Alchemist unless the fights just like start super favorable for them on the side of Aster.Aries. Still, it's only a 3k net worth advantage they have, so the game is actually more even than... Maybe I'm just building this narrative in my head that EHOME is like invincible in this game. Because the 3k net worth advantage isn't much. It's 16-17 right now, which is also relatively even.
I don't think EHOME is like substantially far ahead at all. I think this Bloodseeker is incredibly strong. Like Bloodseeker is one of those heroes that can beat the Alchemist. They're gonna find a Red Panda on the high ground there. They take him down, no problem. You all right there, Neff? What were you saying? For
that thing that was just coming, you know.
I have a stat which is going to help you guys out a lot in terms of breaking down this game. When we're looking at the carry heroes, I think it's really important to look at damage per gold, which is a stat which China really like, especially when measuring the performance of the players themselves. But it's also interesting to look at it individually for heroes. Now, obviously, Alchemist, you know, we know this guy farms really heavily, which means that his damage per gold earned is only at 0.67. So that's pretty low in comparison. I know you guys don't really have a frame of reference here, but I'll give you one, because Bloodseeker, his damage per gold earned is double that almost at 1.2. So basically what that means is that with more gold, the Alchemist is going to be able to do just about as much as a Bloodseeker, up to about just below half. So you want to see this Alchemist basically doubling the Bloodseeker's gold if we're talking about just pure damage output as the fight.
Go in some trouble. He's going to be able to TP out, it seems. Slight Change catches him. He is alone. Nice Cold Embrace for the moment, but they got the magic damage. They take him down. Big punish there, going for that rune. And TK is looking for more here on the Storm Panda, but blink out for the moment. Now looking for Planet. Unstable Concoction being channeled, but Shiro's not going to get his hands onto anyone. And in comes the Dawnbreaker as well. So Can they bring down Planet in time? Another cold embrace doing work here. Red Band on the side. Gets caught by the RP though. No Fiend Script coming out from him. They will just focus down the Bane, and now Ulu is here. Big Winter's Curse out from 3. Ember Spirit off to the side. Berserk Potion is available. They got no stuns here for the Bloodseeker. There's going to be a nice Soulbind onto 2, but Shiro, he's out of spells. He's still going to be able to do it though. Stun thrown off on over to the Dawnbreaker. BKB protecting the Ember Spirit. A nice bash does come through. He takes the Remnants away. ZZQ hiding up on the high ground, but the damage from the Dawnbreaker just destroys that Grimstroke. And ZZQ trying to hobble away. Wait a minute.
Why
That's
would you
not
do
where
this
you
to
want it.
yourself?
He doesn't
He
have
went up
vision.
on top.
He's got the Radiance burn though. Dawnbreaker goes down. ZZQ in trouble. Shiro jumping over. He gets the bash. Finds DK. Godlike now on the Alchemist. He's looking for more Red Panda. He doesn't have the blink though.
And he gets his ult again, so he's going to be just fine. Red Panda isn't going to be able to turn this around. Dude, he got so baited. The Wind Wyvern flew up to the high ground there, and he chased him up. He used the Celestial Hammer to walk up into the high ground and catch the Wind Wyvern out. But your ultimate Arctic Burn just lasts way too long now. So then he was just up there by himself and ends up getting burned down. He was his own demise at the end of that fight.
EHOME did about 16,000 damage in that fight. The Alchemist did 10,000 of it.
Yeah. Again, they just can't deal with him. Like, when he has his ultimate going up, he's effectively getting the entire thing off. It lasts 30 seconds. He's healing 3,000 damage. Sorry, even more than that. And these are like other forms of regen and whatnot. But nothing is sticking. They don't have an Eye of Skadi. They don't have a Shiva's Guard. And they don't have enough burst damage in order to take this guy down. So they just have to kind of leave him alive as long as he doesn't go like way too far forward with the rest of his team. And it lasts even longer than that because he's got the Berserk Potion as well.
Yeah, he also just found Spider Legs, which is one of those like dream items for an Alchemist. Like, it is so strong. And once he closes in on that 25 talent, he'll grab that Chemical Rage. Movement speed, just making it that much more difficult to get away from him. But last fight, I mean, gotta give credit where it's due. Zeal had a perfect RP finding the Bane because he was in the midst of going for that Fiend Grip. Like, he was about to get him. Like, he was ready to throw it, but gets instantly RP'd instead and pulled over right into the Alchemist. So really nice. Forced the buyback.
Yeah. Dawnbreaker is surprising me with how much damage she's doing in these fights, I gotta say. But it isn't surprising why they picked this up as like their first pick and they ban out the Monkey King. Surprising that they didn't just grab Nyx in response to it on the side of EHOME. I think they're regretting that one a little bit because this Dawnbreaker is doing a lot of damage here. You're dealing with it reasonably well with this Winter Wyvern, but it's not like a perfect counter like the Nyx Assassin is, in my opinion. So, struggle a little bit in regards to that.
Wyvern's still doing work on the other side, like in other aspects, and the Grimstroke as well. Like, the Soulbind did really good at controlling the Bloodseeker in that fight. The Silence as well as just allowing for like the multiple concoction stuns. Like, they do have ways of making it work.
Yeah, they do.
All right, looks like we're jumping back into this one. So a 6K gold lead here, but it's a little bit deceiving, right? Alchemist is enormous, sitting on almost 30,000 net worth here. He is closing in on that very quickly. So you're going to be capped out on Shiro here in a moment. The question is, after this, it's got to be Aghanim Scepters, right? So who do you give it to?
What do you mean?
Like, Shiro's going to have to start dumping Aghanim Scepters into his team at some point.
No, he could just get more rich. What are you talking about?
But like, what other? I mean, but he's about these 6 lives. What I'm saying, like, what items can you buy once he finishes up like the Silver Edge here?
Are you saying he should stop collecting wealth and hand like let it trickle down to other people in the community?
No. The trickle down is when you don't give your money away.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, he's not buying items for anybody. I'm saying you're crazy. Why would he benevolently just start handing things out to other people when he could just build up his net worth more?
Eventually, it benefits him as well, though, right? When he gets the axe,
I think
he gets
so,
bonus
but
damage
that's not
and
really
spell
how
him.
things work, Ricky. I don't know.
It's true.
Let's see if he built a Moonshard before he built an eggs for anybody.
I mean, he'll get Silver Edge,
so funny
he'll go
trying
like
to
Overwhelming
justify.
Blink or the Swift Blink, right? He'll go one of those.
Bots 2, Moonshard, Overwhelming Blink. You know, before he gives anyone a single cent.
I don't need to be a stats man to say that you know, 20 damage per given scepter for yourself, meaning it's like 8,400 gold basically to get yourself 20 damage and 5% spell amp. It's
No, it's 4,200 gold, right? 4,200 gold.
No,
for
but
20
you need one
damage.
for yourself as well. So you
But you
one
need
for
to
the
give it to
enemy.
yourself
Oh,
and
yeah,
to
yeah,
a friend.
yeah.
So
It's true. That's
obviously,
true.
once you've given out 4, it becomes a little bit more value. But,
you need a lot of money to give
Are
out
you
that
telling
many.
me that spending 12,000 gold on like 60 damage is not worth it?
I mean, if you're playing Storm Spirit in the previous patch, you build Aghadom's Blessing so you can buy another Null.
They're looking to go mid, but the scan was there, so the Radiant no better. Alchemist, that's going to be quite a bit of his duration wasted on the Chemical Rage, and he went the regeneration instead of the movement speed here, which
I'm not surprised.
It makes things a little bit more difficult once you... Oh, he just jumps in. He's going to get his eyes on TK. The Nightmare, though, will protect him, and nice scouting on the backside here by the Ember Spirit. He's found Planet. Grimstroke in some trouble. Big Winter's Curse to try and make some space for him to get out. The RP to follow. He's going to send it right into the hands of Shiro. Do they have the damage of the double Abyssal? They get the 2! Oh my gosh. Ulu comes in on the Bloodseeker trying to take down Shiro. He's going to deny himself instead. Planet's here, though. He's been hiding the whole time on the Grimstroke, trying to stay on top of this Bloodseeker. Can they actually do it? Can they close the gap? Ulu is fast. He's got a blink to work with as well. Into the trees. He's going to be able to TP home. He's safe.
They finally found a kill off on him, but he denied himself. Do you have any idea how much an Al kill is worth? This is like probably 3,000 gold or more than that going the way of their team if they find that kill on him, but he got the deny. This is one of the few heroes left in the game that can actually do this. Yep. And it's one of the heroes that like it matters the most on because he always has the most net worth.
Yep, it's pretty good stuff. I like it. I'm glad it's still in the game. I think there should still be scenarios like that. So he scrapped his Silver Edge plan and decides Satanic probably the next best item, which you can't really disagree with, right? Having that amount of regen, quite good.
Yeah, but certainly the wealth will trickle down to his teammates and they'll get Aghanim Scepters before he builds a 7th item like a Satanic.
How much copium are you on right now?
I'm just imitating you.
They've got Red Panda. Caught by the Ward Sentry. Quick execution there. The Sentry Ward does come down, though, so they will be able to get the D Ward on the high ground, but no Bane for another 40 seconds, roughly.
All right. Roshan going to respawn now. At least it should be.
Any moment now.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Told you, man.
This does
I
happen,
saw one
though.
yesterday. It was off by like 40 seconds or more.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Oh, well. This is what, second Roche?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, a
second
leveler
Roche.
for the Alk. I think he still wants to hold on the Spider Legs. It is just incredibly value. But there it is. Roche is up. Aegis and Shard. We're going to start getting to work on this one. I don't think Aster.Aries can do much about this. Their scan's still on cooldown. The real question is, who do you give the Shard to? Probably the Ember Spear, right? Or Ember Spear, probably the Void Spear, right? The extra range on Dissimulate.
Yeah.
Well, they smoke up. They're going to get here. Shiro didn't pop Chemical Rage for this. The scan does come out and does connect.
He can't afford to pop Chemical Rage for this. He needs it for team fights. Like, it is
he's
keeping him
gonna pop
alive.
it now. Shiro looking to get out. Ember jumps in. He gets him with the Abyssal. The stun's there. Ember Spirit's dead. 80 seconds without a buyback. And Shiro's just going to regen through this. He just didn't beat KB. Underestimated the burst damage of the Alchemist and that Abyssal Blade, maybe.
It had to have been the Abyssal Blade. Like, maybe he thinks that he's able to, like, pop a BKB off in the middle of that channel, like, when the Unstable Concoction's in the air, but he just turns around and hits him with the Abyssal Stun.
Yeah, there it is. Aegis and Shard goes down. Echo's going to grab the Aegis and the Shard. Shiro feels tanky enough to not need it.
I mean, on one hand, I get it. You want to clutch things out. Did he, like, first hit bash him? Is that what it was?
No, he just blink Abyssal is what it was. Abyssal and the Concoction Stun.
Yeah, it was that, huh? I feel like maybe he, like, gets the first hit bash, but yeah, he turns on him and Abyssal Blades him there. I understand it on one hand. Like, you want to clutch out the Unstable Concoction, but not pressing that BKB quite fast enough is going to cost them so much. Such an
Echo just
aggressive
scouting
jump
on
forward
the
there.
aggro.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a Lincoln Sphere, so he's not in that dangerous a position doing something like that.
He's also the Aegis carrier too, right? Like, he's very safe right now.
Yeah.
Shiro going for the Swift Blink like we were talking about now, so he is going to be pretty much fully 6-slotted. After that, I imagine it's going to be the Aghanim Scepters for his team. I don't think you go the Moon Shard. You might be able to backpack a Refresher. That would be the next only item I could think of.
Get a load of this guy, Nomad.
He's committed to the idea, but he doesn't realize how greedy carry players really are.
You could be dying and he wouldn't give you a meal.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe it's an American F.
You want free health? You want healthcare? Pay for it yourself. Am I right, lads?
It'd be a real shame if you were dying.
All of it is this Alchemist is incredibly healthy. They could not get through his regeneration. He is being pretty careful with popping his Chemical Rage. He's not just using it randomly to farm. He's being ready to like take a fight against the enemies at a moment's notice, which is why he didn't end up committing it for the Roshan. It was very important that he does that. Because, you know, if he has to spend 30 seconds without his ultimate, I do think they have the damage to kill him. But within that ultimate where he's healing 150 HP a second, absolutely not.
I also really like that he went the Concoction max damage. Like, a lot of people go for the Cleave, but when you have the Magnus and this Radiance, like, the max damage on Concoction, when you amplify the armor reduction off Acid Spray, like, it is a ton.
Yeah, I mean, money's not really an issue, so he doesn't need to clear. Maybe he need to clear through creep waves a little bit quicker, but he's doing well enough as is. Less important when you have something like Radiance as well.
Yeah, he's got Radiance and Empower, right? Like, Cleave is kind of redundant at that point, and that Concoction damage goes a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
All right, tier 2 bottom will fall. Fort not available for the side of the Radiant, so I'm surprised they're not trying to push the objective right now, but Echo's actually hunting for kills instead. Meanwhile, in the triangle, Zeal's going to find Red Panda, skewers him all the way to the tower. Not really where Red Panda wants to be, as Echo will be able to close the gap, holds him in with a Remnant, and finishes off the Bane.
Yep.
Dude, that skewer range talent, man, that is a long way out.
Yeah, that and the Aether Lens that he has.
Yeah.
Almost as the money for the Refresher Orb, too. Let's see, like 600 gold off, something like that. A couple hundred gold off.
I'm curious if he goes the... I'm sure he goes the RP stun duration at 25. Like, that talent is just way too good, especially once you have RP. Dawnbreaker bottom gets caught out by the Winter's Curse. Shiro has an Abyssal. He's going to be able to stun up the Dawnbreaker. She does have the ult, but a bash comes through. Trying to hobble away. Starbreaker comes down, but that will be all she wrote. The ZZQ ends up getting it with the Splinter Blast. Meanwhile, mid lane, Zeal's, he's got the RP onto the Bloodseeker. They've got the Chainsaw, but he has an Aeon Disc, actually, and Ulu will be able to get away. Well, maybe not entirely. He's going to be forced to BKB. The Soulbind was doing some work there. Planet held down by TK. Ends up taken down. And TK, that Primal Split's about to end. He does have the Ags, though, so he will have a second one in a moment. And he's going to be safe.
Yeah, he entered the Fire Panda thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. But it is crazy. In a game where he doesn't have enough damage to finish off the Alchemist, and they need to be able to burst heroes down quicker, he builds an Aeon Disc. I mean, it worked. So what do I know? But this is a wild game to see. I mean, the same reasons that Aster.Aries managed to win the last game, despite like not being able to fight into EHOME in the late game, in theory, they're losing this one off of like the same sort of practices they're going for. They're taking these team fights in super weird ways. They're like refusing to deal with the Shiro Alchemist, who is the biggest problem, by building like more burst damage or healing reduction items. Instead, they just want to take out his teammates.
All right, Aegis is going to be reclaimed, and Zeal has his Refresher, so 2 RPs will be available now.
What's Shiro going for? Has he handed out any egg synths yet?
Nah, he's just sitting on his
Since I
money
haven't been
right
paying
now.
attention. Yeah, makes sense. He's got a Silver Edge Shield up next. I'm telling you, Ricky, he's not going to give one of these people a single cent.
I don't know why he wants. Maybe he's just planning on selling the Radiance.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it.
I mean, I could understand selling Radiance late game for a bigger damage item, and that might be the idea behind it. Oh, Zeal almost gets the RP, but a nice blink out there from Ulu.
Yep. But now they're stuck inside their base. I mean, it's a 22k net worth lead, which is unfortunate on one hand, but the 22k net worth was mostly the Alc advantage.
Yeah,
he had 44
they're smoked
minutes.
up here. They're looking for someone, despite not having the Aegis, despite it having just expired. They're looking for something. Right, up on the high ground, RP comes out. Zeal gets caught by a Rupture, loses almost all of his health. Cold Embrace is there. And in comes the Dawnbreaker, a second Rupture onto ZZQ. They will be able to find one kill there onto the Mag, a big one to start this one out. They take down the Winter Wyvern as well. He's going to be forced to buy back as Echo trying to make space. The Tornado holding Shiro at bay.
They just tornado him again. Tornado him again. Do we have another? Throw him in the air.
DK's looking for Echo. He had a Yules. TK, he has us. Oh, he's getting controlled up. They're going to be able to keep him in place. He's not going to be able to get that ult off. The second one. Oh, the silence there from Echo. Winter's Curse, though, did get thrown onto the Ember Spirit, so. Some spells committed. Double buy. Was it double buy or just single buy on the Dire? Just single buy on the Wyvern.
Yep. Wow. Cyclone wasn't able to save him. I mean, they're doing a decent job controlling these heroes up. I'm surprised he didn't throw a second Cyclone off onto the Alchemist. They want to waste as much of the duration of his ultimate as they can because they don't actually have the damage to burst through him like when he's in this ult. Still, that fight went reasonably well for them.
Just so you know, this is obviously the first Aeon disc we've seen on Bloodseeker for 7.31. There have been 18 Aeon discs bought on Bloodseeker in history, but that's because we had that patch, if you guys remember, where Aeon discs were just like absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, it's just the best item in the game.
Fun times.
Yeah, it doesn't make that much sense to have one on a hero like Bloodseeker, unfortunately, by like nature of the hero.
It's just against Magnus, I think is what it is, right? Like, if he just gets RP'd and dies, you know, the game just ends. I think that's just kind of the general idea. It's like playing against the Faceless Void. Meanwhile, Shiro still sitting on lots of money. Hasn't quite decided if he wants to go for the Silver Edge or if he's going to go for something else.
No, you need to just get over it, Ricky. Stop thinking about it. Stop worrying about, how much money this Alchemist controls.
There's not much else to talk about, though.
I mean, there's
tons
tons
on the way to a Lincoln's. Where are we?
We can talk about Ulu finally acknowledging that healing reduction might be important and has an Eye of Scotty queued up.
It's true. That is true. It's going to be a while before you get to, though.
Yeah, it took us 40 minutes to get to this, 46 minutes to get to this point, but he has now acknowledged it. Ember Spirit, I was going to say hopefully he's building himself up like a Shiva's Guard. Somebody needs to. Echo
comes in. Oh, he's managed to find the Bloodseeker, but there's the Aeon Disc once again to save him. Planet to follow, Soulbind on top of him, but here's going to be the Fiend Grip onto the Wyvern. Great way to start the fight. That's a dieback. Alchemist is in. He's got to start dumping in the damage because it's got to come from someone else. Instead, will do the damage onto the Dawnbreaker, but a BKB and, Glimmercape gets him out. Alc thrown into the air. Planet just destroyed by the Dawnbreaker. Big RP from Zeal, able to pull him right back into the Alc. He comes down from the Cyclone. Ulu trying to do what he can, but can they actually carry the fight? The buybacks coming through from EHOME, but Shiro, that Chemical Rage is expired. He's all alone. Can he get out? Spider legs up onto the high ground. Echo still got spell to work with. Ember's out of mana. Zeal here with another RP. They take down the Alc finally. Aeon Disc will be able to protect the Ember Spirit, and Ulu cleans up big. Triple kill for the Bloodseeker.
A huge fight. Finally able to throw up the Alchemist in the air for long enough to stall up this team fight, him not doing damage to anybody. They commit the Fiend's Grip on the Winter Wyvern, which seemed very weird, but they did this because they knew he didn't have buyback, and he didn't have the opportunity to drop like his ultimate off on anyone because of it.
Speaking of buybacks, Void Spirit coming in. They're going to punish Ulu. Beautiful RP setup there from Zeal.
Damn.
So I was ready. I had my my finger over the trigger there because if that fight went well, the Alchemist would have got the highest net worth record, GPM record for all of the regions. But unfortunately, the fight goes badly and he drops down again. But I got my eye on it. He's very close. He's currently sitting around 1,000 GPM. The record at the moment is currently held by Dark Mago at 1,093, and he was edging up there, but unfortunately dies in the fight without really getting a kill. So down you go, sir.
Thank you.
If only this brewmaster wasn't throwing him in the air for 6 seconds. This man is a CEO. His time is worth thousands of dollars an hour. He's getting thrown in the air.
And now he's going to be thrown in the air even more as the refresher gets picked up onto TK. So more and more Cyclones eventually. Roshan number 3 is up. It's got an Aghanim Scepter on it. Is this the Aghanim Scepter that Alchemist takes?
Alchemist takes this one, yes.
Yeah, and then he just gives the rest so he doesn't have to buy himself one.
No, he does not give them any others.
Yes. You see what I'm getting at here? It's pretty smart. Silver Edge bot. He's just going to backpack the Radiance. Oh, up on the high ground. He forces BKB out of the Ember Spirit. And Echo is out. The Roshan they go. The first split does come in from TK, and Cyclone's just going to throw him right in there. The Dispel, though, buy him a little bit of time. Can they actually take down these clones? I mean, no way, right? He just walks away on the Air Panda.
Yep.
Well done. Just stall. Name of the game. 2 more Primal Splits available after the refresher, but maybe not willing to commit that for the moment. Meanwhile, bottom, Dawnbreaker is there. She, of course, does have that Solar Guardian, so she can join the fight at a moment's notice. Kind of grabbing a regen. Zeal, RP, and Refresher up in 1 second. This is very big. Oh, they're going to go in on the backside. Ember Spirit gets his target, but he gets held down. Aeon Disc, RP, first one of the fight, comes through Zeal. He's got a second one ready to go, but he's stunned up and he goes down. They get on top of the Winter Wyvern as well. The double Starbreaker just destroys her. Bane on the backside, in trouble. Shiro pops. I mean, he gets ruptured. He's invis, saving himself for the moment, able to just try and run away, but the fight's a disaster for EHOME. They need to run and fast. They're timing him all the way back to these tier 3 towers. Planet chased out by TK on the Brewmaster. In some trouble, Shiro trying to come to his aid, but it's not going to be enough. Gem on the deck. 3 heroes dead without buybacks.
Oh, he's never going to hit GPM records like this one. Now they're just going to finish off Roshan themselves. Ulu will make quick work of this one, especially with the Dawnbreaker in the pit as well. That Ember Spirit had no business surviving that many heroes on top of him, as well as like the RPs being committed. Now the Mage is just dead without buyback for 80 seconds here. I don't think they're going to actually be able to defend their base. They're going to lose like 2 sets of Raxes here. Wait, they're Fortify. They might lose 1 set of Rax. Certainly they lose something here.
Dawnbreaker has ult now, which, I mean, is in one thing is really good because the evasion. On the other, it does delay her getting into the fight, considering she's so much of your damage. It might actually make it a little more difficult for her to just snipe heroes like the Wyvern or the Grimstroke.
Can you just pop it right away? What do you mean?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
It doesn't delay her. She can actually come in faster now.
Well, you can, like, if you choose to keep it going, right?
Yeah. That's true. All right. Yeah, they take this tower pretty quickly. They do a fortify,
how can they push into this acid, though?
That's true. The acid is everywhere. It is in their eyes. It's slightly irritating.
Acid is definitely one of those things which I thought was going to be a way bigger issue as a kid than it actually is in life. You know, like quicksand.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mean like quicksand where, like, you're told to fear it? Like, it's going to just randomly going to end your life, and then you realize that it just doesn't exist, basically?
Yeah,
I mean, it exists, but you have to sit there for a really long time for it to get you, right?
There is actually, it happens in like harbors and stuff when the tide goes out, and yeah, it kind of creates like down swells inside the sand, so that can happen, but I mean, people generally don't tend to wander around harbors whenever the tide's out, because they don't want to die randomly.
All right.
Moving on.
I'm looking at Zeal here, and he's got a Lincoln Sphere queued up. I feel like BKB is like a necessity at this point, but maybe he just is more worried about like Rupture or Fiend's Grip or something. I don't know. I mean, he's a big part of their team fight with these RPs. He only got 1 off in the last fight. But the BKB...
What is the BKB doesn't assist him with initiating at all. I think he still like dies anyway to the physical damage. The goal is for him to like get in and then get out. I mean, if only there was some sort of like item, like some sort of way that this alchemist should share his wealth with his teammates, you know?
I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. Oh God. If he had a BKB, I don't think it would change too much, unfortunately. He would still kind of get like disrupted as he's coming in. He wants to be able to get into team fights from like further away. That's his goal in this game. His AI just have become a problem for him, though. Yes. Interesting. I mean, he's finally changed his mind. He had something else queued up just a moment ago instead of the BKB. But now I think he feels like maybe it's a big enough issue, like maybe getting hit by a Blood Right or something like that.
Yeah, TK first, Primal Split coming through. He's looking for someone. Shiro's just trying to like get this Panda off of his tower because they do a lot of damage. We'll be able to do so, but it's one of 4 splits, so
yeah.
Chip damage begins as he throws out another one.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure what he should do is send like the Fire Panda down to the bottom lane and then like ult onto that thing. But yeah, look how much damage it's building. It's like 100 damage per auto attack.
Ooh, Zeal gets caught by the Rupture. Glimmer Capes plus the Lotus Orb. He's going to be okay. Shiro's going to self-stun himself. And they're just going to lose the tower here in a moment.
They have no more splits and they don't want to commit. Oh, did he? I thought there's no way he'd commit the refresher for this. I guess it makes sense to always commit the refresher. Because the cooldown is lower than...
Big RP. He's got the Bloodseeker. He does have that Aegis, but he just goes to the Fountain. Oh, no. That's a way to get the Bloodseeker off the map. Pulled back in, gets the Aeon Disc for the moment, but Ulu on the run. Can he actually escape? It's not going to look like it.
You've lost your racks.
I mean...
He's playing with you. You're losing your buildings. Your base is gone.
That is true, but your Ember Spirit is also in the enemy fountain for the moment. Dawnbreaker coming in for the moment. There's going to be the Winter's Curse. But a Fiend's Grip holding Echo in place for now, and the big RP comes back in from Zeal, the second one, just taking him down. Ember Spirit, he's dead. He does have the buyback. Bloodseeker did come back into this, but Dawnbreaker, no BKB left. She's trying to run, gets the blink. She's going to survive. Red Panda maybe in some trouble. Echo's got to be careful. He is low. Rupture is not going to connect. The Abyssal Blade comes out. Bloodseeker can't afford to die twice here. Shiro into trouble. Big Blood right onto 3. But they're trying to get away. Echo ruptured up on the backside. Winter Wyvern's going to burn down. Buyback is available. Zeal, he's got nothing left in the tank. Echo goes down. His buyback going to come through. Brewmaster, nothing left in the tank here. He's got to disengage. Aster.Aries making EHOME bleed here.
And now everyone's just walking away. Absolutely insane team fight. The amount of damage the Ember Spirit is doing is crazy. He did have to buy back there. He did end up going down a single time. But he's become such a big issue despite having no items. Look at what he's accomplishing all this with. I want you guys to see this. Kai Assange, Aeon Disc, and Black King Bach. He did 7,600 damage in that last team fight. Meanwhile, it's just Alchemist that's putting in damage on the other side. Like, yes, he's a very big deal, but outside of his BKB, they're actually doing a very good job at kiting him now. I thought there was, like, no way this guy would fail. Okay, he buys his first Aghanim Scepter.
Ember also has Ag Synth, by the way.
Who's he giving it to? Who is this Alchemist giving his eggs to?
The Grimstroke, right?
It's got to be Grimstroke.
Okay, yeah. But he builds the first one in the game, finally. 57 minutes in. At 51,000 now.
Wow. You know what? What a good guy. Buying his team Aghanim Scepters. This guy's just... The philanthropy does not stop.
Yeah, I am genuinely surprised he didn't buy himself a Moonshard first. I thought for certain he would.
He's just selfless, sure. He's absolutely selfless. Finally,
what if he gives the Ags to the Mag?
10k gold.
Okay, I'm kidding.
Why would he?
It's got to go. It's got to be the Dark Portrait.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he blinks on over. He's like, I'm tired of just carrying this around. Here's your Aghanim Scepter, sir.
And he doesn't even do anything for Dark Portrait. He's just like, I like the enemies. Make one of them.
I want new teammates.
I mean, if you catch the Bloodseeker on this thing,
yeah,
it's pretty big.
Yeah, give me him.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker's no joke either. If you get a copy of Dawnbreaker,
okay, actually getting Deso AC Aura.
Yeah.
Is pretty big. I mean, you have an AC on Shiro, but the Deso will do wonders too.
Yep. I don't think we talked about what an issue the state of EHOME's base is. They only have one set of racks left.
It's true.
It's fine.
And they can wrap this one out.
Red Panda, he has been found up on the high ground, and he is dead. Buyback is available. Rupture in the mid lanes. Found Mag. Trying to be safe for the moment by the Winter's Curse. Cold Embrace does come through, but he's going to have to fly back. Thrown into the air is going to be the Alchemist, trying to bait out a lot of this duration on his ult. Echo comes in, gets the BKB and the Aeon Disc out of the Ember Spirit. Fiend's Grip catches the Void Spirit. Zeal's got to save him. Ruptured up. No, Zeal! He misses the RP. Backside of the fight, Grimstroke and the support's completely zoned out. Alchemist in trouble. Zeal, he's got the Refresher pop. He needs to get some help here, but both of these heroes are just completely kited out. This fight taking place in 2 different time zones. ZZQ isolated out. He's alone. Meanwhile, Zeal trying to do what he can. Fight up into this Dawnbreaker. Zeal, he gets his Cure. He gets the RP. Doesn't come out in time. He is dead. Got the dieback. And now Shiro as well, all alone. Grimstroke came in to try and help, but it's too little too late, baby. It is Alk versus the world, a 5v1 scenario.
Jeff Bezos, can he do it? No, he can't.
They just tap out.
They tap out.
That
Shame.
Dawnbreaker just ruined that Magnus's life. He ends up interrupting his Blink Dagger by coming in with an overwhelming blink going on the Alchemist. And the second time the Magnus ends up coming in trying to get the RP off, he gets hit by the stun from the Starbreaker. Twice in a row in that fight. His initiation is completely botched.
I don't think it was the stun from the start. I think it was just the Luminosity crit which killed him. Honestly,
Yeah,
like
he just took a ton of damage.
I don't know. Like, it was like split second stuff there. But either way, Aster.Aries, they play themselves out of a ridiculous situation. You know, this Alchemist looked like he was just going to absolutely destroy them. But money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy you a win versus Aster.Aries. That is what we've learned today. My goodness, what a performance and what an absolute romp of a game 3 there. And a game 2, you know, and a game 1 if we think back to last week when that one was played. Absolutely great stuff there. Aster.Aries just pulling it together, and from such a far behind position, they were able to just utilize their heroes. And then that is the difference, you know, that stat I brought up in the cast with the Bloodseeker having a really, really strong damage to gold ratio. Alchemist having a really, really bad one, obviously. You know, that just means that when you look at these heroes and you say, you know, this Alchemist has double the net worth on the Bloodseeker, well, he should, because that's generally speaking when he's going to have the same damage output as the Bloodseeker. So they're just fighting on even terms at this point. Of course, there's a lot more to it than that, but generally speaking, you know, to break it down, that is what we saw happening this game, and was a difference maker. And I think one of the biggest game-changing moments was when the Bloodseeker picked up the Shard. He's able to just BKB Shard and just run in and hit the Alchemist for like half the fights. That's how they took like the mid-game fights. Then when it got to the point where the Alchemist was like very literally like 7 slotted, they just started throwing him up in the end. The amount of control they had from this Alchemist was ridiculous. Like, I literally spent the entire last fight watching the Alchemist. He spends half the time in the air, then half the time on the ground. He's like nightmared, and then he gets Starbreakered once and Starbreakered again. He cannot play the game, and when that is like all your net worth, you know, what can you do?
It's all your
Very
net worth,
literally.
all your damage. Yeah, like Echo was getting ruptured in all these team fights. He was your second most damage, like 36,000 hero damage out of Echo, 56 out of Shiro, but then everyone else is less than 20. Like, they were not doing anything without this Alchemist on the ground, and Echo was getting completely countered from this Bloodseeker, as you guys were talking about in the draft. It was perfect. And despite how powerful Alchemist was, they chose to ignore him. They built Aeon Disc. They didn't even end up finishing off this Eye of Scotty on the Bloodseeker. They chose to ignore him, and it worked. Aster.Aries just have like a different way of looking at strategy in Dota. It's like won the previous game, and so won this game. I am incredibly impressed watching them.
When a team does something which makes, you know, you go, what the hell is this? Like, this Aeon Disc? I was literally just like, all right, this is just stupid. This is just straight up dumb. You know, like, what are you doing, Ulu? Come on, man. You know, I can almost hear Black in my ear going, what is he doing? Why is he building this item? This does nothing.
Where is his damage? Yes.
What the hell? But then it works, you know, and I'm sure Black would be saying the same thing. Like, I don't know how they did it, but Aster.Aries knows something, because, yeah, I mean, it just draws the fights out. It makes it longer. It stops just EHOME being able to just run in and just 100-0 you. I feel like Zeal actually played a really good game on the Magnus as well, despite everything. You know, yeah, that last fight looked really, really bad for him, but he had some...
Wonderful. I've had that happen to me before. Oh my god, it is the worst feeling. The worst feeling.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. he'll need a coffee to kind of relax himself after that one, I think, or maybe a relaxing tea or something, some kind of hot beverage. But he's definitely not going to be feeling too good after that last fight. But it's a shame, because he did have some really, really game-defining moments earlier on this Magnus. Like, he made that hero look good, which was something I wasn't ready for. I was ready to flame this Magnus, but he actually made some pretty good plays happen, Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of those games where like Magnus is kind of like a feast or famine hero. Like you either hit the big RP and you win the fight, or you don't. Right, and that was kind of what was happening all game. EHOME was getting like these massive pickoffs, multi-hero RPs into kills, and it goes late game, and Aster.Aries decide, all right, you know what? Just split up on different targets. We're gonna make EHOME like scramble essentially, right? Like Ember Spirit's going for one hero, Dawnbreaker's going for another, Bloodseeker's kind of just bouncing around at 1,000 movement speed, and they just like can't hit these RPs, and it makes Zeal's life so difficult.
Yeah, it really does. The mobility aspect of Team Aster.Aries, that's something we both talked about in the draft, actually. I think me and Neff touched on it. And it does make this Alchemist's job really, really hard because he doesn't actually have, all he's got is this stun, right? And it's not a very reliable one at that as well. So for him to be able to close the gap on people, even with a Blink Dagger, it doesn't matter. If the enemy team have Blink Dagger plus a mobility spell, it's really, really hard. And as you see, he just spent the majority of the time in the air this game. He very rarely touched the ground, especially in these team fights. It was super, super hard for him to play this one out.
I feel like if Magnus gets the BKB this game, it's a lot easier. I like that. I feel like that one item would have changed this game a lot.
Your blink doesn't give you an interrupt if you pop it like when you want to initiate, but it also kind of gives away when you plan on coming in. Like Shadow Blade plus BKB in order to set up for an RP is kind of extreme. And you didn't really have anywhere on the map that farms.
It's like BKB after you RP is the idea, right? Because like he just gets stunned or silenced and then like doesn't get the second RP off in a lot of fights.
Yeah. Is this it? Is this going to make no?
Well, I think this is the last team fight, yeah, because Shiro's just like, oh, maybe it's not actually.
No, we went to 59 minutes, so second last team fight. I want to see like the Magnus jump in for the second time again. So we'll see that one pretty shortly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he gets bashed the first time and then just like critted down the second time.
He comes in, blink, overwhelmingly blink. You can see him slowed, and he is so like his mental state after this one. He kind of hangs around the backside of the team fight trying to find another initiation, and he just sits up here. He sits up here for a couple seconds, and then he comes in the second time.
He wants to double.
It's stunned by the basher.
It was a bash.
Oh, come on. No. And then dead. Oh, the Luminosity crit to follow. Jesus Christ. Give this man a cookie. That's just
RNG sometimes.
That just sickens me. Absolutely sickens me. Jesus Christ. I mean, would have changed the outcome of the game. It probably meant that the game didn't end at this point. I'm not sure, though. It's really hard to...
that thing definitely matters. We've seen some wild stuff tonight. We have seen multiple Roshans. We have seen Magnus's the blinks just get completely ruined. I mean, if that bash ends up connecting with Shiro instead, which, it could have. It will go on cooldown internally. It won't end up bashing the Magnus behind him. Then that play doesn't happen. He gets the RP off, catches both of them, and maybe Alchemist turns it around and finds the kill off on both of them. But that's Dota for you.
That's Dota indeed. Indeed, what a game, and what an absolute marathon series over multiple weeks it took. It was ridiculous. We are going to have an interview coming up with Chengxi in a bit, so get your questions ready for the offlaner there, because there was some crazy moments. But who would your MVP be for this third game, guys?
It's gotta be Ulu. I feel like it has to be Ulu. He actually just played a perfect game on the Bloodseeker. Like his itemization, although unconventional, is like definitely on point. And yeah, it's just a really good Bloodseeker game as well. Normally I don't give MVPs to carry players because I think they're like playing the carry role is a little overhyped, but I think he actually did play a really good game.
Dawnbreaker or Brewmaster for me. It had to have been Dawnbreaker or Brewmaster. I can't decide on one. This game was too wild.
Brewmaster just sending the Alchemist up into every single team fight.
And ratting. I'm just a big fan of Brewmaster. The things this hero can pull off is insane. He did a lot of tower damage this game.
A lot of tower damage. Okay. I mean, I would agree with Dawnbreaker maybe, but I'm definitely leaning away off the Bloodseeker. I think that Ulu played an amazing game. Playing with that net worth disparity, yet still able to pull off like that amount of damage and that amount of impact. His team fighting was incredible, and the build was crazy as well. Just some really heads up playing from this Bloodseeker across the board, really. And yeah, crazy game from Ulu. And of course, a Marcy game from the game before, which we all loved as well.
Yeah.
So back-to-backs for Ulu here. He could take the series MVP. We'll give Dawnbreaker this one. Yeah, did the Dawnbreaker's damage output surprise you this game, guys?
Nope. This hero does a lot of damage. I've been playing it a lot, though, so I kind of know what this hero is capable of. So if you haven't been playing it and you've only been seeing it in the support role, then yeah, it's definitely going to be surprising. But Dawnbreaker's damage output is pretty nuts. It's one of the reasons she's like the first pick in a lot of series right now, right? Like there's a reason Dawnbreaker is getting so much attention. It's a super flexible pick in both core and support, and she excels as one of the best in each of those roles. So
yeah, and it's interesting how hard they prioritized the Dawnbreaker in the draft, not just by first basing it, but also banning the Monkey King and the Nyx Assassin, two pretty established counters to the hero. So they really wanted it from a core straight off the bat. So clearly this was a strategy they wanted to work with. I would be interested to know like how much the draft was built around the Dawnbreaker, and how much it was just like, actually, this hero is just really strong. We want to play it. You know, was it a full idea, or was it just the offlaner saying, "Oh, I want to play my Dawnbreaker, please," and them saying, "Yeah, all right, you can do exactly that." That's something I'm sure we'll be able to ask in the interview. Also, I want to know what differently they could have done on EHOME towards the end of the game here, because it was looking at a pretty desperate state. Is there anything they could have done differently? You know, maybe BKB refresher on the Alchemist or something like that, Neff?
I don't think he had inventory slots for that. He did all he could. I don't think extra farm would have done that for you.
Yeah, that's one point in the game. You run out of money, and then that becomes the issue. Alrighty, well, we do now have that interview available, so let's bring Xingsui onto the line, and we can start asking some lovely questions. And firstly, congratulations. And what I want to ask is, was this draft built around the Dawnbreaker because it was heavily prioritized, or do you just think the hero is strong and you just wanted to play it?
想问一下，就是 BP 的话，这个最后一把是不是就是围绕着大锤来组建的？因为感觉大锤的话优先级非常高，还是你们就单纯觉得大锤这个英雄现在强度很高？
感觉大锤这个英雄强度现在确实很高啊，所以我们会选择优先级也会很高的。
We feel like Dawnbreaker is a very strong hero right now. That's why we tend to prioritize her in the draft.
Okay, and I want to ask about, obviously, that second game. The second game was pretty wild. What was your reaction to finding out there were two Roshans in the pit? And why did you decide to play the game out and not pause it and talk about it?
第二场比赛看到两个肉山的时候，当时队内是怎么沟通的？然后是怎么样的决定之后就直接那个重新开始比赛，继续比赛了？
就当时看到两个肉山，当时的以我们的实力只能打掉一个肉山，然后两个肉山当时肯定是打不掉，所以当时就暂停了下，为了那个裁判来说没办法继续开，所以就开了，然后就其实有点小有点失落吧，那个肉山没控下，本来那把控下肉山我们节奏会更好，但是我们还是调整了过来。
So we found out there was two Roche, and we could only take down one of them. So we were not we don't have enough power level to take down both. So when we found out, we were a little bit upset. And during the post, we asked the referee, and they say they cannot do anything about it. So we have to let the game go on. And I think fortunately we adjust our mindset pretty fast.
And how were you able to do that? Was it just, good humor, or was someone kind of, pushing you guys in the right direction? Maybe the team captain?
当时是怎么样把那个心态调整过来呢？有没有队里谁去拧一下绳，然后谁是最关键的那个拧绳的人？
其实大家都当时就大家都差不多吧，反正当时。就有点不知所措，但是后面发现这个已经是事实了，无法改变了，所以只能认真打好接下来的比赛。
I think we all try to calm each other down because we realize that what happened is what happened, and we have to keep playing good to win the game anyway. So yeah, everyone just calm down naturally.
Very nice. Good to have that dynamic. Neff and Ricky, you guys got any questions?
Yes, me first. Okay. I want to know what kind of preparation you did for this game. We saw that some of you instantly dewarded observer wards were on the map in the first game you played tonight. What other preparation did you do in this unique game number 1 or game number 2 rather?
想问一下，今天第一场比赛就是整个系列赛第2场，你们赛前有什么做一些什么准备吗？因为我看到很多地图上的眼位当时第一时间都反掉了。除了这些之外，还有其他的准备吗？
其他准备就大概商量一下，出门会我们要去哪路，然后对面会干什么，然后预判。然后但是结果打起来之后，发现还是跟预判起来的差很多，然后还是看着打。
Yeah, so besides the wars, we did a lot of plans. We predict what is he gonna do. We talked about what we gonna do, which lane we're gonna go to, and what game plans they're gonna execute. But then we realizing the real game, everything is different. So we have to kind of play this through.
Okay, and my second question to follow up that one is, were you happy with the result and okay with this as a solution, or do you never want to have to do a replay takeover again?
那你觉得就是这次你作为这个就是接管系统嘛？你觉得这次的经验就是体验，你觉得售后，你觉得你还想以后如果再来一次吗？还是说就是最好尽量还是能不要去接管就不要接管了？
尽量没有 bug 还是正常玩比较好玩，不然有点影响心情。
Yeah, I prefer no bug happened, so there won't be any need for takeover system. Yeah, it will affect your mindset.
Okay, thank you.
Ricky?
I have a question. Yeah. So both these series were very tense. You guys managed to make some pretty incredible comebacks. But in game number 3, how confident were you guys going into the late game of into EHOME here, like playing into like the Winter's Curse and Magnus? And what was your guys' like kind of decision making going into those team fights?
想问一下，最后一场比赛就是打后期，你们当时对后期局势的判断，自己有多大的自信能够打赢对面的冰龙猛犸团战体系？然后你们当时是怎么样的一个这个决策去保证你们能赢团呢？
当时看了一下对面的装备，然后我们发现除了炼金，其他4个人都很穷，所以感觉这把出到后期，然后我们三大哥切酱油还挺厉害的，所以感觉后面我们好打一点。然后他们也处理不了9仙的这个3只熊猫，感觉后面团战确实我们越打越有优势。
We checked their hero's item. We found out besides Alchemist, everyone didn't really have good farm. No items on support. We are tri-core against a single Alchemist. We talked about it and we think we have an upper hand when the game goes late. It's easier for our 3 cores to take down their support, and they have no solution for our support TK's hero. Sorry, I have it's a Brewmaster. Yeah, Brewmaster. They have no solution for Brewmaster's spirits, so we are pretty confident going to late game.
Yeah, I mean, looked super confident. You guys played those fights super well. Thank you.
Alrighty, well, I think that's just about it from us then. Shang-Chi, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in the rest of the DPC season.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面的比赛好运。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well, cool, calm, and confident from Shang-Chi there. And, one of the best things he said in that interview for me was the fact that, they were faced with this kind of remarkable challenge of 2 Roshans, meaning their game plan was just totally thrown out the window. Like, what can they really do against that? They needed the Roshan to continue, with the game plan, to take the Aegis, to win. And that just gets completely thrown out the window because they didn't have the lineup to take down 2 Roshes. And his response is, he said his team were like, yeah, we're upset, obviously. But then we just got on with it, We just realized that, oh, well, it is what it is. And they kept playing the game. And eventually they pull out the win. I think that's a really promising sign for their team and the future of their team.
Yeah. I mean, Aster.Aries has kind of been like a really impressive team so far, just in the DPC. They managed to take like a 2-0 over Extreme, which a lot of people would have expected Extreme to take that series. They kind of struggled against some of these other opponents like RNG and PSG LGD and Aster, you know, a lot of these other like absolute all-star teams. But mind you, this is the Academy team, and they have looked incredibly good so far. So yeah, I mean, props to these guys. They played amazing. We're going to be able to watch them again tomorrow up against Vici Gaming, which is going to be another 6 series. Yeah, I love this team. I really like what they've been doing. I think they're playing extremely well. And they deserve the win today. I mean, they played great.
Yeah, they absolutely did deserve it. They played excellently. They dealt with all the challenges admirably, and great result for them. And that actually alters the tables quite a lot here, because it means that they are now in a decent 6th spot. So that means they're not getting relegated this season at the moment. But of course, that win over EHOME helps them a lot. But there is still Dandelion Esports Club to come. Now, Dandelion still yet to face EHOME themselves. So that game is going to be very determinant on whether EHOME are capable of actually making it through to the to not being relegated, basically, and to stay in Division 1. So this is how everything's looking now after this game. And you can see Aster.Aries 2-3 alongside PSG LGD. It's a crazy situation. So yeah, watch the EHOME series as they play up versus Dandelion on July 10th. And then, of course, we're going to have Dandelion playing against Aster.Aries. And those 3 games will determine how everything's sitting at the bottom of the table, which is very, very important indeed. And as Ricky did mention earlier as well, we get to see more of Aster.Aries tomorrow on the 5th of July, as we have Vici versus Aster.Aries in Division 1. And also Extreme Gaming versus Aster coming up tomorrow as well. My goodness, tie your shoelaces tight tomorrow, because it is going to be intense. And, of course, we have that Division 2 matchup of YBB Gaming versus C-Deck, another pretty important series for the region. So a lot of tasty Dota to come. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow for those matches, as so much will be decided, and so much is at stake for all of these teams. It gets hot and spicy here in the China region. But guys, I think we are all done with this crazy day of Dota 2. I hope you enjoyed the ride. But Ricky, do you want to close out the show? Have you got a final piece of wisdom to bestow upon us?
I just want to point out one thing. PSG LGD's last remaining matches are against RNG and Aster, and they are at the bottom of the bracket.
Yes.
That could be really interesting. I just want to keep that in mind. Like that puts some real interesting scenarios that could play out. But I just want to point that out when we were looking at it there.
You're right. I
They're
believe
at
you're
2-3, and their last series are against RNG and Aster, 2 of the best looking teams in the region right now.
We've currently been talking pretty much entirely about whether they're going to make it to the major. We haven't even discussed the possibility of them getting relegated, but it is on the cards. LGD getting relegated is absolutely on the cards. Like it is actually possible. So it's not likely, I don't think, but you know, it's a tough time ahead of them. It could happen. It could be tiebreakers. It could be anything. So yeah, you're absolutely right to point that one out, Ricky. Neff, any closing thoughts for the day?
This was an absolutely insane series. My mind is broken after some of the things I witnessed today. Saw Alchemist way too farm. We see multiple Roshans, Aster.Aries overcoming this hardship with, you know, they're just built different with their mental fortitude. I got everything I wanted today out of watching Dota. This was real, man. Yeah. I am so happy that I get to do this.
A very anime day for you, Neff, which is what you love. It was perfect, and Perfect Day of Dota now comes to an end. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow as well. Plenty more action here, right here at the same time, the same place. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。